use that one, although it's basically a flat Earth because it's a flattened out
No,
Earth.
it's a globe Earth. That's a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's not a flat Earth map at all.
Yeah, that's globe.
Yeah, a lot of your flat earthers use it.
Yeah, but
they're wrong. I mean,
globe.
There's a lot of ding dong flat earthers out there. We have to spend a considerable amount of our free time correcting them.
It's also a trap too. Like if someone, this is the best part. If you give someone their own argument back to them, and then they argue against it, it kind of shows they didn't really understand what they were talking about to begin with. Like, just change one word or two words, and then present it right back, and see how they handle it.
Yeah.
Be like, hey,
are they going to notice?
Yeah, you tell them, like, tell a globalist the AE projection's wrong, and it's got to be the globe because math is just a description. It mathematically described it this way, so that's really not for adjudication here. And then they get pissed off, like, oh no, the AE projection's good for north and south and all these other things. Okay, if it's good for north and south, how come you can't put the moon on the same north and south plane and it still works? And then they're stumped. Then they're like, fuck. That should work. If it was a perfect representation of a straight line north to south, and you have a moon on the straight line north to south, it should all mathematically match perfectly. Maybe you can't use the sky to adjudicate the ground. The ground and sky are simply two different things. It doesn't matter which model or map you use. They're different. They're not the same. You don't point up and be like, I can tell I'm on the mountain right now. How'd you tell that? Because
it's a really bad example, by the way. But yeah,
or a lake. You can do it. Are you on the lake? Where are you right
now?
now? Can you look at the sky and tell where you are right now? Are you on Earth?
Of course I'm on Earth.
Yeah, see, this is the best part too. If you want a flat Earth model that explains the sky, just walk into a planetarium. Easy. So it's a walk-in. You can walk right in the model. The scientists can project the sky any place you want.
Anyway, I don't know, man. Maybe you guys can look over this and try to figure out how it makes sense for you or in your paradigm. I think that's something I would do, at least if I was a flat earther, is, instead of saying the things in the sky don't prove the shape of the Earth, just
I just explained it to you. If that AE projection doesn't work, you said, right? This map model does not work. It's broken somehow. It's broken because of the moon. You look at the moon and you can tell that this graphic representation of Earth is it doesn't match. Not north to south, not east to west. None of it. It's all busted. Okay, sure. Which part is busted? Math or the globe? You got two choices there. See, there's a problem when we don't really know what you're talking about, and you start invoking things, you end up with egg on your face.
Dude, when you're saying that the azimuthal equidistant projection is a flattened globe, it is a flattened globe, but it's still flattened out horizontally, so it matches with it's kind of consistent with your model. So I'm not destroying the globe.
No, your model. This is your model. That's
your flat earthers use it. Why would your flat earthers
celestial sphere? It's a flattened celestial sphere model, so it can't be terrestrial.
Yeah, but why would your flat earthers use it then at all for any demonstrations whatsoever, including Crit? You did it too.
Because they're wrong. I told you.
It'd be a trap.
So
no, it'd be a trap to get you to argue against the globe and not even realize it.
Or math.
Crit,
or to get you to argue against math. Which one is it? The best part, if you use that map and someone tells you it's wrong, okay, sure. What's wrong? The globe or math?
You've used it before, actually.
Okay, so which part was wrong? Okay, so I used it. Which part's wrong? The globe or math?
Flat Earth. The
it's not nothing to do with flat Earth. Oh, the
It does.
projection's
It's a
wrong.
horizontal Earth.
So math is wrong.
It's a flattened celestial sphere. It's not the terrestrial.
That's fine. It's still a flat. It's not a sphere, regardless, right?
Yes, it is. It's been flattened out
No, it's
topographically.
not.
Yeah, it's been flattened out
for you. It's
topographically with
flattened out for
math
you.
using a projection process.
And what did I tell you about that? I tell you, you give me any flat Earth, and it's still the same thing. I'm going to do with it. Destroy it with the moon. Same thing.
And the fun part is the globe is created from the flat Earth. The globe is a projection itself and is subject to distortions and being inaccurate. So the AE map at best is a flattened out version of a ball that was created from a flat Earth in the first instance.
AE is actually the best you guys got. You know that, right?
No, that's a globe.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, show me the better model then. Show me a better.
How about
model
nautical
here.
charts are way better and they're flat.
How about just reality?
Show me one that's better, man. Show me one
Nautical
that shows
charts. I
7
told you,
continents
go
is better.
Google nautical charts right now, and you can Google the ones with the biggest sections, and you'll see that they're different.
Nautical charts with 7 continents on them. In one
I don't know
inch?
if you'll find 7 continents on them because nobody knows the true orientation, size, and relationship of continents to one another. There are problems. There are even problems with GPS longitudinally, and they had to fix the longitude problem with GPS using more math. There are
so we don't know the
issues.
distance
Young
United States
people
to
have this
Africa.
technological hubris. Young people are born into this apparently technologically advanced society and think that everything just works perfectly.
But we don't know the distance between different continents. Is what you're saying? Like Africa to
Not fully
United
accurately.
States,
I'd say no.
America. Not fairly accurate? No, I don't know, man. Looks like we're going back in time.
We never advanced as much as you think we did. That's the problem that I just told you. It's the technological hubris. People think we're going backwards when no, we're trying to show the world where we really are right now. And the truth is, we really don't know much about the world as much as we think we do. And we hide behind this veneer of technological advancement and some kind of twisted, reflected glory as if we're the ones that are responsible, like individually, for creating all this technological advancement that we enjoy. But no, we're just users, and we are thus enslaved by it.
That was well said, Amish.
You don't know how maps are made, do you? You have no clue.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Matt could just map his, just his local neighborhood, like using a scale. Here's a couple colored pencils and graph paper or whatever. Just make a map, like map it out.
And then we say, okay, now do the whole world, you stupid glurf. Now show me a whole map of the world, glurf. You see how ridiculous that gets?
Not really.
So when people say, show me a map of the world, flurf, and we're like, you don't even know how maps are made, do you?
You know what you can do? You can get in your car, drive to a certain location, and measure it for yourself. I mean,
you can't, because tire pressure affects distances measured. Like all these things. Are you aware of that?
Okay.
If your tire pressure is overinflated, you're going to get less miles, and if it's underinflated, you're going to get more miles.
Yeah, plus going hills and turns and all that stuff.
Right.
See, Matt thinks it's a straight line distance to everywhere he goes.
Because as if it's flat. Ironic.
Yeah. Like everywhere he travels, it was a straight, direct line distance. He didn't have to turn or weave or move around anything.
That's called cognitive dissonance, isn't it, Crit?
No, it's actually
it's like holding a world.
Yeah, no, you were using the world
globe
flat.
Model predict.
The world you are experiencing flat, and now you think it's a globe. That's cognitive dissonance.
Because of the moon.
Okay. What does the globe GPS predict? And then you just get in your car, drive.
I told you that they were broken. They had to fix it.
Hey, I already told you can check it out for yourself, man.
We're the ones educating you here.
Educating me with some.
Yeah, we're trying to.
It appears to be some bullshit.
Just keep telling the same answer over and over again. Maybe eventually it sinks in.
Maybe you'll ask us if the AE map is the best map we have again.
I mean, you still haven't
When
provided
we've already
me with a
been
better
through
one.
this 3 times.
I told you
nautical
use that.
knowledge.
Use that one. Use that map, and then if it doesn't work, now you've adjudicated the globe or math.
And if you can
I know you
somehow
want to
put
say
7
that the
continents
AE
on
map is the best one we have. I know you really want to say it again.
You should be able to slice that map into
yeah, it
any
is.
dissection, north-south dissection. It should perfectly match the globe, perfectly, inch by inch, step by step. The problem with that projection is the further you go south, the wider things get, like a cone.
Why is that a
It's
problem?
basically
Why is that a
because
problem?
you said that map doesn't work. That
Isn't that how
map
it's supposed to
does
work
not.
on your?
That map doesn't work with observations of the moon. If you put any two people anywhere on the Earth and they're directly north and south from each other, that map would nail it if you were right. But it doesn't, as claimed by you.
It's funny. That's still your best map.
It's a
Oh,
globe.
No, he said it. He said it again when we already told him that it's not our
It's a
map.
globe.
Like 4
You
times.
just told me
You're bricked,
it's not.
kid.
I'm saying it's your
You're
best map,
you got
dude.
cogged this hard.
It's your
You got
best map.
smacked by the cog this bad.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, as far as I know, it's your best map. Unless you have
The
one that you
AE
can post
map
that has
is your
7
best
continents
map,
on it.
guys. No, it's not our map
Better.
at all. It's not our map at all. We did not invent
It's not
that map. We did not
24/7's
claim
map.
that map. It's not our map. It's a globe.
It's not 24/7's
Why would we claim a
map. It's
globe?
somebody else's map.
So here we are explaining the same thing to you again and again and again, and you have the same response again and again and again. Isn't that
Because I'm
interesting?
waiting for you to post me a map with 7 continents that looks better than the AE projection.
No,
That's
because
what I'm waiting on.
that's such a ridiculous ask. It's worthy of our dismissal. Why would any flat earther have the resources to map 7 continents when you're incapable of mapping your neighborhood with fucking crayons, you retard?
I can't map my neighborhood with crayons. Therefore,
No, you can't. You don't know how maps are made. You don't know how maps are made, and you are using maps as your claims.
You don't even know.
So,
you don't even know the shape of the Earth you live in the 21st century, and you called me.
I
retarded.
don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. I describe it as flat and stationary because that's how we experience it.
We're in 2024, dude. You're not.
I know we don't know as much as we thought we did. That's what I explained to you 5 minutes ago. We have technological hubris. You are just retracing the same shit we talked about again and again and again. That's called a spiral. And it's a spiral because it's a little bit different each time you retrace it. Otherwise, it'd be a circle.
Otherwise, it'd be a circle. Well, you weren't here before, I'm pretty sure. But regardless, the moon doesn't work on any horizontal flat Earth, AE projection or not. Give me a plane. Give me whatever you want.
It works on flat Earth. You're talking about maps. Yeah, maps are wrong.
Doesn't work on anything.
All maps are wrong. Cartographers will be the first one to tell you that all maps are wrong. Also, maps are suited to a specific purpose. So, like the AE map is really good about telling you what time it is on Earth.
We know that.
It's for tracking the sun. Okay?
You're telling us things.
Mercator maps are good for sailing across continent. You got different maps for different things.
Thank you for telling us stuff that we already know. Okay.
Well, listen, you keep repeating yourself, so I don't know what I have to repeat again and again and again because you do a good enough job repeating yourself. So please don't tell me that I'm repeating myself for your benefit because you seem to require things explained to you the same way multiple times for it to sink in.
No, I don't. But what you don't understand?
Yeah, we demonstrated that for the audience live right now.
Yeah, you weren't here before, so you don't even know what the fuck. Okay, why did I bring up that map? Do you remember? That?
You've repeated yourself enough for me to know.
You remember it, Amish. Do you remember it? No, you don't. So you don't even know what the fuck.
Let me guess. You want to tell me that the AE map is the best map that we have as flat earthers? Am I right? You want to say that AE map is the best one we have? Do you want to say that right now?
I already said it was.
No, you said it was, and I'm
not even trying to go that rabbit hole again because you wanted to show me something that you couldn't show me. So the whole point of me posting the AE map.
I told you I couldn't show you because nobody's done it. Nobody surveyed 7 continents without invoking a ball.
Okay. Now, the whole point of me showing you the AE map or me posting the AE map was because it had the moon on it. It was with the AE map with moons on it. Now, my whole point was, this is my actual point, because I wasn't just talking about maps in general. My whole point was that you couldn't put a moon over a horizontally flat Earth. That's my actual whole point.
A flat Earth or a flat map? Those are
A
two
flat
different things.
Earth.
The map is
Any
not
flat Earth.
reality. Well, we have a
Finish.
flat Earth
No
because
one
it
is
measures
claiming
flat.
a
Viv.
map is reality. Literally,
It measures
nobody
flat.
thinks a map is reality.
Right. So the moon works on flat Earth, and we know Earth is flat. Why?
Oh no, it doesn't work on a flat Earth, and I already
Well,
just
how do we
explained it to
know
you.
that the Earth is flat? Steelman my position.
How do we know that the Earth is flat? I don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, I asked you to steelman my position. How do I know that the Earth is flat? What's my claim? And therefore, why does the moon work on flat Earth?
No,
I told you
what your
already
claim
the
is
answer. You're not listening. The answer is because it measures flat. You're not listening.
Say you can say that it measures flat. It clearly doesn't make any
I know
sense.
I can. I just did. It's why I know the Earth is flat and why the moon works on flat Earth, because the Earth measures flat.
So the moon's
maps are
orientation
not
works on a
reality.
flat Earth.
Yeah, maps are not reality.
Yeah, who claims that? Who claims
Well, can you
maps
say
are
with
reality?
me real slowly? Maps are not reality.
Nobody thinks a map is reality. If someone's showing you a model of
good.
their car or a model of
So
their
why do you
house,
keep begging for a map?
a mini house that matches
Right,
reality.
so yeah, you're begging me for a
No one is
model
claiming
car.
reality. Not
Why
even
do
the
you keep
globe
begging me for a toy
models
car?
or maps are up to scale. Actually, there's a lot of distortions.
So
Everyone knows that.
why do you keep
No,
begging
but
for a map?
the main issue is you don't even have to
What
make it. You
moron.
can make it any shape. You can make any map. You can make any continent to distort it however you like. Moon makes
Right.
no fucking sense.
You can use any
That's my
coordinate
point.
reference
That's
system
my
you want
point.
on
The moon
flat
makes
Earth.
no
And
fucking
we know
sense
it's
on a
flat
flat Earth.
because it measures flat. It measures flat. That's why the moon works.
But try to explain the moon's orientation and the images that we have on the moon then.
Why do I have to explain?
usually-
We can see what the moon's orientation is in the Terminator lines, and you can use the Terminator line in the first and third phases of the moon to get your latitude on flat Earth. The moon is a great flat Earth reference.
Oh, it is? It's a great. It proves that the Earth is not a ball at all.
No, it shows you the Terminator line during the first and third moon phases. The angle of it corresponds to your angle of latitude. Isn't that interesting? And that's an elevation angle, which is taken with two flat lines, including a flat baseline, which is your flat
This
Earth.
is the elevation angle thing. You should actually check. I know,
Yeah.
Amish, you're one not to. I know you don't interrupt real quick. I know you're not one to actually counteract evidence, so you're gonna just keep like going circular with your.
What do you
kept
mean I'm
saying
not one to
earlier.
counteract evidence? I just countered all of yours.
What did you counter
I'm
then? What
explaining
did you
how
counter?
maps are made with latitude right now, requiring flat baselines.
Wait. So
and
you
therefore
explained how
flat
maps.
Earth.
That's not what I asked, and that's not what my point was. But you just
You did
explained
ask
it. So you
for
didn't
maps,
actually
and I'm
counteract
telling you
anything.
how they're made because you don't know. You don't know how maps are made at all.
Oh wait, so you didn't actually counteract anything I said. That's great.
Yes, I did. I've been countering everything you've said since you started opening your mouth after I logged in.
How did you counteract
Do you
what I
want to
said?
tell me that the AE map is the best map I have right now? Is that where you are? Yeah.
You don't have another map, Amish. We know this already. Why
What
do you
mean?
keep
I
going
didn't
back
say
to
that in the
Maps are
first
flat Earth
instance.
maps.
It's
don't
not
have
another
one.
map. It's not a map
You
for me at
don't
all.
have one.
You seem to be bricked like a crappy 1987 Nintendo in a thrift store.
Holy shit! You literally don't
Yeah,
have a
holy
better one.
shit,
That's
Matt.
why
Holy
your
shit is
flat
right.
earthers, like Dave
You got
West and all the
this
other retarded
real
flat
bad,
earthers,
man, and you
that's
think
why
you
they
think
go
the
around
world is
using
so
the AE map
technologically
because
advanced.
it's the best you got. It is.
No.
Deal with it.
He doesn't even know
Not my
what
fault. You guys aren't creative enough.
There it
That's
says
not
it
my
again.
fault.
The AE
You
map
guys
is
are
the
just
best map
stupid.
we've
Make a
got. And
better
we
one,
say no,
buddy.
we
all
never
maps are
claimed it.
flat Earth maps.
We never claimed the AE map. And we told you this. And we told you that flat earthers who do are stupid and we have to correct them. And here you go for like the 10th time. The AE map is the best map you have, Amish. And the whole world is hearing it. Is this on live stream? Let me. Oh, yes, it is. Man, Matt, your future girlfriend will be pointed to these live streams and she's going to break up with you for being mentally retarded.
Only has like 6
He doesn't-
viewers. It's not like people
You
know.
don't even know what a latitude angle is.
No, and he's telling us that we're like retards and we don't know what we're talking about. And we're educating him live on live stream for the whole world. This is great. I'm going to unmute him again.
Hey, you had to mute me because I was clowning you so hard. And it's funny when I asked you, what did you counteract?
Oh, you want to clown me? I ban you. Haha.
I think
Next.
I think Matt needs to understand from our point of view everything we say to him he doesn't address, and every single time we speak to him, he's just nah. It's just rinse and repeat every day. It's the same fucking crap. Nothing has really sunk in. It's just really frustrating speaking to
It
him.
is terrible.
He
Well,
doesn't
I unmuted
bother
him,
to
okay, so he can
acknowledge
talk
any
now.
points that we've made. He just whistles
Like
past.
Amish was
always.
asked, what did he counteract, and he couldn't answer a fucking thing he counteracted, other than talking about
All right,
maps, which no one
what's
else was
still
talking
open ended in your mind? What's still open ended? I'll answer.
The moon. This is hopefully this gets into your head. That the moon makes no sense on any horizontal flat Earth you can make. Or
You don't
imagine.
make a flat Earth. Flat Earth is already created by God.
Oh my god! You see how you just missed
Yeah.
my point?
God, what
You
the
see how you
fuck?
just missed it? Because he can't take it on. He knows he can't take it on. That's why he has to gish
I
gallop.
don't know
and
what
meet
you're
people.
getting at. Do you mean a map or do you mean reality? Because once again, let's chat together. Maps are not reality.
Okay, so he keeps telling us what we already know. Okay,
A
when
map is
someone
not
says a
reality.
map-
So the moon works on flat
No one-
Earth because Earth measures flat. We know it's flat, and the moon works. So the moon works on flat Earth. I answered your question
works.
just now. Did you hear the answer?
Yo, what was the
The Earth
affirming the
measures
consequence
flat.
guy? Where are you at? Where are
The
you at?
Earth
Affirming the
measures
consequence
flat,
guy.
Matt. The Earth measures, and it's used flat.
No.
And the
A
moon works.
a moon dial works quite well.
Good point, One Deck. In fact, the moon dial's a great debunk of the globe. Ooh.
Okay, so we're not going to actually mention anything that I was saying.
No,
with
we're
the moon
getting
because we
deeper
know
into
that-
this topic that bothers you so, Matt. The moon dial.
Yeah,
You want to talk
even
about
the
moons
simple
on
things
Earth?
you can't
People
deal
use
with it.
moon dials to tell the time by the moonlight and its phases. And it works
That's
on flat
fine.
Earth.
It also works on round Earth.
If you're going to say that something works on a flat Earth, you're going to have to model it a little bit. I know it's a
No,
big
you don't
problem
model
for
it. You
but
go
try to
prove
model
it. You don't model. Do you have a model for the globe? Because if you do, I'm going to ask you for the observation that went into the model. Because if you don't have an observation, then you're modeling your imagination.
If you're basing your
Of course, we
reality
have
on a model,
observations. If we didn't
then
have
that's a
any
reality.
Okay,
observations,
show me
I
the
wouldn't be
curvature.
modeling
Show me the
anything.
globe proof we've been asking you for like the past 6 months, which you failed to provide.
You've been asking me for the past 6 months of what? Curvature?
Show me the
You can- I
globe.
mean,
Show me how to
yeah,
experience the globe for the observation that goes into your scientific model of the globe.
we have
Oh,
observations.
you got
we have
pictures and
satellite.
shit. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, of course we do. Of course we do. That literally
Yeah, you
make
got pictures.
everything
You got
easier
like,
for us to model it,
Robert
for us
Simmons
easier.
pictures.
Yeah, no, you're really deep into this.
And you also got CGI.
Oh yeah, CGI. Okay, this is a claim, and I'm gonna pin you to this until you mute me. Prove that those images are CGI. Go ahead.
Okay, look at the caption underneath. NASA says they're composites and digital renders and CGI images.
Well, NASA says CGI images. You're gonna have to link me to that ASAP. That it says CGI.
Well, why don't you go to their website right now and look at all of their graphics and pick one, and we can talk about it.
Sure, like the blue marble, whatever. Yeah, that they obviously compiled multiple images to make that one, but that's not a CGI.
Yeah, it is. They use computer graphics to make it.
Yeah, do you know what CGI means?
These guys.
So you don't know what a map is, and you don't know what CGI is. That's
Go ahead
terrible.
and cite. Go ahead and
You
citate
got
it for me.
this
Go ahead
real
and
bad.
cite.
Yo, Matty, when a girl on Tinder uses some fucking filter to pretty herself up, is it CGI?
CGI means computer generated imagery. Very simple. So your blue marble is computer generated imagery. It is not reality.
Play
when you watch
Play Understeel.
Superman fly in space, watching Superman fly in space, that is computer generated imagery. Not real.
Composite. Yeah, they're telling you
So
these
then,
things,
in
and you
your
deny
model,
it. Are you a NASA CGI denier?
Okay, so in your paradigm is an image, since it's computer generated. Every image would
It
be
is
computer generated by your
that
paradigm,
says
right?
it. On the NASA website, it is in your paradigm. We don't claim this. Your paradigm claims that the blue
Answer
marble
me this
is
question.
a
I wanna understand your
CGI
logic.
composite. Is this guy
Answer this
bricked?
question.
Is he this dense? This is your
Yeah.
paradigm.
Clay,
Your
you
paradigm
should have heard the
says
past
it's
10 minutes.
CGI.
You should have heard the past 10 minutes. We told him
I've
the
heard
AE
it,
map
man.
is
That's
not
why
ours
I'm
to
so-
claim, and he's like, it is.
I hear that. That's why I'm so like, like I don't really grasp how someone like this can exist. Like, are you this dense, man? Your paradigm says, look at this. This is all computer generated. Then you say, oh, just because you guys claim it's CG. What is going on in your brain, dude? Like, you gotta listen to what you say, man. It's very weird. Confused.
Yeah, Haas, you're kind of hot micking. So, yeah, Matt, I don't know how many times we keep telling you the same thing.
Don't bullshit me. You don't know what CGI is. Don't bullshit me. A lot of the images are composited. That does not mean it's computer generated imagery, like what you say. Unless you're claiming that every image must be computer generated image.
So do you think they've got negatives in Photoshop
and that they're
messing with chemicals?
Amish's claim was bullshit. So yeah.
No, what do you think they have a real Photoshop with chemicals and acetylene or whatever, and that they're combining negatives together with razor blades, trimming shit out and making composites that way? Or do you think they're actually using a computer?
Can you send us a picture of the Earth that the NASA claims is CGI, please?
Yeah, it's
Blue Marble, Robert Simmons.
Oh golly, guys, can I quote?
Okay, do me a favor also.
That's CGI.
Clay, calm your ass down.
Yeah, he said it's Photoshop because it has to be.
Can I quote NASA's website, aka Robert Simmons, lead data visualizer and information designer, and former classification senior program analyst for NASA. So they have asked him here specifically how he created the blue marble. And it says here, I turn data into pictures. I look for new interesting events that NASA satellites have seen or that are hidden in the last data to find anything interesting. 1 second, let me get to the point so I don't need to read the full thing.
Yeah, they have to look at Clay. They're not going to hear it. They got to get there themselves, okay? They have to, what they hear Obama say when he rolled out Blue Marble 2.0, he said he called this single snapshot taken from Earth. And how
but
beautiful. They're not going to hear
just
it.
Get this one
okay,
short sentence. This is Robert Simmons speaking, right? By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Reto Stockley, now at the Swiss Federal Office of Meteorology and Climatology, did much of this work. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's a complete composite, it's a complete computer-generated image.
Yeah, it's 100% fake. And this problem is that these guys will just throw Robert Simmons under the bus. Be like, oh, he's just one dude. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. See, that's what I'm saying. Even if you use NASA, citing NASA, telling them this is not a photo, they still don't care. Because in their worldview, it's a photograph. They can see it.
I do care. Just send me the interview or the source so I can investigate.
Yeah, I posted it. You can read it for yourself. I mean, I was probably just making it up, right? I was reading something a flat earther wrote, not NASA's website.
The fact
That's
that
why I posted it
doesn't mean the source is actually trustworthy.
I mean, it's obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
NASA themselves are not trustworthy about
hold on.
I'm asking the source.
It's not trustworthy.
I posted it.
Clay, NASA.gov is not a trustworthy source. Agreed.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You're right.
Yeah, 100% agree. Anything you find on that website, do not trust it. That's government. That's straight up government at the worst part of government. Top-down federal spending with zero civilian oversight or accountability. These pork barrel spending projects. Same like CIA and FBI, this alphabet soup of the federal government, all of them. Do not trust anything they say.
Yeah, you're right.
It makes me hypocrite. I mean, once you start, Yeah, but listen, once you've established that Earth is measured flat and the 90 degrees from underneath Polaris out to the equator is all flat Earth elevation angle measurements, everything else is, you could just discard everything else.
But the moon. Flat. But the moon.
But this is the problem, exactly. They come up with... they live in a fantasy, therefore they need to have their fantasy stories replaced. So... If they have this fantasy story, I'm being pushed in my chair today because the concept is bending and warping. Because I have been taught that the concept is bending and warping. Please, Clay, give me the replacement story. Tell me another fairy tale I can believe. Okay, no problem. You know, this time it's fairy dust pushing you in your chair today. Oh no, that doesn't sound quite believable. But bending and warping a concept, that is just much more believable, Clay. So I'm sorry, you stupid flirt. You just can't give me my replacement stories I love. I want something to believe in. This is the problem, man. They're delusional. They live in a fantasy. And they want to stay in a fantasy. So that what they want is that flat earthers replace fantasy with fantasy. They hate reality.
You're the one that lives in a fantasy. Yeah, you're the one that lives in a fantasy, buddy.
You believe
okay.
it's a photograph.
21st century, the Earth isn't flat. Stop being dumb.
Excuse me, mate. The distance to the equator from Polaris is flat Earth elevation angle measurements using sea level. Everything else is irrelevant. It's measured flat. Now you've got a psychological dilemma on your hands.
I'm pretty sure you're the one with the psychological dilemma, dude. I don't believe that the Earth is flat, so therefore you're the one with the psychological dilemma.
No, you don't have to.
I know you want to believe that the Earth is flat because you're in Nathan Oakley. Yeah, you're a wannabe Nathan Oakley. You're a fan
one
of
day,
it.
One day,
it's measured.
Keep reading the
it's
Bible.
Measured.
Keep reading the Bible. It's a good source.
Maybe one day you'll have your own shows.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, well, maybe one day.
No.
The stars will fall from the sky when Jesus comes back.
Latitude angle. Yeah. You don't know what latitude angles are. Yeah, we talk about measurements,
measured from Polaris.
Yeah, flat Earth.
Yeah, measured from Polaris, right?
Blue marble.
Measured from Polaris, yeah. It's same thing. It's Nathan Oakley's script as well. I love it. It's just hilarious.
Blue marble.
The latitude angles measured from Polaris is a flat Earth measurement, yeah?
See, that's where we end up. The only thing I can do is literally make fun about reality, while simultaneously literally not being able to explain all the vain imaginations of the fantasy they're obviously caught up in. Right? So when we see sea level, they're like, oh, that's just some stupid words. That makes absolutely no sense. Just it's because it's named sea level, the water isn't level, it's actually bending around a spinning ball. You know? Like, how can you, like, I don't know how these people can lie to themselves. That must, I don't know.
That's literally what you do. What are you talking about?
Just a different state of mental disability, I guess. You know, if
that's
when
actually
you just
the state that
probably
you're
don't
in,
even know who you are yourself.
So much that you're actually starting to believe it. It's crazy, dude.
No, I don't lie to myself. I accept reality for what it represents itself to be. So that means I don't insert upon it something that I can't observe, right? I have my beliefs, which is a glorious thing, and I think humans can have beliefs. But if they want to go out into reality and then tell everybody else my beliefs are actually reality, then they get a problem with me.
Yeah, but you're mixing reality with appearances. Your only argument is basically saying that the Earth is flat because,
it measures flat. It even scans flat. Do you know what LiDAR technology is? You put a LiDAR laser on the belly of an aircraft. You put it on 90 degrees angle in every direction, and then you scan the surface of Earth. You know what every surface scans with LiDAR scanners of this kind is getting as an outcome? That the Earth is scanned flat. Whole parts of the US, no, actually almost every part of the US has been LiDAR scanned. Guess what? It's all flat. Very strange. And the same thing happens with LiDAR scans of islands, and there's a water layer between it that also scans flat. Over miles and miles and miles. Very weird, isn't it? It's almost like as if the globe doesn't exist.
No, but scale matters. The fact is that Earth is so big that when you take like a
Oh,
definite
this is
portion
so
of the Earth
stupid.
and of the surface, you can actually measure it close to flat. It's not completely flat, but you can
Bro,
modelize.
That's not true.
Yes,
That is
it
that is the standard excuse, a worthless standard excuse, by the way, because if you just use the mathematics given by your model, you will understand that you can't have, for example, Kansas just being completely flat. You would have noticeable curvature if you would have scanned it with a LiDAR technology, which they have with almost every part of the US.
It's not flat.
It is, dude. I can give you a website. Every LiDAR scan. It's, you know what, how LiDAR scan works? It's like little light dots, you know,
You realize you're just saying
that create a full image, right? And all these dots align to be flat. What you see is, yes, you see curves. You know which curves you see? You see topography curves. You're gonna see big mountains, hills, valleys, right? Even just little puddles of rivers perfectly showing curves on the topography. But what you don't see is, if you look at the full scan of the surface area of Earth, it will never curve, regardless what LiDAR scan you look at. Pretty weird, isn't it?
I think he just bailed. He's gone.
Yeah.
They can't take the
Truth
pain.
hurts. Truth hurts. It really does. At some time you gotta grow up and understand the world is not what we were presented with. At least through the media and the television and the movies. Reality has never changed. You can still go outside and see flat level water. You can still measure the Earth and find out it's flat. Even if they have all these attempts of, even like, have you seen the pathetic thing of Nikon now not creating any high zoom cameras anymore? Like they don't want to create a
Like
new
the P1000. Did they stop?
Yeah, they stopped creating it, and they even lately brought out after years they brought out a software update for the P1000, if I'm not mistaken. It's very weird, you know. Why would you suddenly stop such a famous and good selling product?
And it's hilarious to me that you keep mentioning so many things that really fits in with your paradigm. Like you're the one
Oh
that's
yeah,
not growing up
it all
being an adult
fits.
and some stuff.
It all fits,
So you're the
man.
one
If
that's
you
not
look at
growing
the
up,
full
dude.
picture, it all
Grow up.
it fits. It fits that the astronauts are always inconsistent with what they see in the supposed region that you believe in, that these unique individuals go to. It fits that there's so many inconsistency with your own model and paradigm regarding this so-called realm of space. It fits that there's so many failures and things we see regarding that paradigm. That's just, the thing that you claim is outside of the boundaries of reality that we are known to. And then we go to actual reality and we measure Earth being flat, we scan it being flat, we see water laying out flat. I mean, how much more do you need, man, to show you that we are not on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball hurling through an infinite expansion of darkness?
Darkness, yeah.
Just understand that this is a unique place, that there's a reason why you exist, that you're unique and wonderfully, fearfully made, right? No matter what you want to believe at the end, I hope you get to the truth, right? This is now what I'm going to insert my beliefs. But you're wonderfully made, and I think this is not something that you can disagree upon. You shouldn't, at least. But
Yes,
if you want to, you can degrade yourself. That's okay. I mean, I'm not forcing you to believe that you're wonderfully made.
Special, and that's why you're very religious.
No, I don't want to
right?
feel
That's what
special. I don't want to
you
feel
do.
special. I know this
That's
place
okay.
is special, man. I just know
this place is certainly special, but I know you want to feel more special, like someone's gonna come save you one day.
I'm not more special than you, man. I'm made the same way as you are. I'm not better than you. I'm not smarter than you. I'm not more wise than you. Okay. I don't try.
Dude,
I don't care. You can think I'm a fool, man. The whole world can laugh at me and mock me, man. This is not about me. This is about reality and truth. The truth matters. I don't care. I don't matter. My voice doesn't matter. Who I am doesn't matter. Clay doesn't matter. No matter what he say doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the truth at the end of the day. What the Earth represents itself to be. And that's just one step towards the truth. There's so many other things that are being suppressed regarding truth. It doesn't matter who the messenger is. It doesn't. I don't care about elevating myself, man. Yeah, I just want to throw out your wrong ideas about me.
Yeah, Nuclear was telling us it only matters what's cool, right?
And I'm saying in your religious paradigm, you want us all to feel super special. You can feel special without religion, dude.
I am not special. It is not about me. How many times do I need to repeat this, man? I don't care what people think.
Nuclear,
neither do most of flat earthers.
Remember, you told us that you're lost in this water ball mythology because it's cool. Remember? Remember how you said you've made this choice because it's cool?
Elvis Presley is still alive in Cuba.
Remember, Nuclear? How cool it was?
I forgot what's it called? I've had Old Hosford muted, actually. That I unmuted.
Yeah, remember how you came to this water ball conclusion because you thought it was so cool? That was you.
I mean, like I already told you before.
Doesn't sound so cool anymore now, does it?
No, it actually still does. The water ball's pretty cool, dude. I don't know about you, man. You like to live on a flat 3D non moving world. That's pretty boring if I'm just thinking about it.
No, it's not boring.
It sounds like you have a water ball on the brain, Nuclear, and that definitely isn't cool.
Bro, do you realize you live on the same Earth as we do?
Well, apparently not. Not according. You guys live on a flat Earth.
He's lost in his imagination. These people, they don't leave the basement. They're just lost in a mythology because it's cool.
Trust me, man. Your whole perception onto reality will change drastically when you understand that this place is very unique, and the only cause for its existence must be a unique creator. There's no other explanation at the end of the day. Because it's self-evident. Everything else that we have created or came to existence, even yourself, must have has gotten there because of the initiate of two people coming together and creating something. It's a self-explanatory understanding. But yeah, you can believe your paradigm where they tell you a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, and there's much more higher, sophisticated individuals they call aliens, and maybe just a pond scump experiment. You don't matter at all, and morals don't matter at all, and everybody can do whatever they want, and there is no judgment for any action and so forth.
You can have morals without religion. What are you talking about, dude?
That's not what I said.
Just because
if
what
your
no
paradigm is
doesn't
claiming.
mean that we'd all have to kill ourselves and not be able to live in peace. Like, what
the only reason why you have peace,
a lot of wars are based on religious and cultural beliefs. Any fucking
listen. Let me throw that out of the window. Even though this is not the topic, let me throw that out of the window. The very morals and westernized understanding of why you don't do this to your neighbor is based on what happened after someone was crucified. There's even a book written about it. It's called Dominion by Tom Holland. It very much describes the change over the whole world and history and values and morals because of the very one person from the middle class that was a carpenter, right? And is actually the Messiah, and changed the whole world without any weapons, just with his message, right? And it's changed whole classes of history. The very reason why you have the moral compass and the justice system that you now have in your country right now is very much because of that one person. And I know this sounds crazy, but if you look into the historical evidence, you will find out that is the very case. Why kings changed, why we have a working system and the morals that you are going to probably support as a human being right now, if we would talk about it.
The only reason from that. You ever stop talking, dude? God damn. All right, look. The only
no need to damn God, Nuclear. No need to damn God over it.
All right, listen.
Yeah, you can actually thank him.
Okay. reason why we have morals.
Hey, let me ask you this: Can humans govern themselves against rock hurtling towards Earth? I'm talking about your paradigm.
Humans govern themselves versus. I mean, yeah, sure we can. I mean,
can humans govern outside of a Bruce Willis film? So the idea of a rock hurtling towards Earth and there's nothing we can do about it is cool?
What doesn't have to be? Okay, listen. First of all, we are looking into ways
that cool or uncool? Dude, is that cool or uncool?
Can I answer your question? Holy.
Yeah, answer away. Is it cool to live in a paradigm where rocks are hurtling towards us and there's nothing that we can do about it? Is that cool? That's the question.
Who said there's nothing we can do about it? You don't even understand this shit.
Outside of a Bruce Willis film.
Outside of a Bruce Willis. Well, I never watched Bruce Willis. I'm not 30 years old or 50 years old like you are.
Okay, well, that was one of your propaganda stories back in the day.
Sure it was. And by the way, I know you might not like
how about a black hole? How about getting sucked into a black hole? Our solar system, and there's nothing we can do about it. I'm talking about your paradigm.
Yeah, in my paradigm, black holes don't suck. So you didn't even know that. You're like 50, but you didn't know that.
Okay, dude, spiral into a black hole and get torn and get spaghettified. Is that cool?
What if you pass the?
Is it cool or not?
No one thinks it's cool.
Okay,
no, it's not
so
cool.
stop this bullshit about your outer space water ball being cool. Just because it appeals to simpletons, doesn't mean it's cool. Are Velcro shoes cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, your flat Earth that doesn't move is pretty boring, dude. It is. It's just what it is.
Well, reality is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't like reality when it's not cool.
Well, I love reality, homeboy. I'm living in it. You're the one that chooses not to delve into it.
It's funny, old Hostard. It's funny because all of the arguments you're making right now and when you're speaking to me all the time, you're doing this while the Earth is moving. You're doing this while the Earth is spinning.
You have any evidence of that?
And you're also on the spawner ball. You're also on the spawner ball.
I'm glad you brought it back to the server topic. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is moving?
I have any evidence that the Earth is moving.
Do you have to repeat every goddamn thing I say?
Objects. Yeah, I have to repeat it so I understand what you say because you're kind of stupid. So
okay, well, write it down and ask AI like you did the last hour.
Wait, does the sun?
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is moving?
Does the sun move around us?
Have you noticed anything different?
Why does the
sun ever witnessed a sunrise, Nest TV?
Have I ever seen a sunrise?
Listen to you guys repeat everything that is said to you. It shows that you guys haven't. Yeah, you guys have not. You guys haven't even entertained the simplest of questions. You're so lost in this water space ideology. It's fucking amazing.
I've seen before. Yeah.
You've seen a sunrise. Have you seen a sunset?
Yes.
Have you seen the sun go across the sky?
Yeah.
Have you seen the Earth orbit the sun?
Like from a third, like
totally? You mean like literally? You guys are
goofballs. You say? Are you asking if I've seen it rotate from like?
Just shut up, dude. Shut up. Mount Nuclear doesn't need your help. Have I seen? Do you mean literally? Totally?
Stupid question.
You guys are goofballs. No, you just embarrassed your own self. Yeah.
Okay.
Although I mean, what Nest TV said is totally reasonable. I mean, you're gonna
totally. Okay, I'll ask you. I'll ask you.
Sun going around the sun. I mean, the Earth going around the sun. It makes no fucking sense.
Something making sense isn't evidence of it, bro. You need to start like providing evidence.
We asked him whether or not he witnessed it. Obviously, he didn't witness the entire orbit.
Well, why did you have to answer for him?
Give evidence.
Why did I have to answer for him? That's what he was basically saying.
Like is what he was basically saying. Like. That's what he was literally saying. Did you notice he had no trouble answering sunset, sunrise and the sun going across the sky. He had no problem answering that. And then I asked him, "Have you seen the Earth orbit the sun?" Like. Fucking goofballs.
Yeah,
That's
can't answer a
hilarious,
simple
dude.
question.
Like,
You'd be a
Matt,
good
where's your
comedian,
evidence, bro?
old Hostler.
Earth's
You'd be a
spinning.
good comedian, dude.
well,
You just
maybe I
call it
was
Earth's
50 years ago. Like,
Oh,
Come on, Matty, Matt.
how old
Earth's
are
spinning
you, old
evidence.
Hostler?
not as old as you would like me to be.
I think you're like 50 something. There's no way you're like 70, right?
Stop with the red herrings,
So
mate.
you're
Where's
older
the
than
evidence?
50.
Where's the evidence?
Rain Namad, bro.
Incorrect.
Shut up, Rain Namad, you little
Nah,
nerd.
man.
You're like
Where's the
50,
evidence?
60 then?
You little nerd. Oh, no.
Well,
Where's
I
the
can't
evidence?
really call you a nerd. Nerds are supposed to
Yeah,
be smart. You're like a
they
flat
have
earther,
Bruce
dude.
Willis
You're like a
films
dumb
at the
nerd.
library.
Oh,
You don't
no,
have to
time
be
to
any
add on.
age.
That's brilliant. Come on, where's the evidence?
So you're like
Earth's
67, late 60s, I'm assuming. Like,
No, dude.
like late 60s.
Red herring. Red herring.
No.
Red herring.
Like
So you're
psychological
older than
dilemma.
late 60s then.
Dude, the name Old Hoss Radbourne is a baseball player from the 19th century. Like, are you over 100 years old? Like, you guys are imbeciles. You guys
Like,
take
how does
everything
that
at
work
face
on a
value.
flat Earth?
Matt, it's like really cringe, dude. Stop the LARP, homie.
Who, me?
Hey,
Yeah.
nuclear. How
No,
did you
I'm
take
just
the
enjoying-
nuclear? How did you take the news of Santa Claus not existing?
Oh man,
What?
it was
Like he doesn't
devastating.
exist?
Okay, yeah. Let me ask you. Let me follow. Let me follow it for a second. So when you found out that the Santa Claus mythos, did you say, "Well, give me a replacement model"? Someone must be bringing it. So is it a reindeer on a sled with a team of flying Santas? I mean, what's the replacement? No, the replacement is that was a myth. In reality, the parents go and get the presents and wrap them.
I thought it was Santa Claus, man.
There is no workshop at the North Pole. Like, no way.
Like this, like that? Like, how does that work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, Deck, you're not as funny,
like
dude.
is there, yeah, well, Matt, do you see the parallels there, nuclear?
I know what you're
When
saying, man.
Okay, well
didn't
then
give you a
follow that out. When you realized that Santa Claus wasn't bringing your presents, you didn't say, "Is there like a flying dinosaur that's bringing it?" No, it's just reality. There is no one person who delivers all the presents to everyone. Like, that's not happening.
You know what happens is that Santa Claus is like a fairy, and he like possesses parents to judge if their kids were naughty or nice, and then they go buy the presents, and then because it makes them available, like all that seems like it's a free will, but it's really not.
Yeah, it's like saying, so are you saying like you drove to the North Pole to get my presents? No, I went down the block. Got them on eBay.
You know Santa's real because of the phases of the moon.
NORAD. If you look at NORAD's website, they have a Santa tracker that they've been using since like the 1930s.
He's gone on server deafen.
Too much for him. Too much flat smacking.
He's such an idiot. He will not address anything. He just keeps coming back to the same crap. We ask him to provide evidence of anything. We point out that it's not evidence and why it's not evidence, and he's just like, "At home, oh, you're old, you're a nerd."
No, I'm fine with the whole adjudication of the AE projection because it works. If you can get them to look at their own model and say, "Hey, check this out. I discovered on this globe projection the moon doesn't appear like it should." No problem, Big Hoss. Not old Hoss, but Big
Like,
Hoss.
totally.
But saying the moon doesn't appear as it should invokes a whole bunch of presuppositions.
Yeah,
my God,
we never even got. I guess he's muted. Oh no, he's not deafened anymore.
Okay,
Yeah, we never even got around to that moon thing that he brought up an hour ago.
I just had like a complete senior moment there. I was like gonna say like oh like Big Haas and then see if he knew that, and then I was like just couldn't remember the TV show. And then all of a sudden I stopped thinking about it. I'm like, okay, yeah, Bonanza. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not old enough to remember Bonanza, but I still remember it. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, like Nick at Night or whatever they call it.
Yeah,
There's
the reruns.
yeah.
Yeah, just because I watched Mr. Ed doesn't mean I grew up with black and white TV. A horse is a horse, of course, and what's the name of the horse, of course, is.
Yeah, Mr. Ed was like really wise and stuff, and yeah, it was a pretty good show. I kind of liked it. He was always solving, was it Edgar? Was it
Wilbur? Wilbur.
No,
Yeah,
Wilbur. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it must have been a good show if we were I mean, there must have been some brilliant writing because the show was a horse stall in black and white.
Yeah, it was about the dialogue.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It was all. It was. Yeah, I was very old, I guess. Well, when I was young, I didn't realize that comedy writers were writing. When I found out that Norm Macdonald wrote Roseanne, I was like, hold on. I thought these were just characters talking to each other. No. Sitcom.
Yes, back when TV was, I wouldn't say wholesome, but didn't have degenerate, like nonstop, like, from credits to close, from open to close, just nonstop degeneracy. You're like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, call me crazy, but society was better off when television was in programming slots. You know what I'm saying? There was like order to the day. People had to be settled down by 11:35 to see what Johnny Carson had to say. But now,
this is one of my favorite clips too, is when the astronauts came back and they wanted to show how they modified their golf swing for zero gravity or whatever. And people bought it. They actually bought that shit, like somehow.
Yeah, one of the details I loved about that is they had to account for every gram that they were taking aboard. Yet this guy is taking golf balls and tearing apart soil samples when he gets up there on the fly. I know a Titleist doesn't weigh much, but what is it? They have to account for everything, or he's allowed to? What's that called when you bring something on?
You contraband.
Yeah, contraband. Wait, what is it? Contraband's allowed, or maybe they don't have to. Maybe the rocket isn't going to moon.
Guys, just remember, Matt is playing a character. Okay, this is like a LARP. He pretends like he's gonna go like Matt Nuclear. He used to go thermonuclear, and people started making fun of him. So now his shtick is like he's just gonna keep repeating the same crap over and over again until he thinks that someone else will go nuclear.
And why even let him in? Just get rid of him.
Yeah, because we're trying to keep an open platform, and as long as somebody just follows some very simple rules, then he's okay, and he's been booted before. Don't get me wrong. It's not like he's got some sort of unrestricted access to this channel and he's untouchable. No, he's been booted many times, and then we tell him, hey, this is what you're expected to do. Like, he got booted once because he said we're all flat Earth society, and we're like, okay, so look at the rules. It says right in the rules there, this is not the flat Earth society, and he pretended like he couldn't read. Like, he started acting like I'm illiterate. I'm like, just get the fuck out of here. Like that's just not just being goofy. That's just being pure annoying. Where the channel, you says right there, the channel rules A, B, C, D, right in order. And one of them says this is not the Father Society, and then you say it is the Father Society, and then act like you just can't read as you read it. You read it the wrong way. Your read was wrong. So here, take a 2-day break, come back with being less like LARPy and just trying to aggravate someone, I guess is the thing. Like some people like to articulate their point of view and be heard. It's really what the end of the day, people want to be heard. So if somebody's talking to somebody and they're purposely not letting they're acting like they can't understand anything that person's saying, they're just being kind of like a little turd and just, like flush that turd.
Yeah, he told us today that an observation of the moon was technically an observation of Earth.
Yeah, technically. That was his definition. He said the word straight out of his mouth. It's technically, yes, that's Earth. Because why? Because you guys said the Earth is flat. Okay, so if we didn't say the Earth is flat, is it still an observation of the Earth? Then no. The yes and the no, the contradiction there. You can use observations of the Earth to debunk flat Earth, but you can't use observations, or sorry, I said it backwards. You can use observations of the moon if you're challenging flat Earth, but you cannot use observations of the moon if you're challenging globe Earth. And he'd be like, yeah, dude, that's nailed it.
Yeah, I don't think he was lying when he said that finding out that Santa Claus was not real was horrifying for him. I think that was his legit. It sounds like he's still spiraling from it.
Here, I got one for you guys. Just to help me, shit test myself. If somebody's sending messages to somebody and someone responds, is that a volunteer interaction?
Probably.
Yes.
Okay, so if someone says, I want to stop talking to you, and they keep saying that over and over again, are they just playing the game and they're acting like? Because I said, dude, if you keep you send me a message every day not to message you, that seems like you're still messaging me. You just want to get just
trying to get a response.
Yeah, they're looking for a response, right? They want the response they want is like, okay, I'll stop messaging you or something like that.
Just block.
I said, dude,
don't play that game.
Yeah. What he ended up doing is that we're both like a mod on another server. He went through and just deleted a ton of my content for like no reason. And then I'm like, well, I'm the higher mod, so I took his mod away. And then he said that I'm targeting him.
Who's the ultimate mod? Is there someone above both of you?
No, the next above is the admins. I'm like this like a senior mod. There's no one. Only the admins above me, and they purposely don't mod. They just partake in the conversation. So I don't like modding anyone or taking roles away. I asked them, say, dude, I'll give you your mod back. Just don't delete content. Okay, and we got rules like TOS violations and whatnot. It's like a free speech server. So then I added the mod back, and he started deleting content again. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like,
it's one of those tricky situations.
Yeah, these aren't messages to him though. Too, they were not like they're saying, "Oh, I'm deleting stuff that you sent me messages." This was just random stuff that I had posted. Like he was going back.
In the chat
in the chat.
Yeah. Nah, look. In my opinion, it's the kind of thing that really you might need to discuss with someone above to be the arbiter, really, because
I tried that earlier. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I was just going to say, otherwise you're just creating a situation where it's what you say versus what he says, and you might be a more senior mod or whatever, but You know, you're both in a position where you can cry foul against each other, but there are people higher up who can make the ultimate decision. Otherwise, if you were the highest one, you can make the rules, right? And you can literally say, "No, get stuffed," and take his mod off and leave him. But if you're wanting to give it back to him, but he's not wanting to play ball, you're kind of going to have to go up another level, in my opinion, I think, to sort it out. Otherwise, you're just going to keep having this back and forth forever, and it's just going to be frustrating for you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because a couple of weeks ago, I had raised it to the server owner. I said, "Hey, I think this guy is going to get goofy," and he's got goofy on other people before, and they've kicked him from the server and they banned him, and then they let him back in and whatnot. I think he's trying to start like I kind of feel like he's a very lonely person. And like, you ever seen that movie Crash?
Oh yeah.
Okay, where they said that people are so separated from each other that they kind of crash into each other in these very spectacular, huge emotional explosions, just trying to connect with some level of humanity. I think that's what he's doing. He's looking for some sort of connection. Like he probably, I don't know. I'm not. It could be off too, but it just kind of seems out of nowhere. He just starts like saying all this weird shit that I'm up to, that like I'm a criminal and not to be part of the community and all kinds of weird stuff that just out of nowhere. I'm like, dude, you can say whatever you want. That doesn't make it true. Like what you think I care that if you think something about me?
And
like
they might even be on
no.
the spectrum or something. Like they might have some issues there, and they can't interact with
Yeah.
people properly. Like it could even be something like that. Who knows? But it doesn't sound normal. It sounds pretty weird. If anybody else has a different thought or opinion on it.
Yeah, because then I just checked. He said, "Yes, I deleted your stuff because you are harassing me."
Okay. And did they show you where or how you were harassing them, or did you
No,
ask?
just basically 'cause sending him messages. He told me not to post. So basically, do not post in Flather's chat anymore. It's not even Flather's chat I'm posting in, which is hilarious. It's like just kind of the casual text chat where bring up any topic you want.
But who is this person to tell you not to do that?
Yeah, that's the best part. No one, like.
So then you should be saying to them, if you don't want me to post, take it to one of the higher ups, and if it comes from them, fair enough, and you can have the discussion with them. But if this is a lower mod or just someone of the same level, they shouldn't be telling you what to do, and vice versa.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like, how do you handle such a weird situation where it doesn't seem there's any right answer?
It does sound bizarre, but again, I think going up the food chain is really the only way. Is everybody gone?
I'm still here.
Yay. Well, I might jump into FAD for a bit, I think.
All right, take care.
See you soon, guys. Take it easy.
Hello, Earth debaters. No Earth debate going on.
Hello. It is I, King Glober. Yo, Amish, you here? Alright. Hello, Bacon.
What's up?
What's up? So what proof for the globe do we have today, Bacon?
I'm still working on the same that I was working previously.
You want to
Try
know?
to
You want to know a really weird thing?
what?
You sound exactly like one of my programmers for one of my projects I'm working on. It's kind of weird.
Sorry, say that again.
You sound like exactly like one of the programmers I'm working with on a project.
Huh.
Are you
You're
from South?
working with? Yeah, I'm from South America.
Yeah, that's why. Same accent, same age, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, if it's the same accent, then he's probably Brazilian because the rest of South America doesn't have the same accent.
Yeah, I
Is he
think
Brazilian?
he's. Yeah.
The rest of South America speaks Spanish, and then they have a different accent.
Yeah. Um. He may be Brazilian, but living in another country right now, currently, I think. But he's still in South America.
Right.
I don't know. Are all
Something
like
weird in my.
Brazilians? Are all Brazilians like programmers?
Fortunately not.
Unfortunately or fortunately not?
Fortunately.
Oh. What if it was just like 70% of the country and then you just had, the
I don't think
30%
so.
doing?
I mean, we're not like
Imagine.
India.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's engineers and programmers. Like you could 100% have a functioning society off of just engineers.
Engineers suck at coding. Usually.
They can figure it out though. Engineers can figure anything out. They're basically like they're demigods, really. Engineers are amazing.
They suck. If you look at their code, it's messy, inefficient. I mean, it works, but it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, well, software engineers are engineers too, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking. Yeah, fair enough. But I'm talking about like electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, because they have to learn coding as well. They have to understand programming, use softwares, and that kind of stuff. And they usually just learn enough to make things work. And that's not how programming works. You don't just get things to work. You make a code that is readable. You make a code that is efficient. You make a code that is maintainable. And they don't learn none of that. So their code usually sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an engineer, but I'm going into engineering, and I've done engineering projects before, working with other engineers, and like, that's true. Yeah. I would say like engineering is like a lot of spatial reasoning, and then the other is just math and problem solving. But that goes with spatial reasoning.
Right. Yeah.
And programming is like 100% just having a huge brain. Really, like it's so abstract compared to anything else.
Yeah, well, but it's a bit more practical than, let's say, math, because in math you're stuck with pen and paper. In program you can like test stuff,
Yeah.
In math it's harder to do that. Like in math you do proofs. In coding it's more empirical.
Yeah.
You still have proofs. So for example, you can prove mathematically that algorithm A is better than algorithm B. But that's more for people like scholars and stuff and researchers. Software engineers are not doing that. Mathematicians are. Software engineers are like, oh, this one runs faster than this one because I've tested it.
All right. I concede my point. Software or programmers and engineers are the only thing we need in a society. That's better.
God.
Just because, like, if you can be an engineer, then you can literally do anything. Like, engineer or programmer, I would say. Like, you have the skill set and the intelligence to, like, problem solve your way through pretty much anything.
Predicting eclipses.
Yeah, well, we don't talk about that. Remember? Yeah, that's too. That's just objects in the sky, Bacon. Come on.
What the fuck? I'm gonna fix my Eclipse software here. It's for
Oh
some
wait,
reason.
do you need to fix it by making it a flat Earth, or would that make it worse?
There's no way this is gonna fix it. It's almost perfect. It's almost perfect, but there's for some reason, like if I move the totality path here, if I zoom in, you can see that they don't quite match. So this person here is already inside of the what should be the umbra, but my visuals here shows that the sun is still visible. It only here it gets completely dark, and then yeah, let me see. Yeah, here the person is still inside of the umbra, and it's still it's already showing the sun there. It shouldn't be showing the sun already. So I'm not sure which one of those two predictions are correct, and I don't know why they disagree because I did the same math for both, but somehow I'm getting different results. I probably screwed up at some point and didn't notice. Now I have to dig in to find where I screwed up.
Well, it's obviously because the Earth is flat, so that's why you have to model it like that, right? Like that would fix the problems, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh
even if
wait,
the Earth wasn't flat, because I'm not at this point. I'm not comparing to observation, so this doesn't tell anything about this model being true or not. But it's not being consistent. What I did is not being consistent. It's very close though, but I'm not sure where I fucked up.
I mean, like,
I
how many
tried the sphere one.
kilometers are you off in like the path of totality? Like, what is the degree of accuracy?
Well, I only checked 1 point. So I mean, first thing I did was to compare to time and date. But as a whole, the path as a whole looks identical to time and date. But I didn't like zoom in and try to get specific differences. Now I'm trying to do that, and I'm not sure which one of those are the accurate one. Is the accurate one? But we can go to YouTube and check a video of someone that watched it and see which one of those two match the timestamp of the video better. If there's anyone live streaming it, see if I can
Yeah,
find a live stream of the solar
there's tons of live
eclipse.
streams. Yeah.
I need the coordinates of the live stream. I found one. It says it's from San Diego. Oh no, where is it? Burlington. Where's Burlington?
I mean, it's weird how you can predict stuff like this, like assuming that the Earth is a globe. It's weird, right?
Yeah, It is weird.
Well, the reason flat earthers really don't like looking at stuff in the sky is just because, like, they know it's the best proof for the globe. So it's just constant red herrings to get away from that fact.
I hear a lot of ad hocs too. Like, all the same math could be taking place on flat Earth, or challenging stuff like time and date, challenging
But
the
then
observations.
But it wouldn't be consistent. You would have to be using different variables for different phenomenon. We don't have to do that. We can use the same variables for every phenomenon on the globe. We can explain everything. Like, I can predict the motions of objects in the sky and predict the weight of an object with its mass times gravity and get the same result. Like, that's insane. Like, how does that work? What's the coincidence that causes these values to be the same and can predict stuff in the sky and on Earth?
Right.
It's almost like it's a universal constant or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, Vermont? What is Vermont? Is a state in the U.S.? I thought that was it was in Canada.
No, Vermont is a state, yeah.
Let me see if I can find that on my.
It's the most north. Oh, no, Alaska is. It's, other than Alaska in the continuous United States, it is the northmost state in the United States. It's above New York.
Seems to be somewhere around here. Maybe here. We try 1925.
Then they'll just say that there's well, what I heard when the eclipse happened when I was over in the chat is that do you even know if that's the moon that's covering the sun? That's
Yeah, I heard the argument. God
that's the
damn! Look at my Can you see my screen?
yeah.
Okay, so that is around in Vermont at 1925 in the city of Burlington, and I'll show you how it looked like at that exact same time in a live stream.
Said it in the chat. Oh wow, that's interesting, huh?
That's in the video. That's in my prediction.
Hmm.
Oh, that's the sphere model. Let me try the ellipsoid. Pretty much the same thing.
All right, what's the new cope that they're gonna have to come up with now?
I'll leave that up for them. Well, Phantasm is asking me what's the program. It's a software developed. I'm developing actually. So far I've done the path first thing I did was the path prediction. And then I moved to the prediction of the umbra and penumbra. Which is those moving circles with weird shapes. They mark the limits of the totality and the partiality of the eclipse. And now I'm trying to do this preview visualization here where you can see how the moon and the sun looks like from any spot. For example, that's certainly wrong. Yeah, I think I know which math is wrong. It's probably the one for the preview. The preview must be the wrong one. Because here, someone is still in the umbra, so the moon should be at least partially blocking the sun. It's very far away from it. See, that's definitely wrong. Yeah, I know what to fix now. Probably scaling the angle by the wrong amount.
So the path prediction is correct, but the preview is just off by a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, so there are pictures of the moon in front of the sun during the solar eclipse. I'm just like to say that.
You're spoken to me, I left for a minute or something.
Say again?
You were speaking to me, I just came back. I left for like a minute.
Oh, I said that the path prediction is right, but the preview is off. So like they're not perfect with each other, but they're close.
Yeah, they're close, but they're close when the moon is almost fully blocking the sun. If I move it far away, like here, for example, the moon should be still blocking the sun, but it's very far from it. So I'm probably scaling the angle by the wrong amount. But I kind of rushed this part, like I didn't did a careful job of calculating this. So it makes sense that my mistakes there.
Yeah, because
it
gets like exponentially worse the further you get from the path of totality if you have an incorrect angle measurement.
It seems so, yeah. So
yeah,
I'll grab some lunch now. Talk to you later.
All right.
Sade.
Welcome.
Yo, your voice sounds like AI.
I get that a lot.
Can you say Baba Booey? So I know
Are
it's
you a
AI.
Howard Stern fan?
Howard Stern, the radio guy? Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to have a caller that would call in on a show and go, Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey, and then hang up.
That was me, actually.
Oh, yeah, back in the 90s?
Yeah, I traveled back in time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Now I have to kill you and everyone you know. Sorry. But I'm Flat Earther too, I guess. I'm assuming you are one as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't experience the globe that everybody talks about, no matter what you do.
Yeah. And also, one thing that's interesting is that, um, like, if you look at celebrities or whatever, there's a lot of them that say the same thing, even though they, of course, they don't mean it like 100% because they don't want to be labeled as such. They always say these words, like they talk about flat Earth. It's kind of weird how like so many people know about flat Earth, even though it's supposedly stupid, but it's like widely known. Wouldn't it be just disproven like instantly? But it's not. Like it's still a thing, and it's growing. It's kind of strange. I saw a podcast with Mike Tyson, and he was talking about how the Earth is flat and shit. And I was just thinking, like, the Globers won't understand this as truth. They will see it as like Mike Tyson making a joke or something. But to me, it's just Mike Tyson telling you what he knows. Like it's the Earth is obviously flat. The sun is obviously like not millions and millions and millions kilometers away. So I use kilometers because I'm from Europe. Okay, like everyone in the world uses kilometers. Just the United States and other countries, I think, like 2 or 3 that uses miles.
Yeah, on that note, I kind of think the rich and famous and the powerful of the world, they have real big responsibilities and they don't have time to entertain fantasies. And they've realized through the course of their attainment of power and becoming in positions of prominence and notoriety that they have absolutely no use for the globe, and everything about it is science fiction anyway. So they just stop caring, I think. And then so they hear from somebody that the world might be flat and they say, yep, may as well be.
You think they don't care even if it was true?
I mean, I think, you know, maybe not. It depends.
Like I think there's a lot of uh, like this thing about the globe. It was taught in schools, but it at some point it wasn't. Like I don't know when school started exactly in the United States, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of people were like most of Americans in the United States had farms like 100 years ago. Like everyone had farms, like 150 years ago at least. It was farms for every family, and now only like 2% of families or less have farms. And I just look at it and I think school is like a thing. It's a new thing where kids go and they are taught these things like these, not education because it's not real education, it's just like propaganda, and they're put into kids. And the globe earth should have come like not too long before, just enough, just like so that they can brainwash kids to become the new generation of adults that believe in this crap. And eventually, like each generation as it goes on, you lose information and you don't know where the lies begin. But like there's movies saying that 500 years ago people thought it was a globe. So I don't know anymore. But I think that the schools are just a big propaganda machine.
Oh
And
yeah, in more ways than one. about 100 years ago, I don't think we yet had public schools in the United States funded by a government, but schooling was still very prevalent. And so was Christianity. Christianity was a lot closer to the hearts and minds of Americans 100 years ago. Bibles used to be read in schools. I mean, it was just part of your curriculum. You go memorize some Bible verses and learn about Scripture as part of your public education. In public schools, Bibles were also popular. And within these Bibles, you could often find Hebrew cosmology depictions, depicting a flat Earth cosmology in them. So a lot of the older folks, really older folks, remember reading Bibles in public school and being taught Hebrew cosmology of a flat Earth. And so they'll say, yeah, I remember learning about flat Earth when I was a small girl or small boy 100 years ago. Absolutely not uncommon. I mean,
have you seen the number of churches that exist in the United States? There's like 30,000 McDonald's in the world, and there's like 300,000 churches just in the United States.
Oh yeah, where I live, we got churches everywhere. We got roads with like multiple churches across the street from each other.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Most of them are emptying out though, which is happening. It's a much broader trend.
That's like a building of people. No, not even a building. Like every house has a church or something. Something crazy like that.
Yeah. Certainly every neighborhood, it
like
seems.
one family, one church per family. That's crazy.
Right.
Maybe a little bit less, of course, but also their churches must be like cheaper or something, because like you can't have so many churches, because in Europe there's a lot of churches with like gold and stuff, and it's crazy how just so many things inside of the church. And I've seen some churches in the United States, they're all very simple, but of course there's always a big one, like a very rich one. Just like United States, everything there is big, so
Yep, we do have a lot of space, and we have a lot of churches. Now, getting Americans to agree on theological matters is a whole nother topic altogether. Yes, there are plenty of Christians still within the United States. It is still predominant. But everybody seems to have a different flavored understanding of theology. And a lot of people get bent out of shape when you challenge them on theological details. Like they think that you're telling them they're going to go to hell if they have some off-brand subjective interpretation of a rare point in Scripture.
do you have any specific ones you want to mention, or?
Yeah, I'd say like if you were to, there are two big Protestant denominations. One is Presbyterianism, the other is Lutheranism, and they're both very, very similar theologically in many respects, but they seem to accentuate their differences a lot more, and so they have to have two entirely different competing church bodies in order to accentuate those, what I believe are minor differences.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's like two different. It's not two different religions, or it's just like two different. Recall like opinions of interpretation. Yeah, interpretations of a religion of the Bible. Yeah. And
meanwhile, you have other churches like Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox that would say, all you Protestant people need to get on board because all of you are wrong.
Yeah, Orthodox, they're they look more, I'm gonna say it, they just look more badass with all those things they say and how they dress. They look more into it, I would say.
Yeah, it's more authentic as far as their lineage and traditions to ancient Christianity go. I think it is the most authentic one.
Because even the clothes of like the Pope, he's Roman Catholic, I think, right? So is wears things like the way he dresses is very minimalistic, and it's like it looks like a washed down version of the Orthodox one, because
It
the
is.
Orthodox one is like different. It's like they're like totally very flamboyant, or I don't know if flamboyant. Like, oh my god, I
Oh
can't
yeah,
say it.
very
It's like
colorful.
very
Yep,
pompous, for big on. They're proud of it. Really, they're not ashamed of it. They look proud of it.
yeah,
That's why they're so
that's right.
open.
From their point of view, the Eastern Orthodox was ancient Christianity, was the Church of the Empire, and the Roman bishop was one of 5 bishops that broke away from the entire Orthodox or Catholic Church at the time. And it just so happened that when they did, they also, afterwards, the Roman Church became the most powerful branch of them all. And the Eastern Orthodox Church was on the decline and had to pack up and move to Moscow.
Yeah,
They were driven out of Constantinople, right?
sure. I guess I'm not good
Yeah.
with history or
So in
anything.
world history, Constantinople was the seat of the Roman Empire from when it was founded in 300 AD by Constantine. Constantine had moved the capital, I think, from Ravenna, which wasn't even like the capital wasn't even Rome. I don't think, even though they were Roman, right? And moved over to the city that he named Constantinople. I don't know what it used to be called before there, but he renamed it after himself. And that's where it lasted until what 1453, when Constantinople was finally besieged and overrun for the last time. So it lasted for over 1,000 years.
Damn.
Yep. So Constantinople was the seat of ancient Christianity, and still is the seat of ancient Christianity. Not Rome. Rome was kind of like a colony, was one of the outlying churches. But everybody today thinks Roman Catholicism from Rome and the Vatican is the seat of the Christian church, when no,
Yeah, just because they're more
much
popular.
later development.
Yeah, but even then, the what shouldn't where Jesus came from be the origin of Christianity?
Yeah. Yeah, Eastern Orthodox see themselves as Israel today, a continuation of Second Temple Judaism. You won't really hear that much discussed outside their circles, but they see themselves as that continuance of the covenant.
Right. I'm not a religious. I'm agnostic, but I can tell you that it's always interesting to learn. So I just ask people, like, even if I'm talking with a Muslim or something, and they say things that are very provocative, because they usually are. Like, I talk with them, they're always screaming. I don't know why. They're always screaming or saying, "This is how you do it," or "What's halal or haram," and I tell them, asking questions, and they tell me stuff. It's just very interesting, because it's history. It's not just religion. It's history, like what happened before, why people moved places. Um, but yeah, I don't have an side. I'm agnostic, I would say.
Okay, cool. I gotta go. I'll be listening in. I can't really chat anymore. But nice chat with you.
Yeah, thanks. Nice chatting with you too. Bye.
What's going on? I'm back.
Not much, bro. How you doing?
Pretty good. I was just reviewing the bans inside of the the ban appeals room, and what's interesting is you'll notice that there are the ban notices that are issued out by other guest room mods, and some of them have the guest room mods' names on them. And other bans do not have the guest room mods' names, but instead have their ID numbers, their user IDs. If you scroll through that list, you'll be able to use this to uncover those guest room mods that have blocked you for whatever reason. And if it says no access under somebody else's room ban, it means you don't have access to see what room that is, which means you've also been banned from that room. So I'm going through the list of all the users in the server that have been banned, and it looks like I've been banned from rooms that I haven't even set foot in, and I've been blocked by users I've never even talked to before. I was talking to Crit about this, and Crit said, yeah, me too. It looks like pretty much everybody in the server decided to deal with us that way because some of the guest room mods are unhappy that we're here. And this is their retaliation. Very pathetic, if you ask me.
You know, when some people don't agree with you, I mean, let's say for this example, so since they hear you speaking publicly and they hear you don't, I mean, whatever you say they don't agree with, or it sounds like you don't agree to their way of living, so they're just gonna ghost you, block you. That's it. No communication.
They make assumptions. They make pure
Just cut
assumptions.
the bridge.
And
Just
that's
burn the
really
bridge down.
one of the biggest ironies, I think, is I've been banned from the Stoa, which I think is a room full of Stoics who practice Stoicism. And the irony of this is Stoics pride themselves on not reacting emotionally to arguments or to disagreements. Stoics try to practice empiricism too. And it's just really kind of funny and pathetic that they would ban somebody from that room without having to get to know them themselves. Like if you are an empiricist and hold yourselves out as an empiricist, which means you do knowledge collection based off of your empirical senses, your God-given talents. And if you haven't even engaged with somebody yet and decided to ban them because you think you might disagree with them, because you feel like you might be emotionally hurt about what they could say, then they are not practicing the stoicism that they claim to be moderating a room to discuss and advance that topic about.
That's interesting. It almost sounds like some people have some type of agenda that can allow, I don't know, other options, I don't know, to be heard or something. I don't know.
Right. And I think one of the most famous Stoics was Seneca. And I think Seneca is famous for saying something like, it is the mark of a wise man to entertain an idea that he disagrees with. Maybe I'm wrong about the attribution. I don't know. But
I have
that's certainly
undeniable
something
proof.
a Stoic would say.
Guys, I
Go
have
ahead.
undeniable proof that the Earth is a banana.
And that's what we're dealing with on the side. At least he had the good sense to get out of the room, so we didn't have to help him out.
I think we saw like a taste of this happening with the social medias, certain groups being banned for having different points of view from the presented narrative. So you get banned, blocked if you don't agree with their sentiments. You say something different. Yep. It filter into Discord, obviously, naturally. From Twitter, this happens in Twitter, Facebook, everywhere, right?
Yep, sure does. I just read a news article, mainstream news, yesterday. The Anti-Defamation League is trying to get Congress to sponsor a bill to make it illegal, a crime, to question the official narrative of 9/11.
Bruh.
Next,
like
we're
what?
gonna make it illegal to question the globe. Illegal. Life in prison to question the globe.
Just think about all the Amish out there who still believe in flat Earth. How much of a danger to society they are.
Now they're after 12 o'clock when the law kicks in. Now they're criminals.
Yeah, as a Pennsylvanian resident, I can say that the Amish are definitely dangerous.
Yeah, their raw milk might actually hurt somebody. Nah.
Yeah, that's actually the most absurd. Me and my friend, like he's gone pretty strict. Like his diet, he eats really well, like liver, raw milk, everything. Tries to limit as much consumption of like seed oils and processed foods as possible. And we're talking about like making raw milk illegal is like the most absurd thing ever. Like imagine not being able to buy something in like New York, like fucking raw milk. That's absurd.
Yeah, and meanwhile, multiple government agencies are harassing the Amos Miller farm for selling raw milk and raw cheese. And, it's like, why?
Bro,
You got
raw
USDA,
cream?
you got FDA. Yeah, they're selling raw milk and also beef that hasn't been inspected by USDA.
Yeah. Hasn't been processed like those. Yeah, but here in the Northeast, there's many farms that you can go to, and they accept like they will have a list of the prices, but you will have to put it like in a donation box. They can't basically accept a payment in a sense, but they can accept like a donation.
So what you're saying is it's like a donation for donation. Like you donate them like $50, and then they quote unquote donate you beef.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the raw milk and the raw cream, bro. The raw cream is one of the best things you can ever try. Yeah, raw milk, raw cream, amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm an animal and I should eat things that are also animals because they need the same things I do. It's weird, huh? Like I'm not a vegetable, so I don't need the stuff that vegetables need.
But the idea that some group can make the original Happy Meal illegal, the raw milk, when you're a baby, when you start crying and you're not happy and your mama gives you the milk, the first Happy Meal, because it makes you happy, right? After you take it, after you eat it. The original Happy Meal.
Not even like the government also
raw milk, the original Happy Meal, the first food, the first one, the number one, numero uno, illegal now. That's crazy.
You're talking about human breast milk.
No, I'm saying milk, bro. Just milk is like the first meal.
I know.
It's the first one.
What I'm gonna say is going further on the point is that like the formula business, it's not even a business, it's effectively state owned with how much subsidy and like propaganda that they push out for formula. Like they literally think raw or that like human breast milk is inferior to formula, which is absurd.
That's crazy because right now there's a bunch of lawsuits about how much damage the formulas have caused in the digestive systems of children and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like how could you possibly think that formula is better than like human breast milk. It's
than the first designed meal, the first meal designed to be so.
Yeah.
Let's not do that. Let's not do the design thing. Let's do something else. Let's just grab soy and process it and give it to you.
Yeah, because I'm a soy plant and I need the same thing that plants need. Like, come on, man, that's absurd.
If there's any problems caused by this product, it's got to be something else.
Of course, yeah.
Anyways, moving back to what you guys were talking about. Some of these groups that talk about these topics, they will block you too, because Amish was pointing out that in this server, people that you never spoken to or rooms that you never been to, you block from those rooms. But
Yeah,
I think there's rooms that you need certain tags to have access to as well. So if your band is one thing, if you don't have the perms to see the room is another thing, right?
Because I see the no access rooms all the time where it's like hashtag no access where you can't see it.
Yeah. But there's people that block many of people in here just because whatever reasons. And that he was pointing that out. And I've seen that in social media, Twitter, Facebook, all those kind of places that people will just block each other just for no reason, apparently. They heard you speaking, saying something, and that's it, you're blocked.
I would unironically rather have flat earther neighbors than globe earth neighbors, just because they know what the government's up to. I would rather have them on my side than a bunch of globe earthers.
Yeah, then like a bunch of woke globers are.
Yeah. You are much better neighbors. I would rather be surrounded by flat earth neighbors than globe earthers.
Well, we see through more than just the globe deception. For us, the awakening to flat Earth gives you a Rosetta Stone of truth to decipher other deceptions that you were not keen to before.
Do I have a problem with you, Rich? Depends on if you question not just the government, but every state on Earth. Yeah, drink my fluoride. Fluoride's fine. That's legitimate, but okay.
Wait, is that medical advice? Drink your fluoride? Or is that like...
Fluoride does promote healthy teeth.
Yeah, that is true. That's not just... I'm anti-government, not anti-healthy teeth. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Make your teeth better by dissolving it.
Not all flat earthers are like anarchists either, or quasi-anarchists. There are plenty that are pro-state and see the state as a potential solution to digging ourselves out of this delusion.
It seems like a lot. I would say I'm not, casting. I kind of am, but like, I understand people are individuals, but from what I've seen, is that it's leaning anarchist, not like, but in a good way, obviously, as an anarchist. Like, I really like that. Like, a couple of days ago, I was literally clowning on Scott, like, with a bunch of flat earthers, and I was like, this is awesome. I'm so glad, like, I get to clown on Scott with you guys about the government. Like, this is based.
I'd say most flat earthers are voluntarists and probably don't know it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Mennonite, like, I said, yeah, I'm a voluntarist, and he's like, oh, same. I was like, that's awesome.
Not asking you to dox yourself, but you're from Pennsylvania too, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Yep. It's a good state to be in. My family moved here about 10 years ago, and we don't regret it.
Have you ever been to Shady Maple?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my, that's crazy.
The thing about Pennsylvania is like the state government is broken. You really have to like figure stuff out on your own and just stay out of their way. Like, do not get involved, do not get them involved. And it seems like the state will kind of turn a blind eye to you if you turn a blind eye to them and don't cause any trouble.
Yeah, it's
So,
basically
for
like.
example,
Oh.
I was going to say, for example, like stormwater management systems here are managed differently than in surrounding states. Pennsylvania will have Pennsylvania will pay to dig a ditch in your backyard and call it stormwater management. And then they'll force you to keep it up to date and to develop a stormwater plan and to update it with any new EPA regulations that might come out requiring you to update it. And this could include digging up old pipes, changing out the liners of the pipes in the filtration systems, or rerouting the pipes somewhere else. And it's on your property and you are responsible for all that. However, the government's so inept and broken that they don't get around to inspecting them but every few decades.
Yeah, like our infrastructure here sucks because it's quite literally because it's majority state. They don't. It's not privatized as much as it could be in contractors and stuff. Like we literally have an intersection near me that's been like. It's not even a large intersection. It's just two roads that are like merging onto each other. That's been going on for like nearly a year now, and it's the simplest like work ever. It's honestly like a clown show.
There's so many stories like that.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like, what are they doing there? Like, are they just like looking on their phones all day and then like decide they work like an hour every week or something?
Yeah, have you heard about the goat path?
No, I don't think. No.
So back in the 1970s, Pennsylvania received some state funding, some government federal funding, I mean, to do some interstate highway build out. And so they were going to build out an extension. They're going to take out of Lancaster and build basically a freeway all the way out to like, gosh, I think the Schuylkill Parkway even. And they're going to go through like all this land, and they had obtained all the permits. They'd obtained all the permissions from farmers. And back in the 70s into the 80s, they plowed and they built a 2-lane divided highway that went for miles. And then they ran out of money, and then they stopped. And the government said, oops, we screwed this up. Everybody, let's just erase it back to how it was. And then they spent like another $1 billion, but this time of their own money from Pennsylvania, to cover up the road with dirt and to reseed it and plant it with grass and trees and flowers and crap. And now it's a goat path for goats. But it used to be a 2-lane divided freeway, basically.
Nice.
It's just sitting there. So there are overpasses going over green fields below.
Oh.
Yeah. So they spent like $1 billion screwing it up and $1 billion fixing it. Now it looks like trash. And it's like, well, that's Pennsylvania infrastructure for you.
Yeah.
And these are the same government mindset is also what supposedly got us to land on the moon.
I mean, yeah, it was more ballsy back then, rather. Oh, that's pun intended, kind of, but not. I mean, I don't even necessarily agree with, or I don't agree with NASA as an organization either, because they just do everything so much more expensive than any private organization could or companies could. Like, it's a waste of taxpayer money.
Yep, and any real research they do seems to be outsourced to universities and Department of Defense.
Yeah, it's a clown show.
Yep, they'll go slap their NASA logo on it somewhere above, like the University of Dayton logo. It's because they diverted funds. So it's really interesting. It seems like there are very few developments out of NASA that were strictly born within NASA and developed out of NASA. That's what they did during the Apollo program, though. They split up the blueprints basically into thousands of different small businesses across America. And every small business got a little piece of the Apollo contract. And now all these small businesses can tell their hometown football heroes that they helped put a man on the moon.
Well, I mean, that was part of their agreement to Congress, was the whole jobs thing, where you make everything inefficient so you can get a bunch of jobs instead of just outsourcing, one, not making one part, but outsourcing the entire vehicle to private contractors. I mean, that's a joke.
Yeah, and anybody that's done project integration knows the challenges that are faced with doing that. So if I'm going to outsource screws to be developed by 3 different companies in 3 different states, they may all use the same specs and maybe even source their metal from the same place, but their machining process may produce errors, may be slightly off, and the thread might be a little bit off. They're just going to be things that are going to be off everywhere. And this would become apparent when it goes to integration. You start gluing everything together and parts don't fit or work. It becomes a nightmare trying to track down how to fix what and who's responsible for fixing what and where the costs are going to be borne from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So integration is a terrible thing to do. And it's why a lot of companies that do this kind of thing would vertically integrate instead of horizontally disintegrate. They'd control their supply chain, control their own processes, and this way they can make everything to spec exactly how they want. A famous company that does this is Harry's. Everybody's heard about Harry's freaking razor blades in America. They're on every commercial on the radio, it seems. But they're a famous company because they bought all of their upstream production, and instead of outsourced to somebody to produce things, they do it all in-house. They do all their in-house research. Everything is done in-house to the fullest extent possible. And even though this can be more expensive, they're saving on volume and they're able to produce razor blades of the finest quality because there's less product integration mumbo jumbo for them to have to sort through. Everything just works. It's similar to Apple. Like Apple products, love them or hate them. You get your Apple product in the mail, it's going to work great out of the box and will last you like 5 to 10 years, no problem. You don't have to worry about antivirus. You don't have to worry about defragging or whatever you do nowadays. You don't have to deal with any of that crap. It's all vertically integrated. Apollo was not vertically integrated, and yet everything magically freaking worked. Were you ever affiliated with the LPPA?
What is that?
Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania.
No, I don't think any sort of government. I don't even register to vote locally. I think it's immoral.
Yeah, I agree on that. I mean, I joined a while back, a long time ago, just to meet people. And there are a lot of ANCAPs like myself that are part of the LP movement. But I started flat smacking through the local Libertarian Party channels, as well as the Mises Caucus channels, knowing what you saw, which was that there's an affinity, an affinity between the flat earther mindset, which is skepticism, and liberty-minded people, which are individualistic. And I was kind of surprised how many receptive people I came across. And there's actually a burgeoning flat Earth group within both the Libertarian Party itself and some of their caucuses that support them. It's kind of neat to see. In fact, one of the governors who ran for Pennsylvania, a governor candidate for the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, was a flat earther. I know him personally.
Based all these handicapped volunteers, flat earthers.
Yeah, yeah. The Libertarian Party candidate for Pennsylvania governor is a flat earther. Yeah. So, love it or hate it too, the government, right? You can use it and wield it if you want. And it might be able to do some good. That's kind of the Rothbardian approach. Oh, I got to get back to work. I have stuff I need to do, responsibilities. I'll be listening as usual and text skanking as usual. See you around.
All right. Yo, fluoride earther. Or that's not fluoride. That's rich. That's rich.
Later, Amish. Good talking to you.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, trigonometry, man. I feel like me and you would agree on most things around this topic, and Rich Evans is basically like a massive government cuck. So
Yeah.
good luck getting anything out of him.
Fluoride earth. Fluoride. I don't know why I'm calling it. Rich. Come on. Are you on the mic?
He can't VC. I don't think I've ever heard him VC at all. He might have come on the mic just to call people names at some point, but I don't think he's ever actually said anything worth listening to.
I used to think I was worthy to talk to, and now not anymore, I guess.
What a Rich. Yeah, the pattern of Richard's the pattern of Richard's debating seems to be say something stupid, get wrecked, gaslight you, and then never address anything you say ever again. That's kind of how he works.
Oh, he did say something about when after you weren't here anymore. He said that the whole DJ thing was just a gag. He was just doing it to get under your skin.
Oh yeah, no, well, obviously.
I know. It was just funny to hear it come out of his mouth.
Hear the what? Sorry.
It was just funny to hear it come out of his mouth. Like we knew it, but we did it was just funnier to hear it come out of his mouth. Like for him to say it.
Yeah, of course. Well, I do think it's funny because at the end of the day, like, why would I even lie about that? Like, it's not like the best. It's not like I'm saying, oh, by the way, guys, yeah, I'm a multimillionaire and I've got like 3 mansions, and it's like.
Yeah, you could be lying about so much more. Like, why would you? Yeah.
I've heard that real DJs track music using assembly code.
Using assembly code? What do you mean?
It's going way back. Music trackers.
Don't even know what that is.
Like there used to be like Scream Tracker and Impulse Tracker and Fast Tracker back in the day. That's how you used to have to code music.
Oh. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, there weren't any of these fancy like digital audio workstations with user interfaces. It was all done with spreadsheets and assembler.
Yeah, I think someone should have the right to choose if their child goes to school at all. But once their child becomes an adult, they have the right to choose for themselves.
But also think about the implication there. The implication that a bunch of government workers have more rights over your child than you do. Where did we get this? As this is the basic, and if you don't agree with that, then you're dysfunctional. Like, bro, why would the government, who consists of a bunch of people who provably don't care about me, have more rights over my child than I do?
Yeah.
Here comes in the worthy question that people need to answer and not just neglect just because people disagree about it. How do you justify any of your moral evaluations whatsoever?
I don't understand how that's linked to what I said.
You're talking about people behaving unjustly. The state behaving unjustly?
Yeah, but that's what they do, right? They exist to grow in influence, and they will just keep on doing that until they're stopped, like by force.
Yeah, the question is, how do you justify that evaluation? Because I would agree with many critiques that people have against the government, but you have to have a justification for it also.
Wait, so it's okay as long as the indoctrination suits your narrative, but if it suits my narrative, then it's bad?
No, I think
Did I
what
say that?
Gregory's going,
No,
where
no,
Gregory's
that's
going with that is that the moral underpinning would be like
no.
a
I'm
caring
talking
God.
about.
Right?
I'm talking about Rich in the side chat. I wasn't. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think where Gregory is going with that is you have to have some sort of moral underpinning that's given to you by a higher divine being, right? So I understand where this is going, but you know, it's not really what I was interested in debating. I think that I have that right, no matter what gives that to me.
Well, how do you know you have that right?
Well, because I can assert that right.
I can easily assert you don't have that right. How do you discern which one is true and which one is false?
Because you're not me, so I get to just assert what right I have based on what I can do.
Well, you're not me, so you don't have the right to contradict what I said to you.
No,
I'm using
because
your
you're
pattern
talking
of
about
argumentation
my
right back
right.
to you.
We're not talking about your rights, we're talking about my rights. So why would what you have to say mean anything?
Because I said it.
No, but you're not me. We're talking about me.
I know, and you're not me, so you don't have the right to contradict me.
But I'm not contradicting you on your rights. I don't have a right
Yeah,
to do
you're
that either.
contradicting me on my rights to deny you the right that you asserted that you have.
Yeah, but that's denying someone else's rights isn't a right that anyone has.
But how do you know that?
Because it's what my assertion is for my rights.
You see, I'm using your pattern of argumentation right back at
No,
you.
you're not. You're actually not, though. You've got two separate functions here. You've got one person asserting that they have a right to do thing X, and then you're saying that person Y has the right to disrupt that. Right? So these are two different arguments.
No, I'm refuting it. No,
you're not.
I'm using your pattern of argumentation. You appealing to your mere assertion, your sheer fiat to justify saying that you have the right to whatever. I'm doing the same thing.
Well, no, because having a right for yourself versus having a right to disrupt a third party are different things.
No, I'm not disrupting a third party. I'm
That's what you're
refuting the false
saying.
proposition you said.
But that's what you're saying is that you have a right to disrupt my rights, which you don't.
No, I'm not saying that I have the right to disrupt a right that you do have. I'm contradicting your assertion that you have the right.
Well, that wasn't what you said earlier. So when I said I have the rights over my children and the government doesn't have that right, you were then questioning what the underpinning for that is, and you would say that there's some sort of morality passed down by God or by whatever.
I didn't say that yet.
No, but I know that's where you're going. I know that's where you're going with it. It doesn't matter.
Very well, you could anticipate that, but I didn't say that.
That is where you're going. It's fine. But
Okay,
and I don't
but I
even have a
didn't
problem
say
with
that though.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with that argumentation. I'm just trying to cut through to where that was going, right? The point is that the government, whether a God exists or not, still doesn't have the right to tell me what I can and can't do with my children.
Okay, but you are being arbitrary. You don't have a justification to say that. You're just appealing to your own sheer fiat. Why don't you grant that right to everyone else? You're not being consistent.
No, I am granting that right to everyone else. They can do what they want with their children too.
No, it's not just doing what they want with their children. The general principle you appeal to is my sheer fiat, my say-so, my opinion. I believe it and I say it, therefore it's true and just.
Right. So
right?
why is
So
that
if you
wrong?
be consistent and grant that right to everyone else, then you cannot discern who is or is not telling the truth.
We're not talking about truth. We're talking about rights.
Either you truly possess the right or you don't. So when someone says that they have a right, that proposition is true or false. So it is about truth.
But these things are fundamentally arbitrary because they're backed by what you're prepared to do to enforce them and what you're prepared to do to secure them.
Well, they are arbitrary in the sense that there is an arbiter, but they're not irrationally arbitrary without any rationale.
Of course, it's not. I didn't say it was irrational, and I agree
Okay,
that
so
it's arbitrary.
if you say that, then in your position, no one has and no one can have a sound argument to justify their proposition of asserting that they do or don't have any rights.
Why not?
So you don't know.
Why not?
You, by your own admission, given your own premises, you said it's all fundamentally arbitrary concerning any and all moral evaluations. So if that's true, then you just conceded that you're just asserting what you believe. You don't know that to be true.
But it doesn't matter.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then this whole debate is pointless. So no one has to really respect your supposed opinion about your rights.
Well, no, because
or
they'll
anyone else's.
respect the fact that I'm prepared to enforce my rights, and that's how this works pragmatically.
Rights, so you say, but you just
Yeah, but
said
this is
you
how
don't
it works
know, and no one knows.
pragmatically.
It's all arbitrary.
This is how it works pragmatically, though. No, like if someone says to you, "I'm going to come and take your kids," and you say, "You're not going to do that because I'm going to shoot you in the face." No one has mentioned God in that whole thing. No one's mentioned anything else apart from the force that's prepared to be levied against the person who's going to act against your rights. It's
Sure,
the
be that
force.
as it may, that happens. That's not a justification for anything.
No, but it's the
That would
threat
be
of
an appeal
force that
to that would be a
pragmatically.
naturalistic fallacy and an appeal to violence
It doesn't
fallacy.
matter. I'm talking about how this works in reality. People have rights that they
I
are
get it.
prepared to
I get
defend.
it. I know. That's what happens. Be that as it may, that doesn't justify anything. The point right now is justifying the conclusion, justifying the moral evaluation. The fact that people do X, Y, Z isn't a justification. That's a naturalistic fallacy.
But it doesn't matter because we were talking about the rights that I'm prepared to enforce.
Okay, so you're not talking about justifying your moral evaluations?
But the justification is that you think you have the rights. That is the justification.
Okay, that's just an appeal to credulity fallacy then.
No, it isn't, because you're doing the same thing. You're saying I can justify it via having a god that has this set of moralistic underpinnings that I can then draw from. And if you do that from a different source, it's still the same logic.
No, it's not the same thing. It's obviously two
Yes,
different
it
lines
is.
of argument, but it's not the same thing. That's two
It is,
different lines of
though.
art, but it's not the same thing. That's
You
two
can
different lines
assert
of.
that,
Can
but
I
it's
finish,
not
please?
true.
Can I finish, please?
You're just asserting something that's incorrect.
Can I finish, please?
If you want, please go ahead.
So no, it's not the same thing. To justify the moral evaluation, I don't just appeal to the fact that I believe the premise. I appeal to some other premise besides the conclusion to support it, which in my case specifically appeals to the law from the God, the ontologically supreme being. Right? That's obviously a world of difference than just appealing to a mere creature, let alone my little lonesome self. That's not the same pattern of argumentation. So I don't appeal to myself to justify, or I don't appeal to the sheer fact that I believe the moral evaluation to be true to justify believing it to be true. That would be begging the question and appeal to credulity fallacy. But you're doing that.
So why do you think I believe I have these rights then?
Like you just said.
Well, no. Why don't you say in your own words? Why do you believe that I think I have these rights?
Because you said you do, and you've been arguing that you do.
So without that backing or another backing, I wouldn't have that opinion in the first place.
Yeah, if you didn't say it, then you wouldn't be having that opinion. Sure.
Right, so we're both drawing from something and saying, I have a right to assert these rights based on X.
Yeah, we're appealing to something to justify the moral
Lovely.
evaluation, yeah.
Yeah, but so it's the same argument then.
But it's not the same argument.
It
You're not
is
appealing to the exact
though.
same thing that I'm appealing to. It's
I know we're
obviously
not
not the same
appealing to the
argument.
same thing, but the argument is the same.
But it's not the same. You're
It is
conflating.
though.
But can I finish, please? It's not the same. The fact that we are saying an argument is the commonality between us. We are not saying the same argument, nor even the same type of argument.
It's the same type of argument, 100%.
But it's not the same type of argument.
But
It's
it is
categorically
though.
different. I've already defined the distinction. You're appealing to your sheer fiat. I'm not. I'm appealing to the God's law. You're not. Those are two different arguments and two different types of arguments.
But you understand that I could just make up a god and then say, well, I'm going to appeal to this god that I made up.
Sure, which would be insufficient because that's obviously not the ontologically supreme being when it's contingent upon you and a mere fiction in your mind.
But the same argument could be levied against you.
And it would be false.
They
don't have a justification to say that.
But it's just your opinion at that point. Like you don't see how we've got the same logic. You're saying, well, mine is objective, but yours isn't because I say so.
No, that's not my pattern of argumentation. We haven't even gotten there yet, and I've never argued like that ever in my life.
This is crazy, man. Like normally you're so flawless with logic, I don't understand how you're not getting this.
You're acting as though I'm the one mistaken. You are saying I appeal to me to justify my moral evaluation. I'm not. That's a one difference. So it's not the same argument. Those are two different arguments. Then I also appeal to the God. You're not. That's another difference. So that's two different positions, two different arguments, and two types of arguments. Yes, they're both instances of argumentation, but they're not the same argument, and they're not the same type of argument. That difference is conspicuous.
No, you're conflating types of arguments with the content of the argument.
I just distinguished the two. I just distinguished the argument in particular from the type of argument. I just distinguished them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that the type of argument is the same. It's just the content that differs.
But they're not the same.
They
You're
are.
appealing to yourself. That's humanistic rationalism and subjectivism. I'm not. I'm appealing to the God. That's theonomous reasoning. Those are two different types of arguments.
I don't know what the fuck you just said, but right on.
We can't be inconsistent. If we have to have justification for about geodesy, we have to have justification for about every matter of fact, including ethics.
Like I said, this isn't going anywhere, so we can move on.
So, is there like an orgy VC or what? What's going on?
Oh, the VC. Well, everyone can see the title of the channel. So, does anyone want to talk about the subject?
Hello.
Hello.
What was that?
Good faith interlocutor.
Just like me.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay.
You have your own idea of why using the globe to get like eclipse prediction works so well.
Do you have a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is a globe? Is that a no?
Yeah, I said no.
Okay.
My question remains. Like it's still what I mean, even if don't have proof for you, but still what we're using in practice to get stuff like an eclipse, do cell nav, that kind of stuff.
What's your argument?
We're using the globe for those stuff. So even if the Earth is not a globe, I'm trying to understand why would treating Earth as a globe be something that works so well? How that could be reconciled?
What did the Babylonians use
What?
to predict the eclipses?
They used the cycles, the time it takes for some patterns, the position of the moon and sun to repeat themselves.
Did they think it was a globe also?
I'm not sure. I don't think that'll be relevant to notice patterns. Like noticing patterns doesn't require you to think the Earth as globe or as flat or as whatever shape. Pattern is a pattern.
What are you saying that needs the globe in terms of the eclipses?
Say, for example, we know there's going to be an eclipse in April 8th, 2024. I mean, they happened already, but just to illustrate. So we know that day is going to have an eclipse because of the cycles. But we want to know where we have to be, when it's going to start, in which direction the sky it's going to be, all that kind of stuff. Like we want to get all the full information on the eclipse, not just just a date, you know. If we want to get detailed, accurate information on the eclipse, yeah, at least I'm using the globe for that. I'm not sure finding any other way to get it.
Where does the globe come into play there?
Well, you simply model the geometry of the sun, moon, and earth. You make the sun emit light and cast a shadow from the moon towards the earth. You see where the shadow hits. You get the path.
But the sun, moon, and stars are not the Earth, though.
Correct. They're not. They're something else. The model is making the moon cast a shadow on the Earth to see where the shadow is hitting, to know where you have to be, and that turns out to be an accurate way to do it. I understand this is not an absolute proof of the Earth being a globe. I'm just curious on like how could that be reconciled with the Earth not being a globe?
I don't know. Could you post what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'll post a link of what I did so far.
You said that
but
the
I'm still
moon
working
casts
on
a
it, so what
shadow
I'm
onto the Earth. That's what you said.
yes, yeah. So I have a position for the moon, the sun, and the Earth in 3D space. They're sun and moon are modeled as a sphere. Earth is modeled as an ellipsoid, but you can switch to a sphere too. I put the select box for that if you want to compare the two predictions.
Yeah, but
And
we've
what it
already been
does,
over this. It's measured flat, mate.
yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just trying to reconcile that with needing a globe to get these accurate predictions. You know, so
We don't live on a
telling
globe.
me something I already know, it isn't helping me here.
I'm glad you realised that. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm still trying to figure out what the correlation between globe and eclipse is. You said sun, moon, stars, moon cast a shadow on the Earth, and then you said something really fast I didn't hear.
Yeah, explain how I'm deriving those predictions. The way I'm deriving those predictions is I'm getting the position of the sun and the moon as a 3D vector, so they're in 3D space. I'm also modeling the sun as the radius given by Wikipedia, so the moon, so is the Earth.
So you're okay. So the model is based on the radius.
Wikipedia.
Of course, I have a radius for each one of those bodies.
Okay, so well, then we would have to figure out how you got that, right?
I'm not just going
But
with Wikipedia.
You've probably gone through that a million times, though, right?
Yeah. I'm saying I'm going with Wikipedia.
Going
Yeah,
with
we don't do
Wikipedia.
that here, mate.
Yeah.
We don't do Wikipedia here, mate. You're in the wrong room.
Well, I'm not sure
We
you
don't-
understand the
Yeah, I think
consequence
we
of
do.
this.
Oh, I think we do understand, my friend. I
Okay,
think
so
you're
the
not the one.
radius was from Eratosthenes.
We don't do
right,
Wikipedia in this room, mate.
No, I used the average radius from WGS84.
Okay, yeah, we use the
Radius of the Earth, yeah?
Earth measurement.
Yeah, for the ellipse model, I use 60.
We don't live on a model.
371.0088 for the average radius.
Kilometers?
Yes. And for the ellipsoid, I used, well, I don't know from the top of my head, but you can inspect my source code, or you can simply look what are the two
But you see, if the
radius
model
of
has
the ellipsoid.
if the model has a basis in the radius, and the radius is derived from an assumption from an old Greek guy, then that kind of
It's
makes
not.
the model fall down, right?
No, 6371 isn't your Eratosthenes. That's WGS84. And
what's that? I've never heard about that.
It's just a
What do you say?
collection.
W what? Oh,
WGS84.
84.
Another model.
Yeah.
How many models have
Actually
you got, mate? Anyway, when you come back down to reality, mate, and you're measuring sea level from the 90-degree Polaris back to the equator, definitely a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate. So I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
sure. I'm giving you that. I'm just trying to reconcile Earth being
You don't
flat.
have to give it, mate.
Hang on,
Yeah,
please.
you don't give it there.
I'm trying to reconcile Earth being flat with this model working so well for the eclipse predictions.
No, the right way to
Well,
see
what's it
it
got to
is
do with
that
the
you
shape of
take
the
the
Earth?
elevation angle to measure the Earth flat from the elevation from the standpoint you're on. That is the way to measure the Earth flat over long distance. That's the answer.
Yeah, we're not talking about
Even
the lights
if
in the sky, mate. What you want about? What you
even
trying to
if all
prove?
this model,
We haven't got a model,
either
mate.
you
We're in
talk or I
reality.
talk. We can both talk at the same time.
No, I'll go first. What model have you got? Can we have a look at it?
Yes, I posted the
I
link in
can talk
chat.
about it
It's the
in the
model.
end. So far I can. I really can. But keep on.
Right. So I posted in chat what I'm modeling. If you look at the data that I'm modeling, it's simply in the main.js.file and the eclipse.js file. It's just 3 spheres, one for sun, one for the Earth, and one for the moon. And I'm simply checking where the shadow of the moon would be if the the sun was a light source.
So it's just a model then. So it's just sorry, mate. So it's just a model. It's nothing to do with reality.
Oh, it started just as a model, but its prediction for the eclipse seems to match reality. So I'm trying to reconcile that with flat Earth.
The eclipse isn't a prediction, mate. It's a cycle.
As I already mentioned that,
You don't
I
need a
think you're
crystal.
late in this conversation.
Yeah,
But
you're getting your words mixed up, mate.
Oh, can
it's
you
not a predict. Excuse me.
Stop speaking over me
I
for
thought
a
you said it was
second,
turns
please?
each. I thought you said it was turns each. The eclipse and everything else that you're talking
It
about
was my
is not a
turn.
prediction. It's a cycle. Your turn.
Okay. Yeah, I already mentioned that. The cycle tells you when it's going to happen. It doesn't tell you a lot more information than that.
You
So
said
you
prediction.
Get
You said prediction.
it's still my turn. 1 sec. Yeah. So we start with the date. We know what dates from the cycles. We know April 8th, 2024, an eclipse would happen.
So it's not a prediction.
That doesn't tell you. That's not what the prediction is. The prediction is not what date's going to happen.
It's not a prediction, mate. It's a cycle. You're
That's
getting
not
your
what I'm
words mixed
talking
up.
about. I'm not talking about predicting the date. That's the given.
You did
We
say
start
prediction.
with that.
Yes, you. No, you did say prediction. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yes, I did say prediction, but I'm not talking about predicting the date. That's not what I'm predicting.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about predictions, you're talking about predicting things, and it's not a prediction, it's a cycle.
Yes, the date is a cycle. That's correct. That's not what I'm predicting, though. I'm predicting something else.
You're not predicting anything.
That's incorrect. I just posted the prediction. It tells you at each point in time, from the beginning to the end of the totality, all the coordinates that are going to be under the totality, and all the points are going to be under partiality as well, down to the minute.
So it's known then.
What's known is the date. The rest of it I predicted.
So if you know the date is going to happen, it's not a prediction. You already know it. It's a cycle.
Yes, the date is not a prediction. Correct. That's not what I'm claiming to be predicting.
Yeah, a date's just a number.
I understand.
Yeah. So what's your point? What are you trying to prove?
I think I laid down it pretty clearly.
What? That you're predicting something that's a cycle and it's not a prediction.
Didn't you say that it proved?
I don't know how many times I had to clarify that.
It said something
Well,
about
I don't know how many times I have to
the globe.
point out you're incorrect. Pardon?
No, I said Bacon had come in here and said that it worked on a globe better than a flat Earth. The predictions.
I don't know how it works on the flat Earth, but I do know it works on the globe because I'm getting the correct predictions here.
No, it's working on a flat Earth because flat Earth is measured flat. You do live on a flat Earth, mate.
If you don't know, if you don't know what you're talking about, hey, listen. If you don't know what you're talking about, you don't know how it works on the flat Earth. Why are you here arguing for anything at all? You should maybe shut up.
I just want to say something, Bacon. Guys, I think what Bacon's trying to say is that he used all the measurements that he got through the model that he used, and he was able to predict things very clearly. Now, I'm not talking about predicting when the eclipse is going to happen. He's talking about the size of the eclipse, whether it's going to be totality, whether it's going to be like basically all the smaller, finer details. he was able to predict using the model that he created. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
But
in
in the same place,
hang on, what,
in the same
one
place,
second.
excuse me, in the same place, it has nothing to do with the space and the place you are standing on, or the space, or the what this is about.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about something that you don't know about? And nobody really knows in infinity, and you are talking about something to take it away from the question that has to be the question. What
Yeah.
are you standing on?
Anything to move away from the facts of the matter that Earth's measured flat we'll talk about in globe rhetoric.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he's trying to convey. I just think that he's trying to say that via
Well, why don't you
use...
let him speak for himself instead of you trying to be a mind reader?
Oh, you're not letting.
Yeah, go for it. Go.
Yeah, go.
I wasn't about to say anything. But it's
Well,
when you say you ask him that
exactly.
when you're
You
speaking
have
over me
nothing
all
to
the time.
say. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking. You're trying to say something that you don't know anything about.
And it's got nothing to
That's
do
the
with the
problem.
shape of the Earth or how it's measured, because the Earth is flat and
And it
it's
has
measured like
nothing to do with the shape of the earth at all.
No.
The thing I know nothing about is how to reconcile this with flat Earth, which
You're
is why
a
I'm not
young
arguing
guy.
about this. I'm asking
I
about it. I'm
can
asking how.
listen to your
Oh, Johnny,
voice.
hang
Your
on.
voice,
Johnny,
your voice is very young. Excuse
hang
me.
on.
Johnny, shut up
Your
for a
voice
second.
is
No, you
young.
excuse
You
me.
have to learn. You have to
Johnny, I
learn.
was speaking.
You have to be.
Johnny.
You have to go through your
Johnny,
life
shut the
before
fuck
you
up.
open your mouth like
Oh my
this.
God, Johnny.
I'm just saying.
Johnny, how many beers are you on now?
That's a stupid question because I am absolutely correct about this issue. What's happening here
He's very
he's
correct.
talking
I'm
about
with him.
something he doesn't know about.
Johnny's correct.
And then
I'm
you ask me
conceding.
about something personal question. I'm talking about empirical questions about what
Empirical.
this is about. No, then yeah, but you are asking me about my personal behavior. That's not
Well,
taking.
that's where they go, Johnny. That's where they go when they're in a corner. We're talking about the Earth and the shape of it. It's measured flat. Yeah. So it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I can tell you how you do it. You use the elevation angle, measure it to the polaris, and you will get a circular of equal altitude around the GP. That's on the polaris.
I just want to say that I don't think he's disputing flat Earth at all. I don't think that's the argument that he's making. I think he's just simply saying that via using his method from the sources that he's used, he was able to make very accurate predictions, not based on.
So what? Okay.
That
So seeing as
yeah,
you're
no,
his mind reader, seeing as you're his mind. No. I'm just saying, seeing as you're his mind reader. So what has he determined? What can't be determined off a flat Earth? And how does he know it's not determined off a flat Earth? Seeing as he's living on one.
Well,
Master flat. What's wrong with you?
That's exactly what he's asking. He's trying to figure out how this data, this accurate predictions, can be retrieved using data from the
Well,
flat
it's
Earth.
yeah. Well, so you can. So So it's all in the almanac, mate. Yeah. So we know what the stars and the lights are doing in the sky. They've got cycles. They're predicted, not predicted, like he said, but they are a cycle, and we know where they're going to be. GP, 200 years in advance.
Yeah. Do you know what GP is?
Got nothing
It's
to.
ground position onto the star or onto
someone
the
has to
sun or
control
whatsoever
Johnny.
you have. I am right. You have to understand I'm fucking right. I am. Nobody can say anything against it. It's just like it is. And if
Because you won't
don't
shut up.
take
That's
the
why no one
reality,
can say anything.
Mute.
Someone get you to the troll.
Mute.
Yeah, mute Johnny because Johnny is right. I'm talking about the elevation angle. Yeah, mute Johnny.
Johnny moderator here.
And I did agree.
Any mods?
Someone mute that dickhead.
Crit.
Oh,
Amish.
really? No.
Thank you.
If I be muted, then this channel will be meaningless.
Yeah, I'm
So
not,
we're
I'm not
still
talking about I'm not talking about confirming when things are going to happen within the cycle. I think what he's asking is whether there's this accurate prediction. So not just when it's going to happen, but to the T, very, very
It's not a
closely.
prediction. Why do you keep saying prediction?
Because he's saying that he.
No. I'm just going to put you right. A prediction is you predict something that you're just going to predict something's going to happen.
Yo, Johnny.
Yeah. Listen.
Johnny, I'm gonna
He's
phantom
not.
text your Glimmer.
Listen. He's not predicting anything.
Johnny, I'm
These
gonna
things.
phantom text your
Shut
Glimmer.
up, oi, dickhead! Shut up.
Johnny, I'm gonna phantom text your Glimmer. You British piece of shit.
Crit. Mute
Johnny,
that guy.
I'm gonna phantom text your fucking Glimmer.
Any mods?
Yeah, you're pissed,
You
are you?
British
So
piece
listen.
of shit.
I heard you guys
don't
aren't
know
number
what-
one anymore because of the AFK room.
Johnny, you're a psyop. You were planted here by Mossad. I know that.
Yeah,
You guys
well,
are
I
padding
know
your
that
numbers,
you're.
very dishonest.
I know
We
you're
are
an
number
idiot,
one.
mate.
You are from Baltimore. I'm gonna phantom text your Glimmer.
I'm not from
Yeah,
Baltimore.
and
Very, very dishonest by padding
You
your
just make a
numbers.
fool of yourself.
And we know
Okay,
you're wearing
but-
makeup, mate. We know you're a transvestite.
Yeah, but why was the Flat Earth channel padding the numbers dishonestly?
Anyway,
to make
forget
it
all
look
that.
like it's the
It's
most
just
Forget all
one
that.
day,
So
dude.
So we've
Oh,
got
fair
we've
enough.
got proof that Earth is measured flat. You've got nothing. You think a prediction is a cycle. You're wrong again. You've got no evidence that you live on a ball, but you keep thinking you do. You're in a psychological dilemma right now. A lot of you.
Well, you're just repeating points we already addressed. I'm not
You know it's a
repeating,
cycle and not a
predicting something
prediction.
that is part of it, of
No,
the cycle.
you don't know what a predict.
It's
You don't
part of
know
the
the difference
cycle.
between a prediction and a
Well,
cycle, mate.
I need you to stay quiet while
You
I'm
know it's
speaking.
a cycle and not a prediction. That's my question. Straightforward.
Well, the reason why you guys were number one is because you have a bunch of AFK people. Now that the AFK room is open, that's done.
Okay.
What is done, really? What's happening in the house? You're absolutely all over the place. And
This is
just
I mean, is
stay
this
on the
is this the
topic.
globe proof? Is this globe proof? Is this what it's come to? Talking to these
Vast
I never
muppets.
said that.
Have you heard yourself?
True. Okay.
Globers, have you heard yourself?
This is just the morality of flat Earth. People just lying about numbers for notoriety.
Yeah. So it's measured flat, elevation angles from Polaris at 90 degrees to the equator.
Okay. Oh, he's a fucking troll. He's trolling.
When was who knows when latitude was measured? 600 BC. How was it measured?
Given the flat argument,
Yeah. 600
and
BC
making the globe
latitude.
argument is quite, it's quite funny, but you cannot go with it.
Yeah, and the quadrant was used to measure it. There's no curvature. It's measured flat, elevation angles, two straight lines. You don't live on a globe. You're in a psychological dilemma, Globers. You know the evidence is correct. You know it's horizontal. We're telling you how it's measured. You can't admit it because as soon as you know, well, you know we're correct. But as soon as you admit it, your globe's gone. You don't want your globe to go for some strange reason. You've got porn freak over a globe. You've got porn freak over a globe.
Yeah, I'm not disputing anything that you're saying, by the way. Just so you understand, I believe that it's measured flat as well. The only thing is that I'm interested in what Bacon is saying too. He's saying that he used his model to make accurate predictions, and I'm not talking about the cycle. I'm not talking about the cycle. I'm talking about
You're talking
the
about
accuracy of his
models.
prediction.
You can make
For example,
whatsoever if you are
hold
making
on, I'm
models.
almost done, Johnny. So you can predict that Sarah's going to stab Steve on Tuesday because Sarah told Steve that I'm going to stab Steve on Tuesday. However, you could also make a more accurate prediction and predict what knife Sarah's going to use to stab Steve. And that's the point that I believe he's trying to convey. It's not the idea that he predicted that Sarah's going to stab Steve on Tuesday, but more so there's way more integrated accuracies in his prediction.
I understand what you're saying. Bacon has got nothing to do with the cycle of the heavens whatsoever.
It's like a song of Ruby Tuesday or something.
It's nothing to do with Bacon or you or me. Yeah, whatever Bacon says is irrelevant. Bacon is not controlling the luminaries. Yeah. So why are we talking about Bacon and the luminaries? It's irrelevant to
Yeah,
the
but
conversation.
I told you the Earth is massive flat. It's finito. We don't have to go. We don't have to talk about it anymore. We can talk about Ruby Tuesday, or we can talk about music or something. But I have told you the Earth is massive flat. It's over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Done.
Well,
Done with. The globe's dead.
Bacon, could you clarify, please, on what these specific accuracies are about that you found out via?
Could I ask a quick question, please?
Oh God. Yeah, just interrupt the fucking flow of the conversation, mate. Yeah, why don't you?
Whoa, man, please chill. I have a question. In the flat Earth model, do you think there's 2 poles, or is that
We
not
don't have a
possible?
model. There's no poles on a flat Earth, mate. Are you stupid,
So
mate?
you're saying you're bipolar then, or bisexual at least?
Yeah, that's you, mate, not us.
I am, and that's perfectly fine.
That is a reductio ad absurdum.
Yeah, that's great. Now get yourself on mute and get your head in a blanket.
Yeah. And if you really want to know, I have the biggest dick in the house. If you really want to know it.
I mean, because this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is live. You're all being heard. This is the globe. These are the globe elites, apparently.
Yeah.
What you're chatting about? You're talking absolute. You're talking absolute
Globe is
garbage,
dead.
guys.
Absolute dead.
You're in a psychological dilemma, the lot of you.
So, Bacon, why? What were these? What were these details?
Why are you asking Bacon? Who's Bacon? Bacon doesn't know anything.
Well,
he's too salty, I think.
Well,
You don't know
apparently I
anything either,
do.
so we might as
because
well just
No, you
fuck up.
don't. You don't know anything, Bacon.
Well, how can I get
He's too
this
salty.
all the coordinates of the path and all the timestamps if I don't know anything? Where is
It's
this
a
coming
cycle.
from?
Well, it's already been worked out, mate.
Wait, are you saying the
It's already been
coordinates
worked
and the timestamps? Wait. The coordinates and the timestamps of a totality path are cycles? Are you sure about that? Can you give me one example?
So do you know when you take an elevation angle from the sea level using the baseline of the sun and you get its GP and the time, you need to know the time, yeah, and the angle for its GP, don't you? So there's a time relationship. No, you're talking about time. There's a time relationship and an angle relationship to where the sun is over at the flat Earth. So we already know the time and where it is above us. It's already been worked out, mate.
Substantiate your claim. Just a sec. Can you
How is
substantiate
it
your
done,
claim?
baby?
That
How is this done?
Johnny, I
it
can't
was
do that.
quite clear for me, but it's not clear for you because you're young and maybe you're stupid. Maybe you have to waste some time.
There's no need to get contentious.
Yeah, so listen. So when you take your elevation to the sun, when you're navigating, trying to get a fix, right, you need to jot down the time when you take the angle measurement. Yeah? Because when you take the angle measurement...
No, hang on.
Yeah,
the point was made. The point was made, but like I want to make sure that he got to finish his
why
point.
don't you just fucking interrupt me, love, halfway through a sentence? That's nice.
Because you interrupted. No, because you interrupted him. So you made your original point. And I was
I've
saying
not even heard your voice before. I've not heard your voice before. Why don't you wait your turn and be polite?
Yeah, shut her up.
Yeah, just keep your knickers on.
She's from GM. She's from GM. This is my.
Yeah. Rude bitch. Listen, right? There's a relationship between the time and the elevation angle and the GP. We know that. It's already been worked out. Bacon didn't work it out. Bacon's a muppet.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so are the paths of totality cyclical in nature?
What are you asking me questions for?
Because you're saying that they are cyclic. You made a claim that they are cyclic.
I didn't even mention them words. I mentioned when you take an elevation angle to the sun, you will have to jot the time down because depending on the time will give you its correct GP, ground position on a flat baseline. That's the Earth.
That was a red herring. Yeah, I understand.
You can call it what you want, mate. It's the truth and it's hurting you because you're in a psychological dilemma.
No. It's hurting you because you're choosing not to engage with his extremely valid argument.
I think he's against. You think you're just talking without engaging?
What?
Bacon. Was it Bacon's law? Is it?
I'm trying to support.
Yeah, he's not againting anything. He's not making any efforts at all.
I'm making the claim that Bacon's argument is correct. Yes, that is my claim.
Right. Well, you repeat his argument and make it your claim. Then we'll rip you apart. Then.
Why are you talking? Nobody can understand.
Go on, mate.
You. What's
Come
wrong
on, mate.
with you?
Oi, Dickie. You make the claim. Go on.
I would rather have Bacon continue.
Oh
his
yeah.
claim.
So you're just in the sidelines with your little tweaky voice, like your little gay voice popping in. Have you got a claim to make, mate?
Yeah, I claim that Bacon is correct.
Right. Well, why don't you shut the fuck up and let Bacon carry on?
All right.
That's the right way to do it. Really,
I thought you just tried to do that, and you wouldn't let him. But
yeah.
Anyway,
I'm pointing out
yeah,
you don't know what a prediction is. You don't know what a prediction is.
I thought it was my turn to speak. When is going to be my turn to speak? I'm waiting for like
Well,
2
you've
minutes.
got your little gay boys popping in, aren't you? Trying to stick up for you.
Bro,
with no
let him
claims.
speak,
gay,
brother.
Fucking gay
One
party.
day,
It's not
you have
a gay
an
party.
obsession with gay people. You're gay, my boy. You just don't want to admit it.
Yeah, you sound like a
okay.
transvestite.
You can have your fucking gay party in your home or whatsoever, but it's not a gay party in here.
So then,
It's not a gay
how is Earth measured? Is it measured globally or flat?
I'll go with flat.
No, globally.
Right. So
what are you talking about?
That's great. So what's different against the what's the point with the lights in the sky then?
Yeah, I'm
Those
pointing
are
out
stars?
my prediction for the path and time of the entire totality seems to be very accurate, and it was based on Earth being a globe, right? So if Earth is not a globe, let's say Earth is a flat plane, and those are just light in the sky, how can we derive the same prediction, or at least accurate ones, by using the flat Earth instead? Because I only know how to do that using the globe.
It has to be measured flat, and everything is revolving.
The Earth is flat, mate. The Earth is flat. We've just explained how it's measured like that. You have to presume a globe, and you're saying it works on that. But it can't do because you do actually live on a flat stationary plane. We've just explained how it was measured.
Sure, and I'm giving you that. I'm asking how then I use that information.
Oh, he doesn't understand what elevation angle is.
And anyone control Johnny B.
Okay. Maybe you have to go to the school, or maybe you have to learn what it's about before you open your mouth.
And anyone control Johnny B. It's just not gonna work.
Oh, really?
No, because you're Bacon. You're double speaking, mate. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm half speaking. Because the other half I have Johnny on top.
Johnny down because Johnny is telling me I'm not doing it right.
Whether Bacon is double speaking or not, Johnny B is still consistently being disruptive.
No. Johnny interrupts at the point I probably would when he double speaks. You can't. You just allow that to go on.
I cannot.
Yeah, you allow it.
On. I have to speak.
You allow it to
I
go
won't
on.
allow it. I'm not going to allow it.
This
is too much.
Clearly
It's
not
too
allowing
much.
me to
It's
say
so,
anything.
It's so fucking low.
I won't allow it. I will not allow it.
It's meaningless fucking channel.
I will put a stop to it.
Johnny's not allowing you to speak either. Yeah, it's a good point.
So, meanwhile, we all live on a flat stationary plane. Bye-bye, globe.
Yeah, but then bye-bye the predictions. How do we get the predictions from flat Earth?
No,
That's what I'm asking.
stop arguing with one day.
Well, that's how you've done it. That's how you've done it, mate, because you live on a flat plane.
I already
just
posted
admitted-
the link for my predictions. You can take a look at it.
Well, so give me a prediction. Where's the sun going to be tomorrow at 12 o'clock?
The sun will be at 12 o'clock. It will be in the middle.
So is that a prediction? Is that a prediction?
No.
Right. So what are you talking about then?
But it's not flat. It's not flat.
We're talking about the sun, mate.
So the sun is flat? You're saying that the sun is flat?
No, we're talking about its position at 12 o'clock over the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Where
so
will
it's
it be?
in the middle. You can see in the middle. And
So
it
what
goes
will
over.
what will its GP be?
GP?
Yeah, GP. Ground position.
GPS? What are you talking about?
When
At
are you
12,
asking for?
at 12 o'clock tomorrow from London.
I don't know. I never went to London. I'm not from London.
Yeah.
What are you talking
Wait,
about?
So
actually,
come on.
can you help me understand, just because I'm unfamiliar? When you say ground position, like what does that exactly refer to?
Well, I'll give you the clue, love. It's got something to do with the ground and the position over it.
Right, but if you're
do
looking
you-
up, right, but so when you look up at the sun and you're measuring from the point where you are. You're just saying that the ground position is the point from which you're measuring the angle.
If the sun
Hendrik.
was
Can I answer
brought
the question?
directly,
Hendrik,
excuse me, if the sun was brought directly down to ground level, that would be its ground position. What don't you understand about ground
What are
position?
you talking
Okay. So if you
Can I
brought it
answer
down
the
to ground
question?
level, okay, no, that makes sense to me. That's what I was trying to establish.
Can I answer the question? So tomorrow, 12 o'clock for London
Already
time,
been,
the
it's
sun's going to
already
be
been
over.
answered. Sorry.
Sun's going to be over 15 degrees, 18.8 minutes in north, and 0 degrees, 45.2 degrees west. That's the GP of the sun tomorrow, 12 o'clock for London time. Why?
Have you predicted that? Oh, did we already know it?
Oh, there was a couple math I had to do to get there. First, I had to
No.
work out Air's
It's
GHA.
no.
Then I had to
It's
use the
already.
right ascension declination
You've
of the
not
sun.
done anything, Bacon. It wasn't a prediction. It's already known.
So
Who told you that value before I did?
How do you find a prediction?
You've not done anything, Bacon. You've done nothing.
What are you
I mean, that's an
talking
easy
about? He
prediction,
found it to use math.
It's not
You
a
didn't
prediction.
use math.
It's not a prediction. It's not a prediction. It's not. You don't need a crystal ball. It's not a prediction.
Right. So, because what
Motherfucker,
you're
what
saying,
are
correct me
you?
if I'm wrong, just to make sure that I'm understanding your argument, because it sounds like what you're saying is because we're so confident, because you're able to so accurately know where the sun is going to be at a specific time tomorrow, that you're not like making a guess out of like uncertainty, that like this is something that you're asserting based on just following the progression of the pattern forward. So you're not making some kind of like guess based on intuitive evidence. You're just following the pattern forward in time and just stating what is next at that point in time.
Yeah, it's not a prediction. It's a
That's
known
true
cycle.
for.
It's a
That's
known
true for the
cycle.
That's true for the position of the sun.
No,
But I'm
the
not
way that I see
predicting.
it makes sense when you're talking about prediction, right? You're correct, right? The way that you make this is by following the pattern forward. But then wouldn't the prediction itself, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like the prediction would be whether or not it actually happens. So like, because when we predict in the future, right, we're doing so based on our experiences and the model that we are putting forward into the future. So we're asserting that the pattern going forward is going to accurately align with reality. As long as it holds, we hold that theory, that pattern is valid. As soon as it deviates, if we ever get evidence that it deviates and it doesn't align with what happens in the future, then we need to reevaluate our model and build a better understanding. This is exactly what happened with Einstein, right? This is why we moved to Einsteinian physics, right? Because we were using a model that wasn't quite in line. So the prediction itself is just whether or not it occurs.
Well, the almanac, which is used to determine the ground position of the luminaries, yeah. I mean, they only produce. I think they produce something like 100 years in advance. There's like 300 years worth in advance, which isn't released.
Even but the almanac makes predictions in terms of like how the weather is going to be. But
No, that's not the almanac he's talking about.
It's not a
That's
prediction.
Okay.
It's not a prediction.
Yeah.
It's a known
Right.
cycle.
Right. No, I see what you're saying.
Interestingly, it's interesting you mentioned the Nautical Almanac. That's what I'm using as a starting point of my data. So you can use the same data and then apply that to flat Earth and see what you get for the eclipse prediction.
Well, you will need a flat Earth, as you've already admitted, to get the GP of the luminaries.
Because what we're seeing here is that we have two models. We have two models that are presenting explanations for the same pattern of the future.
No, we don't. He's got a model of. You live in reality like I do.
I shouldn't have used the word model. I meant like justification, like the logic underpinning, like why you're saying the pattern is going to fall into the future. You just have different explanations for why the pattern is going to keep going on. But you're both projecting.
When you're using the marina sextant, to get the GP, what do you need to do?
You don't get the GP from a sextant. What are you talking about?
Yes, you do.
You could.
No,
you do.
No, you don't get the GP from the sextant. You get the GP from the almanac. And the time. You don't use the sextant reading at all.
But how does the almanac? You saying how does the almanac, like When the
Yeah,
almanac
but
is stating that, they're doing that
excuse me.
based on measurements
Yeah,
that are taken with the sextant.
you do need the sextant to get that information in the first place, mate.
You don't need a sextant to get a GP. I just gave you a GP without using a sextant. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So how did you get the elevation angle then to work out where the GP was?
There was no elevation angle.
So what did you
Don't use an
use
elevation
then?
angle to get a GP.
So what do you
use
use
the
then?
time. You use the time.
So okay, so it's 6 o'clock.
About 6 o'clock.
No, you do use
Yeah.
the elevation angle because you're tracing the point on the arc.
No. You're incorrect, mate. You're incorrect. It's 6 o'clock for me in London. It's 6 o'clock for somebody in Australia. No, I won't use Australia. 6 o'clock for me in London. It's 6 o'clock for somebody in Germany, right? We're both looking at the sun, yeah? The person in Germany takes an elevation angle, and I'll take the elevation angle in the UK. There will be a different GP according to each sighting.
No,
yes, because you're looking at
the
two,
GP.
you're looking at 2 points
Wait.
from.
What? You think
Yes.
the GP changes based on the observer?
The
Yes,
distance.
because you're looking at the
Excuse me, look.
you're looking at the angle, and so
Excuse me. Let me just.
you're
No,
taking
no.
the arc.
Let me just.
Sorry,
Let me just put him right. No. The GP is the same. Yeah. The distance between the person in UK and Germany is different.
Oh, of course, but you were saying the GP wouldn't be the same. So I think you
Yeah.
misspoke. there.
So you needed to take an elevation. So 2 elevation angles will give you 2 different distances.
I'm well
different
aware of that. I'm not sure you know, but
Yeah.
I can do celestial navigation already.
Yeah. So if it's the same time, yeah, you're going to have different.
It's not the same time. It's same local time. Those aren't the same time.
No, but what you're looking at here, the point, what you're really doing, if you think about it, right? So the sun is being like an arc across the sky, and at the same time, of course, it's like not the same, but at the same moment, there are 2 points of observation, and then you're comparing that. You're trying to measure like which point in the arc from those 2 vantage points, right? Just think about it in terms of like what you're actually doing in like 3-dimensional space, right? That's why you can use those measurements to make that prediction and make that measurement.
Who are you talking to, by the way?
You. Well, not really. Just broadly, like just that is what's happening, right?
I have no clue what's happening. I was talking about solar eclipse. He's talking about getting the GP of the sun. It's a complete red herring, but I'm following either way.
Okay. So if you were going to like state your claim or like how you would want to kind of position yourself moving forward, how would you kind of thesis statement it?
Oh, my position is just a question. Actually, how do I get these predictions
I think the
from
contention was
because I can do them from the globe.
Yeah, I think my contention was he's saying it's a prediction, and it's not a prediction; it's a cycle. That was where we
The
was.
coordinates and the timestamps aren't. That's what I'm predicting.
Right. So again,
Coordinates of
the following the cycle, that's how you make the prediction because you're giving an explanation for what you think is going to happen. And the prediction is whether or not it actually occurs.
So if it's not happened yet,
that's
you don't
more
know.
of a semantical point.
No, a prediction is something before it happens.
Whatever word you wanna use. The fact is, I can tell in which coordinates totality is gonna be and when. When it starts,
when did you?
ends, and
So when did you do
wait
your
a second,
prediction?
I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, this website I'm continuously doing it. You can apply to any eclipse. You can use one that already happened. You can use one that didn't happen yet. You can use next years in or next 2 years in Spain. The good thing about the one that already happened is that we have a lot of live streams, and then you can compare my prediction to them.
All you've got to do to know when an eclipse is happening is look at where the nodes are. When they're within 15 degrees of either the sun or the moon, that's when an eclipse will occur.
Well, but that's actually a really interesting point because historically we've been able to predict when eclipses will occur, but we have not been as capable of predicting where they will occur in totality.
All
right?
you've got to look at is where the nodes are. You just need to know your zodiac, where the nodes are. If the nodes are 15 degrees either side of the sun or the moon, that's when an eclipse occurs.
Right.
You don't.
How do you tell
when an eclipse
one second.
occurs?
How do you tell, for example, if it's a total one, if it's an annular one? How do you tell when it starts, when it ends, and in what locations does totality go through? How do you tell that because that's what I'm being able to tell using the globe.
Well, you can research. All you need is like an Astro Light app. It'll tell you exactly what's going to go on
Oh, no, no,
according
but
to the nodes.
that was your argument to him. That was your argument to him. If he's reading it out of the almanac, it's the same thing as you looking at it in the app. The question is, whoever made the prediction they're putting in the app, how did they calculate it? How did they come to
Because it's a cycle. Do you know like you have a daily cycle?
But he's saying that he can predict a pattern moving forward that
It's
you
not
can't.
a prediction. It's not a prediction.
Right, the prediction. If he's correct and actually happens,
it's a cycle.
then he's made a correct prediction. Right. You have different. Right. We're talking about some cases you guys agree on the pattern that you think is going to happen and progress moving forward. In some cases, you guys disagree. Both cases, you have different explanations and justifications for why you support that pattern. And it just happens, of course, you disagree on the underlying thing that is constructing and constraining the pattern. So you're going to have different patterns that arise from that.
My contention is it's not a prediction, because a prediction is something you're going to predict something that's happening in the future, and it's either right or wrong.
Correct.
Right.
Well, isn't that what I'm able to do
he's
here?
made an accurate prediction, right? So what he's saying is making a prediction again. It's not, you're saying like, it doesn't matter what the prediction is, right? We could say he's making a prediction and you don't know what it is, right? He's saying he's just making a prediction, X. He doesn't tell you what it is. He's making a prediction. He's saying, I'm asserting that something will happen in the future in this way. This pattern is going to follow this progression. He's talking about it in terms of like the abstract. You're correct. What the content, the quantity of the actual prediction is predicated on a pattern for which he's asserting a justification. But these two things can simultaneously exist. I don't think I'm wrong.
Well, this is a semantical issue. It doesn't matter whether you consider this a prediction or not. What matters is I can tell you when and where. It doesn't matter if we're talking about a future eclipse or a previous eclipse.
Right, because the point that I'm trying to make here is that I don't think this is a cause for like aggressive contention, because you're both doing the same thing. Like the disagreement is in the minutia of the content. I don't think that it necessitates kind of like pushing back and forth. 'Cause I think you guys agree far more than you actually think you do.
Do you predict that the sun is going to rise, or do you post-dict it?
Interesting question. When?
However you want to phrase it.
Every morning. Every morning.
But so the question is, if you're making a prediction, you're saying like, I'm in right now, I'm saying that I'm making a prediction that sun will rise tomorrow. Of course, that's a prediction. When you're talking about a post-diction, what you're saying is that you're just reevaluating or reconstructing the pattern in the other direction. You're saying, okay, my justification for why the event occurred, given that it occurred, is the pattern so, because it can change the pattern moving forward too. So that's why post-dictions actually can have impacts on future predictions, right? So it's not just like a post hoc justification, right? The premise of it being different is that you're then readjusting the pattern that's going to have an impact in your prediction moving forward.
The point of contention here is that I think one deck is making is that globe earthers think they're these magical wizards that can predict the eclipses, but really you're just looking at the sky and noticing the patterns, right? They're happening over and over and over.
That's exactly the point.
Right.
If it happens, if they the reason that they assert that
I mean, could we say, sorry, just one quick one. So I mean, I don't know this. I mean, could we say can you make a prediction on something that's already happened in a cycle previously? Would it then be a prediction?
That's a post-diction, right? Because you're readjusting. You're saying, I have a new model, I have a new explanation for explaining why the pattern that I viewed in the past occurred. Because you can have a pattern, like you can have multiple explanations for the same like pattern of events you've already observed, but they might have different projections into the future. They could look the same up to a certain point, and you're saying, all right, I'm readjusting my model and explanation. That's the post-diction part.
It's like saying about the sunrise in the morning at 6 a.m. I'll just give it a time. That's, you can say I'm going to predict it's going to happen, but it's not really, I mean, it's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to happen. It's not a prediction.
I have an example. I have a really good example, right? So let's say I'm a chicken And my entire life, I grew up in the chicken farm. Every single morning, sun comes up, farmer comes in, gives me food. Every morning of my life, this happens over and over. I have every reason. My model tells me, my explanation tells me, okay, I see a pattern. I'm going to make a prediction that tomorrow, sun is going to come up, farmer's going to come in, gives me food. The next day, sun comes up, farmer comes in, chops my head off. Now, as my chicken body is floating away, I look at, okay, wow, the pattern was different than I thought it was. My prediction failed. Made a prediction was wrong. So making a post-prediction analysis of what actually happened, I'm going to assess that actually I'm a chicken on a farm and the farmer just killed me. So obviously this is kind of like a simple model of how these things are occurring, but this is just the function of what's happening.
Can we go back to the point? Okay, yeah, there are repeating cycles of the moon and the sun in the sky. That's how you get the data in the almanac. That's fine. That's the starting point. I'm not predicting that. That's cycles. I'll give you that. So what the moon and the sun do in the sky, those are cycles, right? But then how do you use those cycles to tell exactly when and where the eclipse is going to be? How do you tell, okay, from this pair of right ascension declination for both moon and sun, where on Earth is totality being seen right now? How do you answer that question? Because those cycles, they are just for the GPs of those bodies, and that's not where the eclipse is. The eclipse is not at the GP. The eclipse is somewhere else. How do you get that location? What I did was to model the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun as 3 spheres, using the radiuses and distances of the globe model. And guess what? Where the Moon formed a shadow on Earth, that's where totality was. I'm just asking the same for flat Earth. Do your own interpretation of whatever those patterns are, and then show me how you're deriving your predictions from that. I'm talking about cycles.
No. So say that again. Sorry, I missed. I was just going away.
You know the moon wasn't even out during this last eclipse.
Well, you missed my punchline.
So no, I was just go on. Yeah. So what you're saying? The eclipses can only happen on a globe.
It's not what I said at all.
So what's your point then?
So
okay, for the whatever time.
Oh, go ahead, please. You articulated it really well. I thought you did a really good job explaining.
Thanks. So you have the patterns of the sun and the moon. You have how their GPs are progressing in time, so you know exactly where the sun and the moon are overhead at any point in time using the nautical almanac. That's my starting point. I'm not predicting that. I'm using the almanac for that. That's fine. How do you use that information to then tell where the totality is being seen? So you know where the moon's overhead, you know where the sun's overhead.
So wait, sorry, let me just get this
where's
right.
totality? 1 second.
Can you just? I know, I'm with you. I'm not coming in for an argument. When you say where totality is going to be seen, what do you actually mean?
The totality, where the moon is fully blocking the sun, where you don't see the sun because the moon is fully in front of it.
Say that again. Sorry.
Being able to start like where the progression of like the path that the totality of the eclipse is going to take accurately geographically.
Sorry, it wasn't. So what do you mean by go over the totality again? Sorry.
Okay. You start with the GP of the moon and sun, and you figure out where on Earth the moon is blocking the sun. It's fully in front of it. Using the GP of the moon and sun, how do you do that?
So what we say is that you're saying that's what's happening on an eclipse.
No, I think he's saying when we observe eclipses, there are specific spots. There are a lot of places where you have.
What he said is the Earth.
Can I just please? No, because I think what he's actually saying is on Earth, right?
And he's mentioning shadows.
Whatever.
Right. The Earth.
So there are a lot of places where during an eclipse, the light gets kind of weird. The sun is like gets kind of blocked, but there's a specific path where it seems that something more extreme occurs that doesn't happen in other places. Whatever is causing it, like I don't think he's asserting that he like a particular like thing is what he's just saying. We observe this thing happen.
He did say that. He said the Earth blocking the moon.
Sure, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think it's a semantic issue. I think
So
it's not as
he's already
functional. That's the
assuming
point.
that that's what.
Right? No, I
Sorry,
know. You're correct. You're
he's
correct.
already
You're correct.
assuming that's what's happening
Right,
and that's what the eclipse is.
right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think that that's not like you're right. His language absolutely like packs that in. And you're correct to point that out. But I think that the functional part of the argument he's trying to make is actually more related to the observed experience. And you can circle back and like I said, you can argue out the rhetorical points. I'm just saying I don't think that's like where the root of the argument is for him.
Yeah. So let me just. I've got to go in a minute, but what I'm going to say is, so I'll just try and wrap it up really simple because I've got to go. I've enjoyed the conversation. So, according to the globe model, there's a presumption of what's happening with the eclipse, and these two balls in the sky are crossing each other's path. Yeah. So what Bacon's saying is, if he works out on and presuming the Earth's a globe, that's correct. But that's what's already been done. It's been worked off the presumption of a globe, yeah, and the totality. But you don't know that that's what the eclipse is. Nobody does.
Exactly. No,
You
but right, but
don't know.
he's
You
acknowledging
don't
that.
know it's the moon in front
But
of
what
the
if I
Earth and the
told you?
fucking moon in front of the sun. You're just
He doesn't
presuming the
know.
You're just
He doesn't know.
presuming
That's his.
You're just
That's his model.
presuming the heliocentric model.
But what if I told you that there are pictures of the moon visibly in front of the sun?
Yeah. So all you're doing is presuming the heliocentric model, and there's no proof of that's what's happening with
But what if I
eclipses.
told you
He's
that
not.
there
He's
were
not. Of
pictures?
course, he's presuming it. His predictions are based on that model. You can say he's presuming it, and you're correct, right? You have to
Yeah.
point out
So
the
we
areas where it's
already
like
know
in.
that. Then it's nothing to do
But
with
no,
Bacon.
but I'm saying. Of course, he's asserting that. That is his claim, right?
Yeah.
Of
So
course, that's what he's
yeah.
doing.
So what I'm going to say now then is that the size of the moon, the sun, the distance to the sun and the moon, and the sizes are all presumed off a globular Earth with a radius of 3959,
Yes,
and we don't
that's
live.
how he arrived at the.
Yeah.
That's how he arrived. Yes, that's his
Yeah.
model. That's concerning. Yes,
Yeah.
but you're
So
saying he's presuming. You're saying he's presuming it. He's
yeah.
saying this is the whole
And we
point.
live on a flat
He's
Earth.
saying I'm okay.
The Earth's
Yeah, but
flat.
what if-
It's measured like that.
But there are images of the moon in front of the sun.
Yeah, you might be right with the images,
But
mate. You're correct there.
he's saying that you have an image, and you're asserting that you know what the image actually represents in line with
Oh, he
objective
left.
reality in a meaningful way because
left.
that align like that's your prediction. It's just so much of it is semantic. I think you guys agree way more than you think you do.
Yo, one deck's gone.
Yeah, he left.
Just-
I was
just
trying
so
to show him the picture.
No, you did a good job articulating your points, I thought.
I think
I mean,
he's just in denial.
I think that one's is stacked. I think that one's a composite, but there's a one that is not a composite.
I think
you can
Deck
see
got
Earthstone.
decked. Deck got decked.
Is he gonna pretend that eclipses don't happen? Is that what he's gonna say? Or is it-
That's what I was
No,
trying to say, right? That's
I think he was
that like
challenging.
I don't think he was trying. Like I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that like the point you were trying to make is like regardless, like we can put a pin in it, we can put it to the side of like what's actually happening, but like we do observe this occurrence. Like we have this experience on Earth, and then the question is like, okay, you're putting forth a model. It's actually a really interesting way to look at like a theory versus a law, right? Because what you're basically saying is like, I'm developing, I'm using like a construction that's going to allow me to predict this pattern in the future. And that's more like the law side, right? So you're taking like you're constructing an equation or algorithm to like build and project that pattern. But then the theory is like what actually explains like how it describes that law kind of existing reality and like how it functions and what it does, right? So you're going to assert that your projection, your law and your theory that explains it has more explanatory power. You're able to accurately make predictions that he can't because he's saying like, oh,
Mic check.
Hello, mic check, mic check.
She
Oh,
stopped.
no, you're good. I think she's gone.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, she's still here. Well, not really.
Maybe, I do find it interesting that I've tried to show this image multiple times and other images with Earth shine, lighting up the side of the moon where the sun isn't facing, or where the sun can't like reflect light onto. And I always just get composite, CGI. Like, this has been done by independent people, not like there's literally the names of the photographers, the camera that was used, the focal length, like everything. Like, do this yourself if you're so experimental, please. Find the moon in front of the sun. Unless you're suggesting the absurdity that the sun during a certain time of the year, on not even a certain time of year, a certain time every couple of years, suddenly looks like the moon. I mean, that would be the level of cope you would have to go to get consistent, right? So
And by the way, like you can predict the position of the moon in the sky. You can do that when you can see it, and it doesn't change anything when you can't. Like, it's the same prediction. And when you predict that it's going to be in front of the sun, that's exactly when eclipse is taking place. So it's a very very stupid thing to challenge. That might not be the moon. Like, that's where the moon would be if you follow its cycle. That has the size of the moon, has the shape of the moon. If you blow up your exposure time, you can't see the moon.
Do you think it's odd that the moon, like in certain eclipses, you can't see the moon? Like the last one was a new moon, right? Nobody saw the moon. Well, did you see a moon? Did you see the moon like making its way over? Because like all of a sudden, like in the past, in the most recent eclipse, that's all. That's just my question. Do you think that's odd that most eclipses you can see the moon approach, but in the past one you didn't?
You can't. First of all, every single solar eclipse happened during new moon. That's the phase where you don't see the moon because the lit part is in the other side. So no, you don't see the moon approaching the sun. In no solar eclipse you see that.
Maybe I'm confused. I don't know. I just thought this past eclipse. I mean, I know there's other eclipses just like it, but I thought the last eclipse was during the new moon. I guess I just don't know enough about.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But if you want to be sure, just try to find any eclipse where you can see the moon approaching the sun. You're not gonna find any. Not any solar eclipse where you can see that. Don't take my word for it. Just try to find it. You simply won't. It doesn't happen.
Just find it funny how NASA is the one that's full of shit, but they can predict, when totality is going to happen, when it's going to happen, down to the second. The flat earthers are the smart ones, but they can't predict jack shit.
Yeah, I can predict where the stuff in the sky will be using the gravitational constant, and all globe values perfectly fine. It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird.
I do know for a fact that somebody that was watching the eclipse said, "Hey, hon, they just updated the time." So don't say they can predict it down to the second. They can't predict it down to the second because they updated the time of it on this most recent
down to
one.
10 seconds. Okay, let's go with down to 10 seconds.
Yeah. I would say down to under like 3 seconds. I don't think 10 seconds is 10 seconds is probably too long.
I think 3 seconds was about the change that we got.
3 seconds?
So,
I mean, come on, man. Wait. So was it? Did we change it by 3 seconds and then it was accurate, or were we wrong and said that we were?
No. So what? There were. I don't remember exactly what changed. If it was the radius of the sun or something like that. They got a slightly different results than NASA did. But the umbra, the perimeter of the umbra, was slightly shorter. So if you were in the very edge of totality, like say you would only get like 3 seconds of eclipse, you might not get at all. You might always get a bit of the sun because the sun is actually slightly larger than you thought it was. So that shrinks the side of the umbra a little bit. So if you thought you'd be on the umbra, but you were just at the edge of it, then you actually might be out of it. But that was just for the people who would only get like a couple seconds of totality. If you would get a minute of totality, you're still getting a minute of totality, with or without the adjustments. So down to the minute is a for sure. down to a couple seconds. I wouldn't say mine is down to 3 seconds. Mine, I'll go with at least half a minute. I haven't checked to that degree. I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, so why do I have to incorporate a globe to get like accurate paths of totality? Like I can't do it. Like there'd be physically no other way for me to get a path of totality without using a globe. Like
Not that I can
literally
think of.
impossible. I could not get a path of totality without using a globe.
I remember what's it called? Professor Dave challenged the flat earthers to do it, and he said, make sure to show your work. I just laughed at that
Well,
because I mean, it would be great if they could do it. If they could show their work, no globe, no NASA, no science, no nothing. No one that thinks the Earth is a globe can help you out. You gotta just
It's
do it
not-
Yeah,
yourself.
the issue is they always divert from this. They never want to actually propose any model.
And it's not like I'm, saying that. Well, I have to assume a globe of a certain size in this scenario, and then I have to shrink down to a smaller size to explain the seasons, for example. I can explain literally every natural phenomena that we observe on Earth: seasons, day and night cycles, lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, stars. I can explain all of that at once using a globe of a certain size, of a certain mass, of a certain distance away from the sun, with one singular model. I don't have to change around one model. Predictability is not special. That's interesting.
You can do it too, then, right? Amish or
Well, no, they'll never make any
I mean,
claims about.
if you have it all down, you should be able to go take those bitcoins Dirt's got up for grabs, right? Just take your drop over distance proof, take them over to Dirt, and grab your bitcoins.
Where is
He's
this?
got three. He's got 3 of them up for freaking grabs.
Where is this?
You can prove that there's Earth curvature or that the Earth spins. Yeah, Dearth. You know Dearth.
I do not know Dearth.
Dave Weiss. Yeah, he's had 3 bitcoins offered up for 3 years, maybe longer.
Dave Weiss, the guy that got destroyed in that debate. Have you seen that video yet, Trigonometry?
Of what?
Professor Dave versus Dave Weiss. It was a flat Earth debate. 5 million views on YouTube.
I haven't.
You should see it, man. It's 50 minutes of pure entertainment. Best entertainment you'll ever get. Now, at one point, Dave Weiss says that daylight doesn't come from the sun. Like, it got that bad for him at one point. He denied altogether that daylight comes from the sun.
Amish, you can hear me, right? You're still like in text, or? Oh, jeez, my dog, bro, it's going crazy. All right, so the reason that flat earthers can't make any claims for anything is because they won't be able to explain anything all at once. They have no globe.
Dog's interrupting.
Your dog's a flutter?
Yeah, maybe. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, my dog is Alpha, confirmed. I don't have to, or flat earthers don't have to, say any of these things because they won't even make the claims in the first place. They don't have to intellectually reduce down to what things in the sky could be, how they operate. Because when you can just say, I can't know anything, it's so much easier to do absurd stuff like this. Like, can you not try and explain anything ever? Oh, Alpha, stop it.
Saying Alpha, stop it. That's hilarious. Yeah, your dog might be a flat earther, man. He's trying to interrupt you. He's trying to stop you from telling the truth.
The dog's a flat earther. He's probably smarter than you guys.
Yeah. Are you a flat earther, Paraplegic Coffee?
I am, yeah.
Would you like to
I
engage in an intellectual debate?
I'm not freaking really good at debates. I'm freaking not. I don't like pretend that I know more than I know.
Well, that's a good thing because I don't have
I
to.
do know. I do. I wanted to prove somebody wrong that told me the Earth was flat. So I got my P1000. Well, I bought one and then went and took pictures of Mount St. Helens. And don't ask me to fucking share these pictures because they were pretty crappy pictures.
Oh no, I don't. Yeah.
It was on. I was on I-5, about 120 miles away.
Yep.
On a 30 feet above on a beltway exit in my van because I'm in a wheelchair. So I was in my van with my freaking little tripod and my P1000 taking pictures of Mount St. Helens, and I could actually take pictures of Rainier also. Rainier was about 75 miles away, if I'm not mistaken. And when I'm like looking it up on the Earth curve calculator, I'm like, what's going on? Like, why am I seeing the whole mountain? Why am I not seeing just like, the top part of it that the Earth curve calculator says I'm supposed to? So that was when I, started going to the flat side. So yeah, and then just watching all the NASA stuff. Watching all the NASA guys hanging on wires and the ISS isn't real. If anybody thinks the ISS is real, it's just like, if you've watched enough of those videos, if you can't tell that there's definite just nonsense going on there, I don't know how you could believe that NASA's really doing things in space or any of that.
So what about the ISS is like?
Well, if you built the ISS, how would you build it? If it was like going to be under massive amounts of pressure, would you build it so that every time you had to work on it, you had to go outside to work on it? Like,
Wait, what do you mean massive amounts of pressure? It's not
well,
massive amounts of pressure. It's only like near
10 to the minus 14 torr or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know what submarines are built to? They're built from 1 atmosphere to like 500 atmospheres. So submarines are significantly harder to build than the ISS to withstand pressure.
Dude, if they built it, wouldn't you have a video of them putting it together? Wouldn't
Yeah,
that be
we actually do.
the grandest feat ever attempted? You've got a video of them assembling the ISS.
Yeah, this demonstrates your lack of knowledge on the subject, which is why I see that you say you don't pretend that you know things, because you don't know things.
There you go. I guess I just don't know things. I'd like to see the video of them putting the ISS together.
Yeah, I will send you videos so you can.
That'd be great.
Things for once, right?
I'm telling you, that is ain't nobody in space. That's for damn sure. And it ain't the ISS from the videos you watch, dude. Come on, you can't believe that. You can't believe that they're.
Here are videos.
That they're hanging on wires. They're hanging on wires. There's all kinds of nonsense going on. And
are the water bubbles hanging on wires as well? Are the water bubbles hanging on wires?
Oh, I don't even know about water bubbles. I know there's I've seen the bubbles in space. Yeah, I've seen that.
You mean the ones
a lot
and then they like put them in their mouth?
A lot of the videos. No, not those. I'm talking about like if you all of it. Any kind of a spacewalk, that's all filmed underwater. You can freaking tell. And like if you've seen any of the videos of the guys hanging on the little wires, getting pulled around, doing the little somersaults, getting stuck on their wires. If you don't think that proves that it's clearly something's going on, how do you explain that when you watch those?
So they're
when you
using
watch the
wire.
videos,
Yeah, hold
you've
on.
seen them. You've seen them
No, I
where they're getting
know.
pulled
Okay,
over their little wires.
Yeah, show me. But let's assume that they're all hanging on wires. So how do they make the water hang on wires? You know, the ones that like float around and they like put it in their mouth.
All the
like, drink the water.
CGI crap, all the CGI crap that they use. Are you kidding me? For real? All the
Oh,
green
so they
screen
put
stuff.
CGI. Nice. Okay.
Well, dude, it's a
Green screen.
no, it's a
They're green
combination
screening the
between.
water in.
Dude, it's a combination between green screen, underwater, and where you have a mocked up ISS inside, the vomit comet, so they can do some
All right. So
weightless stuff.
a vomit comet doesn't provide continuous hours of
I know
footage.
that, but they could do a couple frames or a couple maybe like 15 seconds.
And then all compile them onto live video where they're responding to things that are live.
Dude, if you want to argue about whether the ISS is real or not, dude, I don't even know why
you can't argue. You just admitted, right? You just said that you can't.
I'm just an idiot. Yep, there you go.
Well, you told me yourself.
I'm not good at debating. No, I'm not good at debating. I'm good at roasting coffee. It's what I do all day. I roast coffee, so but I do find it fun to listen to this stuff when there's somebody that's way better at it than I am. But I'm not like a pretender. I don't pretend that I know as much as some of the other guys that pretty much. I don't know. So what was your question?
My question was, what have I said about the ISS is illogical? Would be illogical.
Just the fact that you think it's up there. Just the fact that you believe in space at all is illogical.
How is space illogical?
Sorry. Pouring beans. I apologize. Just that you think it's up there, and that you can go from a pressurized system to a empty void that's apparently a vacuum or whatever you want to call it, and that it's right next to a pressurized system. That's just insane. And you know the argument with pressure without a container, gas pressure without a container.
And it's absurd.
You know the argument. What do you mean it's absurd? You can't have pressure. You can't have pressure next to a freaking vacuum without some kind of a membrane at the very least.
Well,
and if you
do
think
have a
you
container,
can, you could show us it. You could show us that. Show us a.
I can actually. That's a very good.
Show us a tire on a rim without the freaking rubber holding air.
That's so yeah. Okay, so let's. So the Earth has a container, right? And tire.
I know you call it gravity. You call it gravity.
I'm not even going to bring up gravity. I'm not even going to bring up gravity. Let me explain. Okay. All right. So let's say I have a tire.
I've heard this a million times. Yep. Let's
single gravity. I'm not going to use gravity a single time. Let's say I have a tire. I'm not going to bring up gravity. Let's say I have a tire, and the Earth has a container, just like how the tire has the tire wall to keep the pressure in, right? If the Earth has a container, that means that there would be a uniform pressure through the whole thing because it would equalize. It would go throughout the whole thing. Do we observe a uniform pressure gradient on Earth? Or do we observe a uniform pressure on Earth, not a gradient? We don't observe a uniform pressure, right? When I go up in altitude, the pressure decreases. That's not a constant pressure. That would be consistent with a container.
It's still all gases, and it's not going to be next to a void or a vacuum.
No. I wasn't. I never brought up the word vacuum. I never brought up vacuum. I never brought up the word vacuum or void in that whole place. So why are you bringing that up?
I'm just telling you what I think about the heliocentric model as far as space. That's what I'm bringing up.
I just said that it would be inconsistent. It wouldn't make any sense to have a container on a flat Earth. I've tried to argue this multiple times before, which is that if flat earthers really want to make something make sense with their whole density argument, they should say that space is a thing. Because if you have an ever increasing pressure gradient, then space can exist. Because it'll never reach a pure vacuum because that doesn't exist even
You
in the
do
universe.
understand it would just fill. It would fill space. It would
Okay, so then
suck our atmosphere or atmoplane or atmos off
vacuums
and
don't
take
suck.
it bye-bye.
Vacuums don't suck.
Well, I got one right next to me that sucks up chaff all day long, so.
So is there
But
no
if you're
air
talking
inside of your
about
vacuum?
the void, are you talking about the void? You're talking about two different things. And I'm joking and talking about a freaking 2 horsepower freaking little piece of crap freaking shop vac. You know?
Yeah, but no one has ever claimed that outer space is a vacuum, a complete vacuum.
So they haven't claimed that there's massive amounts of pressure in space that they have to contend with.
There is not no one has ever claimed that space is a pure vacuum. No.
I didn't freaking say pure vacuum. I didn't say a freaking magically pure 1000%. The thing is, dude, all right, so if it's not that, so why are they even wearing spacesuits then? Why are they wearing spacesuits if it's not
very,
dangerous?
very low pressure where there's no oxygen.
Well, it's very, very low pressure where there's no oxygen. So why do they have to have, if it's such low oxygen, why all the scary talk? Why all the scary talk about, getting your eyeballs sucked out of your head and all that nonsense that they.
Because it's low pressure. That's a vacuum. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, like I said before. But this is getting away from the point of how I tried to explain.
Well,
if
the point is that you can't.
If the Earth had a container,
It has to.
It does.
It has to. We breathe pressurized air. It has to.
So then why is there a gradient if there's a container?
I can't explain that very good. I know that somebody like QE could explain that way better than I could. I know that the gases are made at the surface from I don't know, the water, the ground, all kinds of things. I'm not a a specialist in how freaking our pressurized air is created, but it does need a container. I do know that. That's how you get pressure. It's got to hit the walls of the container, and it's not hitting some magical force in space called gravity.
Yeah,
that you guys think it is. I don't care if you brought it up or not. That's your model. That's your model.
Gravity, and I explained how you.
You don't have to.
You can't have.
Okay, so now it's not gravity that holds the air down in your model. Is that what you're saying now?
It is, but I've never brought up gravity. I was trying to explain. I was trying to steel man the flat Earth. I was trying to steel man the flat Earth.
I'm not good at debating, like I said, dude. I just know that you would definitely need a container to have pressurized air. If you're breathing pressurized air, then.
Can I get a flat earther that would like to be a good debater about my argument?
Yeah. Get someone in here who's really good at debating, like freaking AI or Meggy or somebody, because I suck at it. Sorry.
No.
Coffee's my thing. Not debating.
Hey, you admitted it. That's pretty good. I mean, as long as you like.
Dude, I'm not a fucking pretend to clown piece of shit, so I don't pretend that I'm great at, You could show us pressure, you could show like an actual something without a container with,
Can you show me a container that has a pressure gradient?
I'm sure if you had a big enough container of liquid propane, some of it would sit at the bottom.
Every single one.
Probably.
Look,
I guess.
just like you don't need to be good at debating. You don't, because this isn't a debate, right? But apparently, every single container of gas does have gradient in it. That's to be the case. Apparently, there's greater pressure at the bottom than there is at the top in a container. I don't know if that's true. I haven't tested it myself, but that's the claim. No,
So
look,
Mark,
man, I just woke up, so I'm gonna have my coffee and a smoke, and I'll be back later. I'm gonna
All
listen.
I wish you had my coffee. Damn it.
Yeah.
It's in another country. That's all right. Maybe we'll send you some sometime. If I hit the lottery. Sorry, bro.
what's up, Bacon?
Yo. Any flat Earth with enough coffee to explain me how we can apply our understanding of Earth being flat to something useful?
No flat Earth engineering allowed.
Damn.
I have seen those the aeronautical what are they I don't know if the training manuals or flight whatever, I don't know, but they say they're supposed to be operated over a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. Why would they put that into the manuals for certain aircraft?
Because when I'm flying, it's gonna appear like I'm gonna be level with the horizon, or I'm gonna be flying level, because that's how level works on a sphere. If I'm maintaining a certain angle of attack, I don't have to keep on pulling up to.
So what I'm saying is, why not just why not operate over what you believe it's supposed to actually be? That's what you're doing. They're operating it over what we actually live on, not some fantastical 1,000-mile-an-hour spinning ball where you guys think the Atmos is attached to the surface, or it's not attached. And depending on what argument you guys are using, it's either attached sometimes, and then another argument you say it's not attached.
So
the atmosphere is spinning. Is the atmosphere spinning with
Do you
the
want to
Earth?
know the reason they really do that, or do you want to just go with the one you made up?
Well, I think it's because that's what we actually live on.
And so the question is, do you want to go with the one you made up, or do you want to know the actual reason they say that in those documents?
I think it's because. Go ahead. You can tell me what you think.
I didn't ask what you think. I want to know if you wanted to go with the one you made up or the real one. It's up to you.
You can tell me whatever you'd like to tell me. It's fine.
Okay, so you want to go with the one you made up? That's fine. I don't need to. All right, we're good. I would think you'd want to know the real reason, but that's just me. I'm kind of weird that way.
Seek the truth, man. Find out the real reason.
What is a fucking loaded question,
So
man?
what's the real reason that they would operate it over a flat, stationary
And I
plane?
explained it to
Now,
you.
why would they put that?
I explained
because that's what you're doing. You're operating it over a flat, stationary plane. That's
that's not. Yeah, that's the one you made up.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Tell us your information.
Well, you can go ask them why they put it in, for one, and they'll tell you this reason is because they know these things are variables in the equation, but if we include those in the variables in the equation, it just makes the equations unnecessarily complicated, and it doesn't change the result to the significant digits that they're trying to find. And so they can just ignore them and get the same significant digits.
We got it. You said that that's the real reason. Now prove it. Let's see what happens when they do all that accounting.
They're
gonna. I'm just like, why would you not put it like, hey, if the Earth's going to be spinning and it's going to be curving and dropping away at you, like, why wouldn't you put that in the literature?
Saying that it's going to work out just the same, but it's much more complicated. So let's see it being done with all that being accounted for, that spinning and curving that you think is going on, and let's see it working out just the same.
So you want someone else to do your work for you?
No, I want
Okay.
someone to do your work for you. Maybe you can
No.
do it yourself, and you can find an example of what you just said happens.
No, but see, in all these documents you guys put forward, these are people trying to solve it.
Okay, so you just said if we account for all this curvature and spinning crap that you say is going on, the results are just the same, and now it's on me to go and find the proof of that? Do you want to just sit on a red mic for the rest of the time you're here?
If that's what you need to do today, man.
No, well, I mean, you need to go and get the information to back up what you just claimed, because it's your claim.
Hey, I was just telling them what it's really there for.
Okay, so can you prove that can you prove that by getting what I just asked for?
Yeah.
No,
Or are you just bullshitting? Are you just bullshitting like you said he was, just going with the reason that he wants? Is that all you're doing?
No,
I think you are. I think you are because you don't want to go and get what I'm asking for, which is what would actually
it doesn't exist.
Oh
What you're
yeah,
asking
no
for
shit.
doesn't
Okay,
Oh, it
yeah,
doesn't
you're done.
exist.
Bye bye.
Scott, are you saying that they didn't try it with those other equations? They just went, yeah, we'll just do it like this way.
Yeah,
Sorry, it doesn't exist because they're not going to waste their time doing it.
How would you know the result's the same if it doesn't exist?
Because oh my fucking god, guys, come on.
Okay, listen, you're projecting.
a way
big
to
time.
prove
You're
it.
just shut, dude. You're just doing exactly what you said he was doing, which is just taking the reason that you like. So anyway,
Heretic,
point's been made.
Can I
What are you gonna do?
All right, I'm gonna use a mathematical proof per se. Is that okay?
For what? For what?
Why modeling it as a globe gives the same result?
Oh, how about you just show it being done in the real world, where they account for all these things, like curvature and spin that you think are going on, and then the result is shown to be the same as not accounting for it. Like Scott just said, can you just do that? Because that's what we're currently on.
All right, long range artillery, ballistic trajectories.
So you can account for curve and rotation with that, or not, and the result's going to be the same.
No,
the values are 0.
They'll actually be different, but
okay. Well, then I guess that's not what we're talking about.
all right, flying a plane. That's something where they're going to be the same.
I guess that's what you guys were just on about.
All right, so if I'm flying a plane and conservation of momentum holds to be true, I would assume. I hope you are not a comb denier. That
Shut up, dude.
Okay. If I take off from an airport and I'm on the equator going roughly 1,000 miles per hour, I'm going to maintain the velocity that the Earth has imparted upon me. Correct?
So it's 0.
Yeah, which is 0.
Yeah, I would have a 0 relative velocity. Yeah.
Tell me where you're going to go. Tell me where you're going to go where the Earth isn't moving, isn't spinning, to test it. Because you already think it is, right?
Nowhere, but we weren't talking about testing.
Yeah, fucking
where
exactly. You guys are
we're
full of
saying where
shit.
it's going to be the same. No, we're saying where it's going to be the same. That was the argument that we were trying to do. Where it'd be the same on a flat
So
plane.
it doesn't matter. Is what you're saying. You're saying it's as if it is flat and stationary.
Yeah,
Is exactly what the fucking documents are saying.
We were trying to get to a point
So
where
Scott's just full of shit.
We were trying to get to a point where you could say that one would be the same on a flat Earth and one would be the same on a globe Earth. Correct? Is that not what we were talking about? I want your response to be yes or no to that question.
When it was tested like that and done
That's
like
not a
that
yes
for
or
them
no
to know that the results are the exact same.
That's not a yes or no question.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
answer,
exactly, right.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Turns out these are 0, so we'll just leave them out. So we were just treating the Earth as if it's a flat stationary plane. Huh.
Yeah, which
even
thank
though
you
we
for
don't think
agreeing
it
with me
is.
that they're both the same on a flat and flat stationary and on a globe Earth in that scenario. Thank you.
Except they're not. If you're on a ball and
You
it's
just said they're
spinning,
0.
then the values aren't 0. They aren't.
You just said they weren't. Why are you contradicting yourself?
Yeah,
you just said they were
because
0.
they say it's 0, don't they?
You just said it's 0. Well, you're contradicting yourself. Man.
They say it's 0. They say it's negligible. It doesn't. It's not significant enough to include in our calculations.
No, it is
So we'll
zero.
just
Not significant enough. It is zero.
so the curve's zero. The curve is zero.
I wasn't talking about curve. I was talking about
No
velocity.
curve. There's no curve. Is there? There's no
I was
curve.
talking about velocity.
There's no spin of the Earth.
That's not what I was saying. I said that your relative velocity will be zero.
It's zero though. It's zero though.
Zero relative velocity. Yes. Yeah.
There's no spin of the Earth.
That's not what I'm saying. Velocity and spin. Okay.
Zero, or it's something. It's a value. It's above zero, or it's not.
You're confusing spin and
Value
velocity.
of the spin of the Earth has a number, or it's zero. Pick one, dude.
It's 1 revolution
Pick
per
one.
day. That's the spin of the Earth.
I thought you said it was zero.
Nope, I said the plane has 0 relative velocity, so stop putting words in my mouth.
Plane has 0 relative velocity to what? The ground?
Yeah, because the ground is also...
It's just hovering in air, is it? Just hovering above the ground.
If it's parked on the runway...
Just hovering above the ground, is it?
Yep.
Or is it moving above it?
Keep on trying to talk... It's going to be in line... Or it's going to be
Because you
the ground,
wrap yourself up in a
conservation
fucking
of
mind
momentum.
bender, man. You don't know what
Conservation
the
of
fuck you're saying.
momentum is so hard to understand. Yeah, okay. You know I got you with you saying 0, and then you had to backpedal on it, so you're just, like, floundering around. Come on, man. Try and be intellectually honest with me. Or get a script so you can be consistent.
The way I see it, the Earth's moving or it isn't. Why would you put that it isn't in a manual or an instruction thing if it wasn't?
I just told you why.
I know. I understand your claim, your explanation, but I'm telling you that's absurd. It's absurd.
Why is it absurd?
Because if it was moving, they would have to factor that in. It would greatly affect things, and I know that's that's what you say, but
that's what I know.
If something was spin, no, you don't know that. You're not an airplane. You're not an airplane pilot that's flown into a 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning Earth before.
It's irrelevant. You misunderstand the problem then if you think that's an issue.
Dude, it's clearly not moving. If they would have to account not just for that. They would have to literally dip the nose down on an airplane. Yes, they would. They would have to. Or they fly into space.
And they are.
They're dipping the nose down. How come every plane I ever seen has an upward? They have the nose a little bit up when they fly.
Well,
our speed relatively to the Earth is 0 because we hold the Earth's momentum, so we are also spinning at the same speed.
Yeah.
Do you know what angle? I don't
So
want to.
how do you guys? How would your little snipers have to account for their thing if the atmo stuck to the surface and spinning with it? Don't you need them to be two opposite forces so that one affects the other?
Why don't you stick to one thing instead of jumping all around? It'll be easier to understand. It'll be easier to understand the stuff if you don't jump around.
You can try to beat up on me. It's all good.
I'm not beating up on you. I'm trying to explain something.
I'm just saying.
He said he doesn't understand debating. Remember?
They don't. Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not good at debating. No, I suck at debating. Whatever.
I'm trying to understand his sniper analogy. Like, what are you saying with these sniper bullets?
Don't go into the snipers, man.
It's just because the snipers don't account for Earth curve or Earth spin or any of that. And what I'm saying is, if the Earth is stuck, if the atmosphere is stuck to the surface, spinning with the Earth.
Not stuck. It is spinning the same rotation, though.
Okay, well, if it's not stuck to it, I don't know how. This is where you guys you go back and forth. You say one thing, and then when it comes to another thing, you're like, oh no, it's those are two different reference frames, and that's why bullets are affected. I've heard it over and over. If it just doesn't make a lot of sense when you just. Yep, it's just me, Scott. Yeah, I'll mute up since I'm just so fucking stupid.
but it makes sense to us, and we think we can explain it to you if you allow yourself to learn.
Dude, all right. Yeah, you go ahead. Go ahead and explain it to me. Dude, I got too many orders to get out right now. I just can't work and freaking do a terrible job at debating at the same time. So yeah, I'll listen to you, Scott.
Well, I can't explain it if you're working. You have to put in the effort to learn. I mean, learning's not free, right? You can't just put it on and when you go to sleep and learn through osmosis. Learning takes work. It took all of us work. I mean, I spent countless hours learning shit.
Yeah, wait, what is your degree in, Scott? You said you were in college or something?
I said I'd listen, Scott. Jesus.
What did you say, Scott?
I've studied multiple things in college. My first major was aerospace engineering. I made it 2.5 years before I dropped out because I ran out of money. And then I went back and got a degree in psychology and sociology, and I did graduate work in psychology and education.
So you chose a worse degree? Okay, that's good.
I chose a what?
You chose a shit worse degree? Psychology versus aerospace engineering? Come on, man.
Oh, I bet I'm making a whole lot more money than you are right now. So yeah, it worked out for me.
Yeah, but can you really be happy yourself being a psychologist versus being an aerospace engineer?
I'm not a psychologist. I'm working tech.
You work in tech? So where did...
Yeah. I told everybody here I work at Adobe. I've been programming for the last 27 years. Because I was better at the math and science stuff than I ever was at the psychology stuff. Because I'm really good at the math and science stuff. This stuff comes natural to me. So.
What do you do at Adobe?
Push around billions of rows of data.
Oh, you're not a programmer? You just maintain the database?
What's that?
You maintain the database, or do you program?
I write essentially scripts that move data from one place to another and rearrange it so we can access and trying to find the balance between speed of ingestion and speed of access.
Oh, for your cloud-based software programs.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And we're basically tracking everything you guys buy online so that clients can market to you better. Yes, I'm horrible. I understand that.
Everything that's done online is tracked.
I know.
Every cell phone call and text is tracked.
I know. That's where our billions of records of data come from every day that I process. It's not very interesting work, but it pays well, so I'll do it. Anyways, back to topic. Enough about me. I got to put myself on mute anyways because I'm going back to work.
Oh, I wanted to hear your biography. The Earth is a globe.
Well, since the conversation completely died, I'll say one more thing before I officially go back to work. Is that the reason I know why they put those things in, those flight dynamics and all those things? Because I was actually tested on that when I was in school, and they said exactly those things on the test, controlling, assuming these things are not factors in. What's the answers? And the answer was always a number, and that number had a significant number of significant digits at the end, and if we included those other variables, all it would change is the numbers way past those significant digits, and so we didn't include them, and that's why they say it in those documents. Anyways, that's enough.
So what engineering work have you actually done?
None. Just did it in school for 2.5 years.
Wow, that's kind of lame.
Okay. I mean, I know people who've done it. I set you up with them. I know a guy who does it, launches satellites into space. Got his PhD in aerospace.
He's probably CGI.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I know a guy that has a pet unicorn.
Yeah, but see, the difference is I do know someone, and you just made that up because you need to defend an indefensible position. And the only way you can defend indefensible positions is by lying about it.
Well, you don't know
Which
who
is
I
interesting.
know and what I know.
But I know you're lying. But I know you're lying, and I know you know you're lying, right? We both know this. We're both adults.
No, I don't.
We're both adults, and we know that sometimes people play these silly games in order to defend indefensible positions.
And sometimes people dress their horses up for their little kid and put a little horn on it so it'll be a unicorn.
And that's what you're doing right now.
So
we know
I have a friend that has a unicorn. I've seen it.
We know we know what you're doing right now. Both you and I know what we're doing. We've been around. We know what you're doing. And when I say we, you and me, just you and me, nobody else in the room. But I know what you're doing.
Scott, what am I doing right now? What am I doing right now?
You're trying to defend an indefensible position, and you're trying to make up reasons why my knowledge is equal to your knowledge by saying that my knowledge is not actually knowledge. That's what you're doing right now.
Wow, you're reading an awful lot into that. Actually, I'm eating my lunch. I muted my mic so I could take a bite here. And I just figured I'd go ahead and pass a little bit of time until my break's over in about another 4 minutes here. So that's what I'm doing, but I'm glad to know that you're such a good psychologist that you could go ahead and figure out exactly what was on my mind.
All right,
good. Thank you.
Good, cool. You find it interesting that you thought you needed to chime in with the unicorn thing as if it were going to add something to the conversation.
Yeah.
Clearly, you thought it was needed to be said. Clearly, you thought it was going to do something.
Yeah, he
not sure what you thought it was going to do.
You
not sure what you thought
it provided about 120 seconds of content. It was otherwise dead air, so I think it did an excellent job. But I got another bite to take.
Yeah.
All right.
You had to use effort to unmute yourself to say that verbal diarrhea. I mean. I would like to hear more about
that's good.
Though.
My homemade menu here. But while I'm here, just let me take a quick second here to give a shout out to Paraplegic Coffee and Crit, Morpheus and Heretic, FE Batman. That's some of the regulars. Old Dude. Hey, can't forget Old Dude. Us old dudes got to stick together. Anyway, just saying hello. Now I got to mute my mic, take a couple more bites, and get back to work. No, out of curiosity, though, because Scott, because you're such a firm believer that there's no such thing as unicorns, have you ever been into the unicorn forum and let them know that there are no such things?
Have I ever done what?
Well, so you said there's no such thing as unicorns. You don't believe the earth is flat. So have you ever gone into one of the unicorn channels in there and debated with them on whether there's unicorns or not?
No.
I mean, you spend a lot of time here on flat earth. You don't believe in it. So you find some kind of an obligation to go ahead and inform us, I believe, or I'm not sure exactly what your motivation is. I'm not a psychologist.
I could tell
But
you.
you also seem very adamant that there's no such thing as unicorns. So I was just wondering if you ever went into the unicorn channels and let them know that there's no such thing as unicorns.
No.
Or if you just don't believe in them that strongly that there may be unicorns.
No, there are no unicorns.
Okay, so I would invite you to go into the unicorn channels and let them know, because they're extremely misled there.
I know, but they're uninteresting.
But they need your help.
You guys don't need my help. I'm not here for your help. You.
No, I don't
Here
need
to
your
understand
help.
me.
The
I know.
unicorn
That's what I just
guys
said.
need your help.
No, neither of you need my help. I'm not here to help you. I'm here to understand you.
And here I thought you were just here to help provide content when the channel was quiet.
Scott, I would like to talk more about your college experience in later time.
Why? You need to get Heretic's permission, but that's kind of
No,
boring.
I said
I
at a
don't
later
think-
time. I said at a later
Okay,
time.
sure,
Yeah.
sure, fair enough.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
trying to say in here.
yeah. I do my best to abide by house rules since I'm a guest.
Now, Heretic is definitely the best out of all the mods, I think.
He's pretty damn good. I agree. I mean, I don't agree with the damn thing he believes, but he runs a good room.
Well, sometimes I melt down. It happens.
Yeah, we're all human.
But he's Brad Pitt. He's Brad Pitt.
Oh yeah, there's that. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't believe I didn't screenshot that. That's a waste of. Needed to. Crit, are you here? All right, I'll be fine with a flat Earth if it can be triangle shaped. Can that be a thing? As long as it's flat. Say again. You were quiet when you.
I was asking you to be louder. I couldn't hear you. Or somebody.
If I have a wet tennis ball and I rotate it like once per day, will all the water fly off?
Moment of silence.
You seriously gonna go with that, are you?
Yeah, I am. I just hear that brought up like often, so I'm just curious. Like continuing. Like I don't want dead air,
What about where, you know, like beyond absorption? Can you get like a body of water to just stay around to totally encompass the tennis ball?
Like
So that
stick
it
to
has a
the tennis ball.
surface, that it has, you know, a freestanding surface?
Does it have to completely envelop the whole ball?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, it doesn't completely envelop the whole Earth. It's only 71%,
Yeah, but
right?
it would, wouldn't it? If there was enough water around Earth, it'd just cover it'd just be a ball of water.
Yeah, it would,
And
but since the Earth, I don't claim that the Earth is that, I don't have to provide that either, right? Since it's not that. Or what I claim it to be.
Yeah, it's not that, yeah. It's not.
Yeah, it's not 100%
It's not the
water.
imaginary fucking spinning ball with water on it.
But if I did spin a tennis ball at one revolution per day, would all the water fly off? Really any other than like evaporation?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
It's absorbed by the material of the tennis ball, the fibers. And there's
Right.
some adhesion going on due to surface tension or whatever as well. So might drip off
What if I have like
the
a bunch of
bottom.
like what?
Some might make its way to the bottom of the ball and drip off.
I mean, water surface tension is pretty strong. I think you could have standing water on a tennis ball. You just like made it spiky enough to have surface tension adhering to the sides.
So it'll be moist, won't it? It'll be moist.
I mean, there'll be little spheres of water visible from sticking to the ball. Yeah, surface tension. Yeah, sure.
Spheres of water, really?
Yeah, have you never
Well,
seen
just do it. Just do it with a basketball. Let's see you do it just with a basketball. Let's see you get a half-inch of water, or let's say even 2 millimeters of water to stick to the entire surface of the basketball. It doesn't even have to be turning. We'll give you. It doesn't even have to be spinning. You can, if you can do that, or show us that in nature, that'd be interesting.
The problem would be that basketball doesn't have the gravitational influence that the Earth has. It's pretty small. Massive
At what point? At what point? At what point does the object get big enough to start pulling water to the surface? And at what point does it start? Yeah, there you go. So wait, if a ball was half the size of the Earth, would the water kind of like just start to do the about face? Because when you do spin a wet tennis ball, or if you throw it, it's not rotating very fast, but the water flies off it.
Matt,
So when your ball gets like, let's say 3,000 feet wide, is the water gonna start adhering to it just a little bit because it's a little, when's it start? When does your gravity start causing water to adhere to the surface?
It starts whenever an object has mass. And yeah, Matt, that's.
But you can't show us it in any recreation, experiment,
told you this.
Physical example.
That's because I can't go anywhere where the force of gravity, Earth's force of gravity, isn't significantly overcoming the mass of the ball.
Oh, good lord! So it's pushing just enough, but the moon can also pull it. Don't you guys see how absurd that is?
No,
nothing's absurd about it.
You have to. Oh my lord! You have to see how absurd it is.
You just compared a tennis ball to the Earth's gravitational influence.
No. What I said was, if you throw a wet tennis ball, the water flies off it. And what I'm saying, you guys were like, "No, it's not big enough." Well, I asked you, when is it? When does it get big enough?
It is big enough.
When does it? When does? Okay.
Let me explain. Let me explain if it's big enough.
You show us water sticking to even if the ball isn't spinning, show us it's sticking And don't pick a tennis ball that has an absorbable freaking sponge-like surface. That doesn't count.
All right, I'll pick a steel ball. A steel ball.
There you go.
And I have it in a space that does not have Earth's gravity near it, right? So I'm trying to use the same, heliocentric model that the Earth operates under. That if I have a sphere of, it weighs a kilogram, and a steel ball, and I have it somewhere in the solar system. Doesn't even have to be in the solar system.
No. In reality, man. In reality.
In reality, okay, then I don't know. Maybe you're living in a different universe because I know we live on a sphere. But besides the point,
you freaking went far enough up. You went far enough up to actually see the entirety of the Earth. That's incredible.
I've never claimed that. No.
Well, nobody has. Not even the ISS. Even though they sit there and tell you they can see the damn. It's hilarious, but whatever.
Do you know how
Keep
high
going.
ISS
is sus.
How high do you know? How high is the ISS?
I'm not gonna. I have no idea. I know it's not high enough to see the entirety of the ball.
It varies.
Yeah, it isn't. Okay. So anyway.
No one claims it is. Then.
Anyway.
It would never be high enough to see the entirety of a ball, though. Like, what's the logic?
Had a great day. Like
Any ball.
To try to steal the girl from him or anything. Like, what the fuck did he have to do that?
All right. So if I have any sort of object that is mass, it's going to be attracted to each other. It's just the fact that Earth's gravity is larger than whatever mass. If you bring me a mass that is larger than the Earth, yes, the water will prefer to be on that object rather than the object of or surface of the Earth, right? So still consistent. I didn't break consistency at all.
This is fantasy, man.
Yeah, it's just that the smaller the mass, more negligible the gravitational influences as well. So.
Okay, so like when if you got a ball, like I said, let's say like 5,000 feet wide, will it start to stick a little? Because you say it starts when it gets as big as the Earth. So shouldn't things start?
Not necessarily, dude.
It starts.
Shouldn't things start to happen? Shouldn't they start to happen when it's half as big as the Earth? Because when you throw when you throw something wet, the water flings off it. At what point does it start doing the about face, and goes from going off it to doing 180-degree about face and start pushing towards the center of it? And don't you see how absurd that is? That you think that starts happening at a certain size?
It has nothing to do with size. It has everything to do with mass. Why are
But you can't reproduce it on Earth. You can't do it. So
I wonder why. You're asking me to get a mass that is larger than the Earth that is also very compact.
No, I'm saying do it with something. I just said do it with a freaking 50-foot wide ball. You can't. You're not going to get any water to stick to a 50-foot wide ball.
You can't be. Yeah, the Earth is too big.
It's not. It has nothing to do with size. It has everything to do with mass.
Its mass is too important.
Earth too biggie. Earth too biggie.
Its mass is too important. Oh God.
Well, it's very interesting that
the only thing that's confusing
happen.
Reality,
I think you're getting confused because we're using size and mass.
In reality, when a significant amount of water is uncontained and on a curve deviating from horizontal, it flows. It doesn't just sit there stuck.
Again, the only problem with that, T-Dub, is you're comparing balls, the small balls you hold in your hand, to the Earth. It's just two different things, dude.
I'm not comparing it to any fucking balls. I'm talking about in reality, when you pour a significant amount of water uncontained onto a curved surface, it flows. It doesn't just sit there stuck.
Okay, does that ball have the gravitational influence of the Earth or the Moon or any other celestial objects?
Are you fucking talking about? I'm just talking about in reality. What we can
exactly,
observe.
but I just told you why it doesn't. I just told you why it doesn't. Told you why it doesn't.
Doesn't what?
Holy shit, dude! You're just out of your mind.
Yeah, can you explain something that, on your model is you can't demonstrate on your model? Can you demonstrate something you can't demonstrate in reality? Unless you're trying to.
Model? I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about
Yeah, and our model
we observe in
explains
reality.
reality. It explains eclipses, night and day cycles, seasons, using a sphere with a certain mass and radius, all at the same time, using the same sphere with the same mass. So
Yours
yeah.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. Explain. Tell me
Doesn't.
when
And the
seasons don't work.
purpose. Nobody. Which flat earther claimed to be able to do that anyway?
No one, because they know they can't.
It's not their ambition.
Yeah, it's not their ambition because they know as soon as they try to do it, they're just going to fail horrifically. You will never make a claim of any natural phenomenon because you can't explain it.
Why is it a burden of theirs to have to?
Because we've explained all of ours perfectly with the same thing, so
It's
I would have the
fascinating,
same.
except it doesn't match reality.
Really? So seasons don't match reality. I can't, have seasons on a sphere that's perfectly explained by a sphere,
Your
and then also have day and nights.
explanation doesn't match reality.
Is that true? So having a sphere,
when
making it a sphere,
your
makes it so
models
it
are
doesn't
just
match
explanations,
reality.
right? Your models. You just basically told me that your models are just explanations, really, right? They're just explanations.
Yeah, and they provide predictive capabilities as well, which
When were they tested? When were
Are
they
they tested?
tested?
They're tested every day, literally, quite literally every
So
day.
you can
Yeah.
just make up an explanation and then go and observe the thing you're trying to explain and say,
Yeah, and predict it
I'm correct.
mathematically. Yep.
I'm correct, right?
And predict it mathematically. Yeah.
What are those? What is that math based on?
Based on the Earth being a globe.
No, it's not. It's based on the things you observed.
But no, it's actually not. When is mass
It's
something that
not based
I
on things
observe?
you observe.
Is mass something that I don't observe, or do I observe mass?
So you're telling me that your explanations don't require you to observe anything occurring?
I don't have to observe the things in the sky to predict them. Yes. Yeah. Give your belly
What?
laugh.
Why
Yeah,
are you
give your
making
belly
an
laugh.
anime laugh?
You don't have to observe anything in the sky.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. All I need is to assume a couple values that I can use to explain everything else. And they all explain everything at the same time. It's insane. I can just make a
Explain
couple
what?
assumptions.
Explain what? They
Uh,
explain.
ex- Simultaneously, with a couple assumptions, I can explain day and night cycles, seasons, solar
The
eclipses,
things
lunar
you
eclipses.
observe. Things you observe. I thought you said you didn't need to observe anything.
Yeah, because all I need to do is make a couple assumptions about, mass and distance and radiuses, and I can get in a
Where did that come
simulation.
from?
In a
Where did
simulation,
they come from? Where did your assumptions come from?
I just can pull them out of my ass and see if they work in reality, and if they don't, then yeah,
Just pull them out of my ass. You're full of shit, man. Full
yeah.
of shit.
Keep
You
on
don't know what you're
laughing while you
talking
can't
about.
explain. You're scared because you know I'm right. You can't explain
You
a
don't
single
know what
natural
you're fucking
phenomenon,
talking about. They don't just pull shit out of their fucking ass, you idiot.
And it works.
and it
Surprise.
works. And it works. And I don't have to keep on
We're
pulling
going with
values out of my ass.
pragmatic fallacy.
Hold
We're
on,
going with
T-Dub.
pragmatic fallacy over here.
T-Dub, I just have to assume a
Pragmatism.
couple values, and everything works at the same time. What coincidence? It's crazy. I mean, really, really big coincidence.
Yeah, except it doesn't match reality.
All right, explain where my models, like my simulations, like using n-body physics that depends on a globe, don't match reality.
If it matched reality, then the surface of the Earth would measure to be curving.
Really?
And there's a bunch of
So
other shit that doesn't pan out in the long run.
I don't know why we're going over to the Eric DeBay
Bunch of
like
inconsistencies.
yeah. So why can't you explain why I have the ability to simultaneously explain
so
multiple things
I
with
can't
multiple
measure the
assumptions?
curvature, but you have to explain
Look how
why
mad he's
this and
getting.
why that.
Look at how mad he's getting.
Just go and measure the freaking curvature, and then that will validate your
Why
explanations.
are we going to curvature?
Not your explanations.
Why
Your
are we going to curvature?
explanations don't
Foundation.
validate your explanations.
This is a red herring, my friend. Why are we going to curvature?
Not a red herring.
Foundation of your paradigm.
You're claiming that there's a ball, that we live on a ball, and that this is the reason why these other things are happening.
Yeah, and I said that assuming that we're on a ball with a certain mass, with a certain distance from the sun, and certain values, everything aligns perfectly with what we see in reality. I don't
So
have to observe.
that would be reification, right? And affirming the consequent formal logical
So
fallacy.
why can't you do it? Why can't you do all that?
Why can't I commit logical fallacies? Oh, maybe because that
Yeah,
would
no,
be
do it.
illogical.
I'll give you a logical fallacy pass. I want you to explain everything at once, and you can use logical fallacies.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not into trying to create fantasy to explain reality.
I even said you can use logical fallacies, and you still can't do it. I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like you and be unreasonable.
I'm giving you an excuse. I'm saying that it's completely excusable in this scenario. Yeah, if I am to be turned over to the flat Earth, I should expect to have everything explained to me the same way that was explained to me on the globe Earth. I should expect to know
No.
why. Why not?
Why?
Because you have the burden of proof to do that. If I should switch over to the flat Earth side, then I should have everything else explained to me that was explained to me on a
You
globe.
think the burden of proof relies on logical fallacy? Ridiculous.
And I just gave you a chance to use logical fallacies to explain something, and you can't even do that because it only relies in reality, my friend.
The problem, see, we point out that hey, the Earth's surface isn't curving. It's not a ball, and you go, then explain blah 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 because we can explain it.
How
Oh,
mad
you can't explain it, flat earther.
Jeez. Yeah. Why are you so mad at me, man?
Doesn't negate the fact that the surface isn't fucking curving.
Wow, jeez, I never said anything about curve. I'm trying to talk about how everything is explained perfectly, and it just really angers you. I know you don't have the same sort of.
Oh, that's a horseshit claim.
It is okay.
Okay, explain this. Explain this for me. Explain why. So Kern is a precision scale company, and they took a gnome, a garden gnome, and they shipped it to scientists all over the world. South Pole, which don't exist, but let's say it does. Amundsen Station, Lawrence Livermore Labs, CERN, and these scientists weighed this gnome all over these places. Now, according to you guys in your perfect explanation, this gnome's weight should vary by latitude, correct?
Yeah, it should, yeah.
But it don't.
All right, source, please.
Yeah, hold on. I'll post the source.
I will entertain your red herring. Yes.
The source says, "Trust me, bro."
You said no. The source is not trust me, bro. The source is Kern Precision Scale Company that sells precise scientific scales. It was part of an ad campaign they did in 2011. It actually won an award for such a novel and successful claim or campaign. So hold on. I want you to explain this perfection.
Yeah, once I get the.
Yeah. Hold on. And have a spreadsheet with all the data.
All right, a spreadsheet.
Well, yeah. I got. Well, it's a bunch of information.
Is it from them? Is it from Kern Precision?
Oh, no. Well, yes, that's where the data comes from.
Okay, then I want the data from current precision, not your spreadsheet.
Well, you're gonna have to go on the Wayback Machine for that. And you can also, well, I mean, you don't actually have to.
Wait, why do I have to
Right.
go on the Wayback Machine? Are you saying the site's not available anymore?
Yeah, well, they had it pinned to a Google map. So back then, Google Maps API, you could put pins on it, and when you click the pin, it would have a side window that would say the location, what the results were, the scientists that did the test, blah blah blah, the date it was done, etc. So it had pins all over a Google map. But that's no longer functional because Google changed their API and shit.
Yeah. That's such a stupid feature to remove, I'm gonna be honest.
So if you really want the data right from Kern, you can watch this long ass video and watch him pull each data point and enter it into the spreadsheet. You really want to do that, but you know, whatever. So hold on, one more. I got another piece. I want to show the graph because that's the important part. The prediction versus the reality. So the prediction's on the left, the reality's on the right. As you can see, they're not even close to each other.
Alright, I'm looking at the sheet now.
So I mean, I can go on and on and on. I mean, why is the sun rise at 86 degrees true north and 91 degrees true north on the equinox? At two different places, they're on the same longitude at sunrise.
2 days early in the South Pole.
Yeah, why did it rise 2 weeks too early in 1597, where it was observed, right? Where they're doing careful astronomical calculations to know when they could thaw their goddamn boat out, right? Because they needed to know when the sun came up, and then the sun came up 2 weeks too early, and every day in between. You know, not just that 2 weeks. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on and on. Why is there an oblate spheroid? Why is there a reference ellipsoid? Why is there a geode? Why is there all these things? Right? Why is there shitloads of different datums that they use? Why does Australia have a custom datum? Why did CERN use a custom datum? Why did LIGO use a custom datum? It's like 101 something datums, each with different scale factors.
Parallel rays used to explain seasons, and then convergent rays are used to explain eclipses.
And bendy rays to explain flat water.
There is no overarching model that you just punch the values of anything into it and go, oh, that's why. Oh, this is what's going to happen. No, doesn't exist.
What scale was this using as well?
Called the exact model.
I mean, yeah. What's the error margin on the current precision scale that they were using?
I think it's like 6 decimals or something in grams. Hold on, I probably got it. I don't know if this has the information. Let's post what I have.
Amish, I earned my hubris.
Still looking at a dwarf galaxy, thinking it's the Milky Way, dude?
That was a nice gotcha, I do admit.
Well, man, you just didn't download the DLC, man.
Yeah, I didn't download the DLC Skybox.
Yeah, no, you gotta download the lore update to have constant lore updates, so you end up talking to the wrong NPC, and then, fuck, dude, you're going on side quests that don't even matter. They're not even in the game anymore.
Alright, it's saying the site can't be reached. I don't know if...
Yeah, you probably got a Wayback Machine and that shit, too. This happened a long time ago, obviously.
Alright, yeah.
Also, I got a bunch of other crap. This is all old crap.
That's fine. It doesn't matter if it's old. I mean, as long as it was measured.
Yeah, so it was the same scale. They have a calibration weight. They same gnome. They ship it all over the place. And each group of scientists, here's their scientists, employees, whoever fucking works there, weighs the gnome and enters the data. Yada yada yada.
So where was, in order to have a calibration weight?
Hold on, I actually got a picture.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in order to have a calibration weight, that means that you would have to calibrate it somehow to account for the differences in the claim.
It's like a calibration weight to make sure whatever you're weighing. So it's like a prototype kilogram or some shit like that.
Yeah, but the prototype kilogram's weight would be subjective to where it is on Earth. So how do you be able to calibrate something if this is dependent on the weight changing?
I don't know. I'm the one that includes it in the scale company. The scale company includes it. Say, hey, this is how much a kilogram weighs. Maybe all your scales at your facility, when it says kilogram, it's not actually a kilogram.
You mean we might be getting ripped off? Kellogg's might be ripping me off?
Guaranteed they're ripping you up. Probably 10% freaking insects in there.
Oh, that's the standard, isn't it?
Yeah, you will eat bugs. They're gonna get into it slowly.
They just keep charging the same amount and then lower the portions. It's like, gosh, what is it that we swear it used to be? I think it was orange juice. It used to be like a gallon. Now they got these like different sizes. There's so many examples of that where the thing just gets smaller. Like spices. Yeah, spices used to get like this big container for like $2. Now it's like the little tiny ones for. I could go on and on.
Yo, I almost never eat at McDonald's, and like 2 days ago, I got one of the Egg McMuffin meals. So it's like a hash brown coffee and an Egg McMuffin. It cost me $8, dude. I almost shit my pants.
You son of a bitch! You're fraternizing with the enemy, man. Their coffee's whack, man.
Look, it came with the meal,
Food sits
man.
like a brick.
It was either that fake orange juice you were talking about.
The food sits like a brick in your stomach.
Dude, it was 8 in the morning and no other places were open where I was at, so I had.
Yeah, it happens.
What's this place?
That Golden Arches with the fucking clown.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, McDeath. We call it McDeath. I haven't been there for years. But back when I, when I basically make that mistake, same one you make, you'd be like, oh my gosh, like what the frick? Did I just poison myself? Dude, you literally self-poisoning. You're like, dude, I did it with some I was like 5 years ago. I'm like, I'm gonna freaking eat some of this Count Chocula, right? I'm like, I remember when I was a kid, I ate it, and my brother's like laughing at me because I was sitting there like, oh man, holy crap! I feel like somebody just freaking poisoned me.
You know what's worse than the Golden Arches? The King of Burgers. Dude,
Yeah.
Burger King is like not even real, dude. Their meat, like, I don't know if I just had lesser quality of food, like when I was a kid, where you could actually taste, they grilled it over a flame. You know what I mean? It tasted like that, right? But I recently bought a Whopper just because I was like, okay, I haven't been here since I was a kid. Let's just try it again. Dude, I couldn't even taste the meat. Like it was like tasteless. Like it was just non-existent. It was like dust in my mouth. So I was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again. But
It's not meat, man. That's meat in quotations.
Dude, Dad used to take us to Roy Rogers on Sundays after church, dude. When I was like 8, Roy Rogers roast beef was really freaking good. If you go to like an Arby's now, I swear, man, I don't know what that. I mean, I'd like to see the process and what I don't know. No, I don't think I would.
No.
It reminds me of
Yeah.
one time. I just watched that movie Soylent Green, and then I went to Starbucks and got like a Beyond thing, and I took one bite of it. I was like, I don't trust that one bit, and I just threw it straight out.
Oh no.
Made of people.
Yeah,
So,
I just had that all through my head. I was like, man, that tastes weird. I'm like, okay, no, I'm not doing it.
That's funny. Yeah, my girlfriend, who's not my wife, we were at Applebee's and they had this Beyond Burger thing 2 years ago or whatever, and I was like, "Do not buy this." That's essentially what I told her, and she's kind of a rebel, and she got it.
Rebel.
Yeah, so rebel, right? But she got it, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that again." So, yeah, I'd never tried Beyond Beef though, and I told her I really didn't want her to even try because I don't even want to support anything like that.
The only thing that's vegan that I like that's pretty good is my brother gets these cauliflower crust pizzas.
Yeah,
they're all right. They're all right. They're all right.
Yeah, have you ever had cauliflower wings or whatever? Those are okay. They do it right. But that's vegetables. That's not like whatever the frick Beyond Meat is. I don't even know if Beyond Meat is vegetables.
I don't get the whole thing like, oh, we want to have it. Like, dude, if you're a vegan, then why do you want stuff that tastes like meat? Like the trick, like,
yeah,
just go full on. Like, hey, if you're gonna be a vegan, just like, you know.
It's like almost like trying to imitate the taste of human meat to vegans. Like, what are you trying to do here?
People that drink non-alcoholic beer, like, what is the point of that? Why would you do that?
So I've formed, like, I've read enough. I want to get back to the gnome thing with India.
Okay, gnome.
All right.
Oh shit.
All right. So I'm seeing a lot of air pressure and like density and temperature of the air.
Yeah.
Are we assuming that these values were taken outside, and not in like an air-conditioned, like controlled climate room? If they're trying to be as close to like.
Well, Foucault Word is the one that actually went and got the altitudes and the air pressure that did not come from Kern. He went and he found the dates and went to each individual place and got that data himself.
So he went to Antarctica? I thought you weren't allowed to go there.
No, he took their data, right? So we have weather stations all over the world, especially like in Nairobi or what? I think that was one of the places they did it.
So, but did they like measure the gnome outside? I don't think that would make sense.
I don't know. Would the air pressure be different in a building?
The temperature would be different. Yeah, I mean, temperature wouldn't be the same. Humidity wouldn't be the same.
Oh, come on, dude. You know that things should weigh differently. Yeah, they should weigh differently in different areas. Clearly.
Don't wait. Take your fat chick outside if you think she weighs less outside, okay?
Yeah, but I mean, the whole argument. Are you saying that like changing density?
Put her in the sauna. No.
Relative density.
Dude, you know what the argument is, and now you're trying to jump off of. You said works perfectly. And I fucking hate when people say that shit.
No, I mean, it wasn't scientific at all because you're trying to say that these things were measured outside or something. Negative 38.
No, you're trying to straw man. You're trying very hard, but it's not going to work, dude.
So
trying to make an argument I didn't
do
make.
we actually know this observation? Like, can we verify where the gnomes were weighed?
They were weighed in the locations they were weighed at, and their change of weight does not match the globe prediction. Does the globe prediction account for atmospheric pressure?
I don't know if it does.
Temperature?
Probably.
You don't probably.
So.
And you look through radio telescopes, and you're saying dumb shit like that. God damn it! How did they let you on any?
Dude, I mean, technically, you should feel like really like way heavier if you're in the North Pole on your little globe, right?
Way heavier? I don't think I'm gonna feel a lot heavier.
Why don't people do arbitrage? Like mine the gold. You mine the gold in Alaska, and then you bring it to the equator.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. No, you'd have to do it opposite, right? Yeah, you would mine at the equator and then bring it to Alaska, and it would weigh more, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta do arbitrage. There'd be nonstop boats going from the equator to the.
Yeah, there'd be planes. Yeah, there's stuff that's they're more valuable than gold. There's like other things, like I'm gonna take my plutonium from here to here and make a killing.
But okay, so in Kenya, the air density was like 4%
I'm not making
less.
any argument
Hold
about
on,
density,
please.
dude.
Okay, I'm not trying to make argument about density. I'm trying to.
Not my argument.
No, I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to make an argument about density. I'm trying to use the values that are provided in the spreadsheet. All right.
Please,
Kenya,
please. My paradigm is being freaking.
In Kenya, the air density was 0.96 kilograms per cubic meter, which is almost the same as Antarctica, so same weight of air, but yet there was like a 2.3 gram difference in the weight.
Okay. Yeah, and
So how is that explained? Were they taken in?
that
We
there's
don't
a
know where these
variation in
observations.
weight. Look, I don't have to explain shit, bro. What is with you in these explanations, dude? You're out of your cotton picking mind.
Dude, maybe the spin of the Earth was down that day. Maybe it was just down a little bit that day. And the gnome wasn't thrown off. It wasn't thrown off as much, and he weighed a little bit more that day. The sun wasn't pulling on it as much, and it just wasn't spinning as fast.
Let me ask you this, trigonometry man. If you have an explanation for something, and then there is not an alternative explanation, is your explanation just automatically right forever?
I'm trying to question this observation. Why are we going on to this?
Because I'm trying to figure out like what your metaphysical worldview is, whether I'm just wasting my time.
Oh my god. Okay, so repeat your whatever you want, answer for
Look,
me. I know
the pressure and altitude, that's just like extemporaneous information.
So then why is it even
that
in there?
he went? I don't know. Dude, fucking ass who kit word. He added it. He took the time to do it. What if he fucking added like how many fucking tons of pickles were consumed in the city that day? It's extemporaneous information, doesn't mean anything. Has nothing to do with anything. I think he included the altitude so that nobody could go, no, it's because of the changes in altitude and they're further away from the core of the earth, so gravity was less. I think he included that for that, but air pressure, I don't know why he included that. I think if I remember the video right, I haven't watched it in years. I think he included it because he was trying to figure out if there was a correlation with air pressure, and it turned out there's not. If you look at that graph on the left, there's no correlation with anything. Does not correlate to anything. That's just garbage, right? You can't make a pattern out of that shit. You can't fit that to any equation. Is what I'm saying.
I'm still looking for the NASA calculation. Is this included in here? Like the calculations leading to the wrong weights?
It should be included if you have a graph there, right, in Google Sheets, then you have how that graph was created and the data that went into it.
But is that like if I don't know how to use the.
Never used Google Sheets before.
If how they created the graph is all the math from the NASA calculations in the graph. It's edit only. I can't.
Yes, they have to be. They have to be, or the graph won't be created. It has to get the data from somewhere. It's not a picture.
Oh,
Takes the graph from the spreadsheet.
He's struggling to reconcile
I got
the
more.
two, right?
I got more, man. Like we could do this all day. Like
no, I'm looking for where can you? I'm technologically illiterate with Google Sheets apparently, so I need to figure out how to see the math that makes the graph.
I'll try and find it for you.
All right, thank you.
This dude walks in on his woman cheat and literally catches her in the act, and she says, "I can explain," and he's like, "Okay, then," and walks out of the room.
My explanation was you're cheating. Oh, well, I have an alternative explanation. I slipped on a pickle.
The math checks out.
Yeah, she broke out the calculator. She was like, "Look, I can prove it."
Yo, I'll be spanking my meat to Muhammad, bro.
Brilliant. Thanks for that. And it all
Okay,
comes down to like,
so hold on, dude. The data for the graph is the little spreadsheet that's right up above it on the left.
Little spreadsheet right up.
It's the variation by latitude.
did that Trump guy go? Because I was just going to ban him.
Who, Talon?
Oh, someone just came in and said he spanks his meat to Islam or something. He left. All right, fine.
Already gone, man. You fast.
This doesn't look like it would include the variables necessary for you to make that graph. This is
Which variables are those?
if we're trying to disprove like gravity, so using gravitational constant and everything to like see the weight of objects on Earth, you would have that constant in here somewhere, which I can't see at all. I just want to know that the math is correct. I'm not like, if we want to look at this observation, then I want to know as much about it as possible, right? I mean,
Take your time, man.
Why don't you ask ChatGPT to calculate it for you?
all right, go to AI is the I guess, sure.
No, I was kidding.
It's funny how like ChatGPT will tell you a certain answer and then you challenge it and then it goes, "Oh, actually, turns out I was wrong," and you're like, "Well,
yeah." Okay.
Why did you give me that answer then, bro?"
Heretic. I love the new name. Look at us three. Look at us three.
You guys are 20 now. You guys are 20.
No, we're tripleting now. We got Trigonometry Man, we got Trigonometonite of Mystery, and then we got Trigonomacopolis, or Trigonoma...
I don't even know what that says.
Trigonomacalypse.
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 And then there were three.
And then there were three, to complete the three angles required to unite the triangle.
But we all have to be straight.
We either all have to be straight or we all have to be bent.
Wow.
Matt.
Well, let me see
Matt,
real
I have
quick
a
where you got.
question. I have a question, Matt.
For me?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Am I King Glober?
Are you King Glober?
Yeah, am I King Glober?
King
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Have I not demonstrated my dominance?
I think the true King Glober is not even allowed to be in this channel anymore. What is his name? Jekyll? Come on here, Tick. What happened to Jekyll, dude? I'm pretty sure he gets banned all the time.
He's not King Glober.
Jekyll is truly King Glober, guys. He's truly. I don't think trigonometry. You probably weren't here when Jekyll was around here, but he gets. I think he's like banned from the server, like completely. From this VC
No.
at least.
He's not banned from the
I'm pretty
VC,
sure he
no.
is. Every time he tries to join, he says he gets banned.
I don't know if that's true. Is that true?
I don't ask Geodesy. He just isn't allowed here, I'm pretty sure.
To be fair, he did go from being reasonable in his earlier days to just becoming a nut-ar merchant. Like later
But
on.
yeah, I think he's King Glober. I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's just his approach is perfect. It's because like when you're in here enough, you get experience and you just know exactly how to tackle what people say.
Well, no, you don't. You just
And
end up saying
you get more
nah a lot. And,
sarcastic over time as well.
well, because you bring up shit arguments and they get destroyed, so you find out you basically start
What
coping with
arguments
it.
get destroyed?
I mean, you just made the assertion that you just like cope with it because you get more sarcastic. So do you want to start there?
That wasn't a good.
Well, I mean, the more you're here, the more you start to realize people aren't going to change worldviews. So it's just like you're going to get more sarcastic.
What are you here to change your worldview?
Am I here to change my worldview? No.
Well, then don't be a hypocrite.
Yeah, why are you here?
Well, I mean, I have the correct worldview as long as
Right.
it's
So
like.
that's again, you're being a hypocrite.
No, but you guys are the ones supposed to change worldviews because it's wrong, and we're trying to get you to understand that. But I understood even
Right.
you guys making claims that this isn't about
trigonometry
your
man.
shape. This is not wanting
Yo,
to believe it
trigonometry
or
man. We had a nice conversation earlier, right? Do you not realize how Matt's being a massive hypocrite right now?
I would say that that's a little hypocritical, Matt.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, let's break it down, right? So obviously the Earth is a globe, and they don't believe that. And at first, what you do is you try to actually explain this to these guys, but then you start to realize there's a little dishonesty there. They know this is inexplainable, and they don't actually question themselves about it. They just say, "Nah." So then you realize, okay, these guys are going to change worldviews if they're wrong. If they just want to believe this stuff, that's not being hypocritical, is it?
Again, the issue you have there is that we believe that you have the wrong worldview, and we think you're saying nah, right? So just because you're asserting and assuming that you already have the correct worldview, therefore anyone disagreeing with you must be wrong, doesn't mean that that's actually true. It's just your opinion, bro.
The other issue you have, the other issue you have with that is, I used to think I was on a spinning water ball in space, so I was in your shoes. I thought I had the right worldview until I looked into things, and then I realized I was lied to. Yeah.
Yeah. You were
But
exposed
the
to a
thing is,
different set
when
of
you
arguments
notice
that were more
dishonesty, and people not being able to
Don't
explain
talk
the
about this.
inexplainable,
Fuck off.
that's just dishonesty. Come on,
Yeah,
it's
but
dishonesty.
again,
It is.
you're just speaking from the assertion that your worldview is correct, which is the thing in contention.
Yeah, Earth
You
is
can
globe.
bring up something
Therefore,
very
Earth is globe.
specific that you guys are dishonest about. Not even just
Earth
the
is
Earth,
globe.
not even
Therefore,
just
Earth is
this or this.
globe.
Something
You can do
very
better than that, Matt. Come on.
Yeah, come on, dude. You've even got Glurfs. Like
not what
King Glober here is telling you you're cringe. So come on.
He's not King Glober. I am.
Yeah, he is telling you you're cringe.
If it
Though.
was King Glober, I'm the one doing the rankings around here. Okay.
Yeah, but you're still cringe. Like that's the
I
point.
know
Right?
who's not. But what I'm trying to say is when I was talking to trigonometry, man, when I was talking about the moon and how it's inexplainable, they kept doing the thing with the sixes and they kept being dishonest. When you're being dishonest because you can't explain your worldview, it's collapsing, man. You got to be honest and say I can explain this, not just like try to like slither your way out of this when you know you can't. If either you're
Don't
honest or you're not.
explain
If
shit.
someone is not honest about their worldview, they're just genuinely not wanting to believe it. It's not a matter of fact. It's not a matter of falsehood.
So why are you being disingenuous, Linda?
Who's Linda? What is this guy talking about?
Get down off your high horse, dude.
What do you think? If you know that something is inexplainable to someone and they can't explain it whatsoever, and they're trying to be dishonest about it.
Anyway, yeah, like you can't explain the Earth not having curvature. That's
I
the
was
problem,
waiting.
right?
Sure, it
Like,
doesn't.
I'm waiting on the Is Indio here?
yeah, you're waiting. Yeah, that's cool. So, see,
Yeah.
the problem is, Trig, you know, you have these explanations, right? And you think, oh, this makes sense to me if the Earth was a ball, right? That makes my explanation make sense, right? The Earth is flat. Suddenly your explanation doesn't make sense, right? So if the Earth is flat, not our problem that your explanation suddenly doesn't make sense. Don't have to give you another alternative explanation.
It's not just because, you know, my explanations don't work on a flat Earth. Of course they wouldn't. I mean, it's completely different system. The the thing is that there's no way for you to explain them on a flat Earth. That's why there's no claim being made of how they work.
No. See, the problem is you want to decide what the Earth is based on the explanation, right?
Well, if the Earth is flat, then we should be able to try and get explain something using that.
More
Right?
explaining,
No, not necessarily.
dude. Like, what the fuck?
No, not necessarily.
Explanations aren't factual, though. You understand that, right? So it's like you get home and your wife's in bed with another man, and it's like, honey, I can explain. Oh, well, if you can explain.
Okay. I would say that's a terrible thing. That's the worst thing
And
that
before
can
the
happen
sex robot.
on men.
hadn't finished, though, dude. Thank you. So your wife goes, oh, honey, I can explain, right? And so, okay, cool. So this explanation means that she wasn't cheating on you? No, because that can be explained by she was cheating on you as well.
Yeah, but then that means that there's two explanations, but on the flat Earth, there's none. There's no explanations for anything.
No, but now you're not comparing, like, this is an apples to oranges understanding that you've just taken into your brain, right? What I'm saying is that you have observation X, and it can be explained by worldview Y and worldview Z. But just because Matt has worldview Y's explanation of observation X, he then says that therefore confirms that is true, which isn't how explanations work.
But it's like Occam's razor, the simplest.
Can you at least not understand that that's true?
I do
What I've just said
understand what
is
you're.
true.
Yes,
Thank you.
but I don't think that can be applied to the same sort of scale we're trying to discuss. Like, we're not talking about
Why
things
not?
that because
Why not?
I'm talking about things that can be mathematically modeled and predicted.
Your mathematical model don't work.
Okay, you
But
still
that's a
haven't been able to-
description, not an explanation.
clearly do.
But-
Well, okay.
You're gone,
I couldn't source where he found those. Do you think the graph on the right, which shows the weights, the change in weights, do you think that there's any possible fucking way that matches a variation of weight by latitude?
It's not consistent with what would be expected, but if you can't
Okay,
source,
then it's over, dude.
But if you can't, okay, you just said you can't source where he found them. I mean, this is
It doesn't. Listen, doesn't
it doesn't
matter.
Okay, so then what's stopping me from just putting in the what they should be? Or what?
You think that you think that you can make a formula that matches that graph?
Yeah, you could. Do you not know how?
Okay, show me.
work?
Yeah, I know how function works. I want to see you match that graph, dude. Go for it. Come back in like 10 years when you finally get it.
I can.
The only way you're gonna ever make that is with like some sort of non-linear equation.
Yeah, which is what you can do. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
but the only way
everything's
you're gonna
linear.
figure it out is trial and error. So, like I said, come back in 10 years when you've tried every possible fucking variation.
What do you mean? I can just
this graph.
I can just integrate the area under it and then take the and then integrate it again and get the opposite of it, so I can get a function for it.
There's literally a reversal. You see how it's going up and then it reverses in the other direction,
and I
and
just
then it
said I
immediately
can-
reverses in the other direction.
Do you know what integrating means?
Yes, I know what integrating is.
I can just curve fit it by integrating.
So what are you gonna approximate that?
No, I could get it.
Because there's no curve there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's in right. There's no curve there.
There's no curve.
Listen, you need a smooth, continuous function for integration, right?
No, you don't. What?
Okay. You don't think so? Then you just
No,
broke
I
calculus.
don't. Why can't I just do a ridiculously small amount of Riemann sums across the whole thing and get a ridiculously close approximation?
Because even so an approximation. So you can't actually do it, dude. That's my point.
Yeah,
now
I
just
can't
remember
do
what
it
you're
to-
telling. Now just remember what you're telling me now, right?
Yeah, because I have to
What
forget
you
that
have
there's
to
some
do to
people
match
in the
this graph.
world. Because I have to forget that there's some people in this world that think that 0.00 repeating zeros is not accurate enough for them. That's absurd.
No, for practical
I have to
purposes,
forget
it
that
is.
you exist.
No, for practical purposes, it's good enough. I don't argue with what's good enough for practical purposes. But whether it's truth or not, that's obviously not the case, right? So, point is now remember what you just told me about what you have to do to make this function. Why don't you just use a globe and vary the weight by latitude?
And you still cannot provide sources for these weights, so this could just
Why
be some
not just
random
use a
schizo
globe and
posting.
vary the weight by latitude and get that graph? Because
This
you
is
know
just
you
schizo
can't, and
posting.
it doesn't even matter what's on the left-hand side. That could be completely gone. I'll erase that. I'll say that's all fucking wrong. You still can't make that graph. And you know it.
So why is this the only like observation of this being inconsistent with like the globe
What's your evidence of that?
that I've heard
This
of?
is the only observation of inconsistency with the globe. Is that what you're
Of
saying?
weights, yeah, across latitude, yeah, that's what we're talking about
No,
right now.
there's another one that I'd show you, but they fucking deleted his channel during COVID.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
a dude that has a master's degree in meteorology, and he went to 3 different locations in the United States, did the same type of test, and got the same "it don't match the globe" shit.
Can I see it, or does it not exist?
It doesn't exist because the channel. I just told you the channel was
Okay,
deleted.
I just have to trust me, bro.
Well, is it trust me, bro, when no other ones exist?
It's trust me, bro, when you can't even provide me sources for the weights.
So,
I
so,
was
so.
trying to play with your little
No,
thing.
listen. I don't need to provide sources because that graph's so absurd. There's no way it matches the globe, and you know it.
Because you can just
know
make
it.
whatever graph you want.
The one on the left or the one on the right? The one on the right's data.
Is it data? You can't provide me sources for the data.
What was that spreadsheet you were reading? You think that
There
was
is
made out of
no
whole cloth? Go through the video and he goes through each pen, right? So go through the video. So he went through an elaborate ruse of faking the web page, faking a Google map, freaking adding pins to it, putting all the fucking data on the freaking side. Then
That
he
sounds
went
like
to the
something a
trouble
grifter
of
would do, yeah.
then he went grifter, dude. Like there ain't no money in flat Earth. What the fuck you talking about?
You mean this channel that definitely does not get money? Okay.
What the hell are you
24/7
talking about?
Flat Earth Live doesn't get any money.
No, none of our shit's monetized. What are you talking about?
So you don't get.
This shit costs me money.
It does. It doesn't.
Yeah,
you don't
the
get
other
money for
server.
ads.
Yeah, I pay for a server on the other Discord that runs all our bots. So yeah, it costs me money.
But are you making a profit
Think
that
about it though.
outweighs
Like,
that
if you were
cost?
coming into this, think
No, it's
about
called
it. If you were
losing
coming into
money,
this
dude.
topic, think about it. If you were coming into this topic fresh and you were like, right, I'm just here to make money, which side would you pick realistically?
I'd most definitely pick the Flat Earth because it's most controversial.
No, you'd pick the globe because you're not going to get shadow banned, and people are going to join you in calling us retarded. It's the path of least resistance, and you would make more money. It's the obvious choice.
There's no money to
Controversy.
be made on globe Earth. Like
Flat
no
Earth.
one will pay answers about why the Earth is a globe. Everyone knows it.
Professor Dave's channel blew up when he started making flat Earth content. Dave McKeegan's channel blew up when he started making flat Earth content. Fight the Flat Earth didn't even have a channel until he started making flat Earth content. McToon had shit until he started making flat Earth content. Who's the other one?
Conspiracy
Simon Dan.
cats.
Yeah,
Oh
conspiracy
yeah.
cats. Like the list goes on and on and on. And then you got people like Nathan, who's been running his show for like 6 years. I don't even know. I doubt he even has like 40,000 subs. He probably don't even have 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like
Doesn't he have a
Professor Dave did
Patreon?
blow
Doesn't he
up
have a-
when he
Doesn't
sorry,
Nathan
he has
Oakley
a
have a
Patreon. Yeah, he
Patreon?
makes money. He makes money. Yeah, he
Yeah.
makes money, some money, but it's not as
Yeah,
like it's
maybe,
not
but-
comparable to Globers though. It's not comparable to Globers. Even when Professor Dave makes flat Earth videos now, they go viral compared to his typical videos. I mean, his recent one has 200,000, his other one has 1,000. So it's like the Globers definitely make more money off this stuff. And I'm pretty sure there's another guy, some British guy that always like has a dog in his videos that makes the flat Earth videos consistently, and he gets money from it for sure. Decent views on his channel. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly, mate. It's like, I don't even know why this is like hard for you guys to admit though, because at the end of the day, it's actually obvious that this is the case. You Globers are making more money off this than we are, 100%. Like, why even deny that?
They have been for years before Flat Earth.
Yeah, but I don't even know what is your motivation to deny that. It's obvious, and you can look it up. Well, I mean, I know what the motivation is because you want to call us all grifters, and you want to make accusations to India that he's making money and that's the only reason he believes it and all the rest. I get that. But the problem is, of course, is
Where's
that
my
the facts go that you're right. It's not even that the facts are kind of ambiguous; they directly contradict that narrative.
Well, I don't think most of you are grifters. I think only a small percentage of people that sit at the top are grifters. Like the people who organize conferences, who make people pay, who get views on YouTube, they are probably grifters.
All those conferences lost money, dude.
Well, yeah, but a lot of them also earn
Yeah,
money with
but
them.
who made money? Where's the rich flat earther going to Tahiti off his flat earth fucking grip? And don't say Dave Weiss, because Dave Weiss was already rich before he even did flat earth, so no one has
I was
any
going to
idea where
say
his
that
money.
India. I was going to say that India. I was going to say Dave Weiss was already a businessman.
He was already a multimillionaire before he did any of this shit.
The multimillionaire? Yeah.
No, he's
Yes.
a multi-trillionaire. All the triangles.
Look, he's been I don't know exactly what he was doing, but he's been doing like web page type stuff since like the fucking early 90s. Okay. Do that for 30 years. Through the 90s,
into
through the
energy.
90s, 2000s, 2010s, you're going to have a multi-million dollar business because a lot of businesses weren't even on the internet for a while, right? The internet blew up. And from my information, for what I know, could be wrong, that he sold this business for multiple millions of dollars.
And no wonder Professor Dave was asking for that coin, right? At the end of the debate.
Yeah, he's probably got more money than Professor Dave, and I think Professor Dave makes probably like $12,000 a month or in that range.
And how much a month?
12,000 a month last time I looked, but I looked like a couple of years ago. So, granted, he has
The
other
flat Earth
videos.
stuff really blew him up, though.
Yeah, but yeah, the flat
He
Earth
does,
stuff
he does.
definitely blew him up. And what was I gonna say about Dave? So, in case people don't realize, does anybody know how Mark Cuban got rich? He started a company called iBroadcast, and he fucking sold it to Yahoo for billions of dollars. The fucking website did not even function. Okay? It was like YouTube, before Google videos, before he was starting like a video website. The technology didn't exist. Well, the computing power and the internet bandwidth didn't even exist to even host such a site. But he convinced Yahoo to fucking buy him for billions of dollars, and now the dude owns, basketball teams and is on Shark Tank.
You know what I find really interesting though is that you'll point out this thing where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you guys have all this money, and we don't. And then eventually, when you get to that stage of them admitting that that's true, they then turn it on you and say, oh well, you shouldn't. Like it's not my fault that you guys don't make any money, blah blah blah. And you just think, well, but your original claim was that we're grifting because of the money, and now when that's shown to be wrong, you don't just admit, oh shit, I made that up, I was wrong. It then gets turned as an attack again. And you think, well, at what point does this become an honest conversation?
Can't be, because they're here for, propaganda reasons. They're not really here to discern truth.
Of course, yeah, but I am actively pointing that out.
Well, they're shameless, so
Yeah, I
you
think
can't shame them. They're stopping.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I
it doesn't
think
matter
you
what
were-
they
you
think.
guys-
I'm pointing it out. I'm pointing it out to the listener, basically.
Yeah, I think that needs to be done too, especially for the worst of the worst. Hey, but he got in his Here's my gotcha. Gotcha gets debunked. Let's talk about flat earthers every fucking time. Every time, dude. It's just that's the progression of how it goes every time.
You know what's also funny though is that I even reject the premise that if someone's making money that they're a grifter, because if you were to apply that to any other industry, let's just say a band releases an album, they make loads of money. Do they not actually like that music? Do they not really play those instruments? They don't like singing, because they made money. They actually don't like the thing that makes the money. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, like, what if you're an actor, right? And you act in a movie, and then the producer releases a movie, and you think it's shit. Are you a grifter if you take the money?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, because then you'd have to say that everyone who works in a coffee shop, they just love making coffee. No, maybe they just need to pay their rent, and that's the only thing they could find.
There's a joke about that. The farmer who grew corn all his life. He gets to heaven, and God says, "Yeah, we've been waiting for you. We've got the job just for you up here." And the clouds roll back, and there's just this field of corn, and he goes, "But I just spent all my life doing that, right?" And he's like, "How do you think we know what you liked doing?"
Oh, yeah, dude, that's. I think he ended up in hell.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, all of these things the premise on its face is ridiculous, but then you're forced to deal with it through a bunch of sophistry. It's really, really annoying.
So trigonometry, still there? Too many trig people in this goddamn chat. It's driving me crazy now. Dude, I'll let you off the hook
Flat
because
Earth is-
I want to talk about something else.
I was just gonna say flat Earth is like an industry for the Globers.
Oh, McToon is on Twitter begging freaking. So, a while back, probably like 2 months ago, they were trying to arrange a debate between Witsit and Professor Dave. So, Fight the Flat Earth got involved, told Professor Dave in a DM, Witsit said he's not doing it unless it's on my channel, and then tells Witsit, Professor Dave said he isn't doing it unless it's on my channel. Because he's trying to, collect the super chats like a little scumbag he is. And I know that I've seen the DMs, so it's kind of funny. And McToon threw his hat into the ring now that Witsit's been on InfoWars and, spamming. He actually had to block because McToon was like, debate me, debate me, debate me, make me famous too. What do they call that? Clout chasing? Is that it?
Yeah, they do. It's funny because we were on. I actually hate Twitter with a passion, or X or whatever. But I realised I had like an old account from years ago, and I joined a space with Witsit and a few of the others, and there was hundreds and hundreds of people listening live. It's crazy. It's
Was
like
it Platter? Was it
not one or
Platter
two people.
Fridays?
No, it was last night.
Oh
It was-
shit!
it-
Was
just
last
a
night
random
Friday?
Monday. It was crazy. Just joined and listened, and yeah, it depends what kind of drugs you're on.
Ugh. Well, I don't know what kind of drugs I'm on, so yeah, that's probably the right kind of drugs.
Yeah, if you can name the drug you're on, then it's the wrong kind.
Yeah, I just need to take drugs to forget the drugs I'm on.
That's a very American problem.
Wait, who?
I've got
sorry, who's that?
ADD. I'm always doing drugs.
I was deafened. I didn't hear. Indio said something. Is what Amish is telling me.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Forget the other thing. So what if we took some phenomenon, some natural phenomenon that we could observe, like, I don't know.
I don't know if you guys know, but I've got ADHD, always doing hard drugs.
How about the moon? The orbit of the moon is a natural phenomenon. Moon up too.
Yeah, I've never seen the moon orbit. Sorry, I don't know where you're seeing that
No.
natural phenomenon. Have you seen it
You don't see
orbit?
the moon. You don't see the moon go up in the sky and then back down to the horizon and disappear.
Moon is
Yeah, that doesn't imply an orbit.
That's what orbits. What's what an orbit is. What
Oh,
seeing.
so when I see a plane take off, on the horizon and then sit on the other horizon, it's orbiting the Earth.
No.
What's the same
No,
observation?
you just said well because you just
Same-
again you just kind
the
of
same
you
observation.
just answered, but you just answered your own question. You said you saw a plane take off. Do you see the moon take off, Indio?
I see it come. Yeah, I see it
Wait
take
a
off.
minute. You see it. You see the moon take off from the horizon. You think the moon is actually physically on
It
the horizon?
appears on the
Indio?
horizon, goes through across the sky, and then goes to the other horizon and disappears.
Not even claimed to be going in the way that we observe it going.
Yeah, clouds do that. Did you know that clouds actually orbit the Earth? Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Do you think clouds are orbiting, or are they becoming rain and falling back to the ground?
Oh, I think that your argument necessitates them orbiting. Yeah.
What? I mean, again, if you guys want to conflate just being in the air to orbiting, then that's going to be a tougher claim for you guys to prove.
That's your
But I can prove that
observation.
I can prove that the right.
that
So like
literally your
I can
argument?
prove
You can prove the
through
moon is
observation the moon
orbiting.
is orbiting. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's hilarious?
That's how that
right,
works.
is that he
observation is
literally
that?
made the argument. No, wait a sec. He literally made the argument that if I see the moon moving overhead, then it's orbiting, and then he accuses us of conflating the two. That was
Right, so
your
just
argument
because
that we are
everything-
contesting. I didn't finish.
That
That
doesn't
is your
contest.
argument that I haven't finished. That is your argument that we are contesting in the first place, and then you pretend like we're making the conflation.
Okay, so I said that the moon is going overhead, right, from horizon to horizon every single night,
Not even the
over and over and over again, right? And then you're saying, oh, does that mean that everything that goes over our head is orbiting things? The answer would be no. You'd have to be a fucking idiot to consider that because planes aren't are not as far away as the moon is because they're much closer. They're much smaller. Even so, the moon is a certain size. So you can take the size of the moon, you can take its speed, you can take its angles, and you can get all that information, figure out what it's doing. Can you tell me
Literally
what the moon's doing?
First, you changed your claim and you think you're slick.
I didn't.
No, you said
I
the
explained
moon
it.
orbits.
I clarified. Correct.
Okay, and I said, how do you know it orbits? You said you observe it. I said, what's the observation? And then you described the moon going across the sky. Then we described other things moving across the sky, and from your logic, that implies that it's also orbiting, right? And then you said,
no.
Oh, now we're conflating the claim.
right.
No, dude.
Yes.
Listen. Don't interrupt. I'm just.
You imply, right? But the key words were you implied that.
No,
Indio.
you implied it from your observation.
Yeah, the moon.
You implied orbits from your observation. So using the same standard of observation, we're going to make the similar observation, right?
Okay.
And we're going to draw the same conclusion you have, though that conclusion is absurd, which is called reductio ad absurdum. So your whole logic reduces to an absurd conclusion.
Is an airplane a natural phenomenon, or is that a man-made object?
I mean, would you feel better?
Oh, did you already forget that question you made when you said natural objects in this natural phenomenon being observed? That's why I brought up the moon, and then you suddenly immediately abandoned what you said and brought up plane.
We'll switch out airplanes with clouds. Now we have our natural phenomenon.
Yep. And so now again, we already covered that. We covered clouds. No, because they rain. They become water. They condense.
Yeah,
and they become water. So they
I
don't
can watch
orbit.
one cloud move from one horizon to the other, and it didn't rain, it didn't vanish, it didn't disappear, it didn't do anything. Is it orbiting?
No.
How do you know?
Because it's just floating in the air. It's just a cloud. It's just water vapor.
So the moon's just floating in the air. Maybe it's a cloud. Maybe it's just water vapor.
Okay. Well, then you make that claim, buddy, and prove it.
No, it's not that he's making the claim. It's that that's a possibility that you haven't disproven.
Well, I don't have to prove. I don't have
Based
to
on your logic?
disprove anything. I don't have to prove that something doesn't exist.
It's the same unknown in both cases, and you just can't accept it.
So do you
again, that's your
understand
problem, not mine.
analogies? Do you understand
Problem.
Well,
analogies?
and
Can you?
yeah, like how you tried to analogize a plane with the moon and failed. Yeah, that's how I understand.
No, he didn't. Again, though, it's your logic that's
No, it's a
being
good analogy.
destroyed
It's a
by
bad equivalent.
Yeah.
Right. It wouldn't be equivalent, thus not part of my
Because
logic.
there's one different property that you didn't like, right? So natural versus man-made. So you didn't like that property. So then we used something equivalent. You could probably you tried to find a non-equivalence with that too. It's made of water.
Right. Like clouds.
Yeah.
Are
So two things are
clouds of
different.
big
It
gas.
has a different name. That's called cloud. That's called moon.
You think the moon is a cloud of gas, Indio? Is that what you observe?
I don't care, dude. I really don't.
Oh, now you don't care. So obviously
would
that's
I
a
care?
yes. So obviously,
There
using
must
your
be a funny
observations,
about
you can
this.
tell the difference between a solid object like the moon and a cloud. So we're getting somewhere. That's good. So you're able to you're able to actually understand.
I can tell the moon is solid by looking at it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You don't think that perfect circle is a fucking ever changes? Do you think that perfect circle around the globe is ever changes there, buddy?
So your feeling or your subjective impression, that's you can tell.
The solid object in the sky, sure.
Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah. You can just look at it with a telescope and see that it's made of solid. It's got craters on it.
You can
made of
see
dirt.
solid. That's amazing, dude.
You can see a solid crater on the solid surface because it's it's not.
Yeah, so if you just
something
keep
can
saying that
pass
word,
through.
if you qualify every word you say with solid, it makes it more true.
Yeah, exactly. You define solid by its characteristics.
You can see the absence
Yeah,
of
but
mass.
you just keep saying it as if that you saying the word solid is the evidence for it being solid.
Go ahead and define solid for us, Indy.
Made of a condensed matter.
And what like how do you know when you're looking at something that's solid?
You can't.
Wait, you don't know if you can see a solid or a liquid or a gas in front of you?
Yes, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, wait a minute. Yes, you can. You can tell the difference between a solid and a liquid, Indy.
By looking at it.
Right. You can look at a
Depends on
glass of water.
Depends on the state, depends on the angle, depends on the lighting, depends on lots of shit.
I'm gonna put a picture in the chat. I want to see what you can tell me what parts are liquid and what parts are solid, and what parts are gas.
This is
I want to get back to this orbit thing.
This is crazy sophistry.
So what in the GIF is solid and what is liquid?
None of it,
Or
because
gas.
the AI probably generated that shit.
So tell me what object do you see
That's
in
AI
that picture?
generated, none of that's solid.
Okay, so what object do you
That's
see in the
AI
picture?
generated, none of that's solid.
Okay, so you think there's no solid objects in this picture?
No, that
It's AI
image is
generated.
AI generated. You think you're slick, you're not.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm going to show you another picture. Okay, here's a cartoon of a object. What kind of object is that cartoon object?
It's not an object.
What the object in that picture is not an object? That's not a duck.
No, that's look.
This is not a duck. Are you saying you can't?
Oh my God, this is almost childish. It's a representation of a duck, which is a solid object, but that is not a solid object.
Yeah, but how did you know that represents a solid object, Indy?
Because I've seen ducks before.
Okay, cool. And those are solid objects. How do you know a duck is a solid object, Indy?
Because I've touched them before.
Well, what about touching a solid object makes you think it's solid?
Because my hand don't go through it.
Oh.
It's made of condensed matter.
It's matter.
Wait,
So
so
it's matter. So you can't see through it.
Condensed matter.
So if you not touch water
So is it always the same shape? Is it always the same shape when you're holding a solid, or does it change shapes when you hold it and touch it?
Oh, that depends on this is hypertension. It depends on its malleability, right? I mean, some things are gooey or soft, or depends upon what it's made out of.
Where are you going with this?
So when does something become so malleable it's no longer solid?
Well, that depends on a lot of factors. So if it was glass, it would depend on the temperature. Even though glass will flow even at room temperature, it just flows very slowly, right? So it depends on the structure of it.
All right, cool. So
it's like rubber bands. You can make a rubber band
acknowledge.
ball, or
right. So okay, cool. So we all agree that we can look at something and tell if it's a solid.
No. I said touch, dude. Good try though. You almost worked.
Wait, so you still don't know the difference. So you still can't tell the difference between a solid.
Slick, bitch. You're not that
I mean,
slick.
you literally just admitted that you can tell the difference between a solid and a liquid and what an object is.
By touching it.
You just said it.
By touching it.
No.
So when you look at, but you just looked at the cartoon and you knew it was a duck. How did you know that with your eyes? You didn't touch that duck.
No, I said it was a representation of a duck. I'm muting you.
Okay.
That's your last straw man. Okay, that's
It's a
fucking
duck
end of that shit.
cartoon.
It's the end of that
Wait a
shit,
sec.
dude.
Wait a sec. I want to ask him something.
Okay.
I want to ask him.
Can you unmute him or do you want me
right?
to?
That's all. I can unmute him. I'll ask him first.
You go ahead.
Talent. Does the moon orbit the Earth in the direction that you observe it moving?
Say that again for me, please.
Does the moon orbit the Earth in the direction that you observe it moving?
Yeah. That would make sense, wouldn't it? It's going somewhere, right? Is that supposed to, like, what kind of gotcha question is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be a gotcha question?
You said
don't
that
know?
you can tell it's
Am I getting got?
orbiting the Earth by observing it moving across the sky.
Yeah, how else would you figure it
We
out?
observe
Do you
it
go
moving
out there and touch it?
from east. We observe it moving from east to west, but you have to point at it if you follow the paradigm, right? And say, well, it's not actually moving that way; it's going the other way.
What the fuck? Wait, I didn't say that.
But you have to if you follow the paradigm, the narrative. Yeah, you do. The
He
model.
doesn't know what it is. You have to
What
tell him.
narrative what narrative are you talking about? We just agreed
He
that it goes
doesn't
across
know
the
that
sky.
the moon's actually orbiting in the opposite direction of its motion according to the globe model.
What does that even mean? Go ahead and explain it for us.
Okay, so the Earth is rotating, but the moon is orbiting, but its orbit is so slow that the rotation of the Earth is slightly faster than the orbit, but the moon is actually orbiting in the opposite direction of what we see it move.
Okay, so we're spinning, and then the moon is orbiting. Okay.
Yeah, in your paradigm. So your observation
Okay.
actually doesn't indicate the orbit.
No, it's just you can see both things, like, because you're spinning
Yeah,
and the moon's orbiting.
Well, you thought the moon was orbiting when you saw it go from sunrise or from the horizon to horizon, but it's going the other
Because
way.
it does.
Well,
It
it's
does.
going the other.
Just because it goes,
but it's going the
orbit
other
is a
way.
circle, Indy.
But it's
It's a
going
circle.
but
That's
it's-
what orbiting
Yeah, that's
is.
cool, but it's going the other way.
No, it's
And
going in a
orbits are
circle.
ellipses,
Orbit.
thank
It's in an orbit, Indy. It's just going. It's not going anywhere, but in around and around.
No, it's not going
doesn't-
anywhere.
It's not going anywhere.
He doesn't know his own
Because again,
paradigm.
you're saying it's
Clearly,
going
that's
somewhere, but
hilarious.
when I say it's orbiting, it's just a circle going around the Earth. If the Earth, regardless of whether or not the Earth is spinning itself, doesn't mean that the moon is just stationary on its own. It's still orbiting. It's caught in Earth's gravity.
You got that
Sure.
from looking at it move across the sky.
How else would you get measurements and calculations of the moon, Trig?
You're not getting measurements, that's for sure.
You're gonna run a tape measure 67,000 miles to the moon?
No, because the moon isn't 67,000 miles
67
away.
miles. What?
Wait, how many miles is it?
You don't even know how far away it is, Talon. Come
I don't memorize the exact distance of the moon, Trig. Would you want to say it?
Yeah, I would. It depends on where it is in its orbit. I mean, it's gonna be around 380,000 kilometers or so on average.
So, the range, but in the elliptic, and it's because you're saying the orbit is elliptical. So, between what ranges, like when it's closest to furthest?
Or perihelion.
Whatever.
It's like 384,000 kilometers or so.
So that's pretty far.
Yeah, I know.
All right, cool. So 380,000. You're gonna run a tape measure that way, or are we gonna observe the moon and then use those observations to determine its orbit, size, density, all kinds of stuff just by looking at it?
Observations aren't measurement.
Observations are not measurements.
Observing
What's
the
like
moon
a
in the
range, when you
sky
take a rangefinder.
Not by themselves.
When you
Not
use
by
a
themselves.
Observing the
rangefinder,
moon in the sky doesn't determine what you're standing on.
what does a rangefinder observe? Anybody know?
Parallax angles.
Parallax angle.
Distance.
Distance.
Yes. I liked using my rangefinder whenever I had to make a range card.
Yeah, there you go. So that's an observation. That's just a measurement. There you go, right there.
Depends on what sort of rangefinder are you using. I would have went on the fact that You can do
Eyeball
indirect.
didn't recognize the distance. The rangefinder told me what the distance was.
I'm just
Yeah,
black
and-
swanning this idea that there's no measurements that are observations. So obviously,
Yeah,
if there's a
hold on.
measurement that if you can measure something through just an observation, then they obviously
Talon,
exist.
Talon. I would say
Not
that
by itself.
Hold on. So I would say something like a coincidence rangefinder. You measure the change in angle across a known baseline of two optics. You have to move one of the optics. One is movable, the other isn't. And you swivel the optic over to where you can see both the objects at the same time, so they coincide with each other. That's measuring a change in angle, which correlates to a distance using trigonometry. So yeah, you don't have to physically measure, but if I use if I use a meter stick to measure something, I'm optically measuring it. Like I'm comparing
That's a
it
good
to
point.
something.
That's a really good point. Actually, yeah, observing a ruler is an observation that you're measuring.
Observing a ruler.
You could consider a really basic observation, like saying that thing is taller than the other thing. You know, that I guess that could be considered a really rudimentary form of measurement, just by
There you go.
eyeballing it.
Good point. Constructing dialogue. That's good. So now that we know that we can measure observation, we can measure things through just observing. The moon is,
No,
is
you
obviously
can't.
it's farther
No,
away,
you-
so it's more
no, you can't
complicated to
measure-
do
You
the
need a
actual
measure-
measurement,
you
but you
need
can
a
do it.
measuring tool. You're not going to do it just by
measure. T-Dub
We
didn't.
just said we could. I thought we
T-Dub,
just said we could.
Wait, T-Dub didn't agree to that. He just said, I suppose you could look at something and say that's taller than that. That's not a measurement.
So the
You're not,
sun, like
you're
for
not giving
example,
it
the sun,
values.
all these
You
other,
haven't given
all
it
the other
values.
planets. So again, right, exactly. So like just ballparking it, we can't get specific values with just our eyeballs. Like we can't look at something and say that's 6.23 feet. Like we do not have that power. Our brains don't have that power. So we need instruments to tell us exactly how long something is compared to another thing. So when we've got those two heights, we need a measuring stick to measure the height of one and then measure the height of the other and use math to determine the difference in height. So that's an observation, some calculations, and measurements with tools, all in one thing, just to get the height of two objects.
A measurement, though. You've got a measurement there to do the calculations.
Okay, so how would you do that for the moon?
I don't know. You're the one coming up with the moon.
I would use. It's easy for me. I just use the laser and the little mirror that they put on the moon. A little convex mirror to bounce a laser back.
That's the worst example you could use.
Wait, you
really?
use that?
For the moon?
Yeah. I have a better
You
example.
use that?
You don't have to.
But you can you can use, because you can still, you don't need, that's just to get it really exact, because like I said, you can get more accurate measurements using tools, and so I would use most accurate. I would use the best tool to accurately measure something.
I mean, you use that? Can use. Hold on, I'll send the video in chat real quick.
But if you just want
use
like
that,
so if we want like just a ballpark, I personally, what kind of question is that? I'm just talking about what it is.
This is an experiment that anyone can
I
use.
would use. I would use. I'm not physically talking about doing it. I'm saying I would do that.
Here you go. Here's a good.
And so there's a way that you can do it even without just using camera.
Yep. Two people.
Wait, what values have you got in there?
Well, we can use it
The distance?
presupposing
miles.
plotters too. We can do it both ways.
Wait, what values have you got in there though?
I got globe values, but I can bring it over to the flat Earth if you like. I can just have a linear distance. That's
No, just do it. Just what values do you have there?
well, I had to account for the curvature of the Earth to know the baseline distance, right?
Where'd you get that from?
See, I'm not going to go into that because I said I could do it on a flat Earth as well. I can do it on a flat Earth if you like.
How are you going to do that?
I'll just not correct for curvature and have a straight line distance. So the distance between, what is it, like around New York and to Cali? Whatever the distance is of that.
How'd you get
Why
that?
would you correct for curvature from your measurements?
I said we're not going to do that for the sake of this experiment.
Yeah, but why would you? Why would you have done that for the globe?
I'm not doing that for this instance, so we don't have to have any of those values.
I know,
there.
but if
proving that-
So you
if
don't
you were
need to
going
do
to do
that.
it for a globe, you mentioned curvature corrections.
Yeah, and I know, I'm saying that for this instance, we are going to ignore that so we can say that it's possible on a flat Earth as well. So then we can know the distance to the moon on a flat Earth too.
So you never measured the curvature in the first instance, did you?
I'm trying to explain to you that you can do it on a flat Earth, not about what you
Yeah,
can
you
do
do.
on a
We know
globe.
you can, but I'm kind of
You already
curious how
did.
you measure curvature.
All right, so see, yet another obfuscation for my point. I'm trying to explain that you can do it on a all right, Amish.
We know
So
you can do things on flat Earth.
Okay, so you do agree that there is a known
We
distance to
could,
the moon.
So I'm wondering what curvature corrections you were talking about. Like you have a measurement. It's not curved. We have to correct it so it's a globe.
Yeah, this is using
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? We see that
What?
all the time.
What's a problem?
You measure flat, you believe it should be a globe, so you correct it to a globe.
Yeah, that's because we know the Earth is a globe, so we have to do things. We're not living
That's
in the
circular reasoning, kid.
Okay. It is
And it's
circular
built into all your so-called scientific processes and programs and everything. It's all circular nonsense.
Yeah, that's why all this circular nonsense turns out to be reality.
Well, now you're affirming the consequent again. That's a pragmatic fallacy.
Hope harder,
You can't
Amish.
break out of this no matter what you do.
Yeah. Everything just coincidentally matches each other. The gravitational constant can be used to weigh things on Earth and then also used to predict the stuff in the sky. Really? You believe that? It's just some crazy value that can do all the stuff at once. But
Well,
it's not
hang
real.
on. If I could, Trig. So
Yeah.
what he was saying about knowing that it's a globe, like basically the way that it works is that once we get the two-dimensional angle of the curvature of the Earth, that's only like we can get the actual curve.
All right, how
but
do you do that?
That doesn't
I
give us a
want
three.
you to
That's only a
stop right there.
Hang on, let me finish my sentence, Amish. So that's only a two-dimensional measurement of a three-dimensional object. So in order to take that,
All right, how did you determine that? Before you move on, how did you determine that? I don't believe you.
Let me finish my
I'm calling
point. So
bullshit
we
right
take-
there before you move on.
So when people say that we know the Earth is a globe, is that we know the Earth is a three-dimensional object. So even though we've
How
only
do you know
taken
that?
a two,
Stop right there.
Hold on.
Stop your
So wait a
bullshit.
minute. Okay, you're stopping me. You're
right,
saying you're stopping me right at when I'm going to tell you how I know.
You're not answering the question, so you stay on mute. Who's next?
Yeah, the premise is in contention. You can't just assume the truth of the premise and then move on. Like, you have to address that, Talon.
It sounded like Amish was agreeing that you can measure the distance to the moon on a flat Earth. Can you?
I know you can measure a distance. I want to know how you know it's curved.
All right, so we can measure a distance. So that means what about the moon? That it's probably physical, right? Non-physical things.
Not my
occupy
problem,
physical
not my
space.
claim.
Well, okay, so don't claim anything ever, then you won't be wrong. I mean, sure.
Make sure you back up the bullshit. That's all I want.
All right, you can just use the linear distance to calculate the distance.
Yep, we know it's a linear distance. So how do you measure the curvature? I don't want a calculated curvature because you have to assume that Earth is curved to calculate it. I want you to actually fucking measure it.
Because I know the radius of the Earth, Amish.
You don't know the radius yet, dipshit. You have to measure curvature to get the radius. For fuck's sake.
Well, the radius, apparent radius value is constantly going to be changing. 'cause of the
Apparent?
refraction.
What's so
Yeah.
apparent about the radius? Tell me.
Apparent because we have an atmosphere, Amish.
Oh, geez, an atmosphere? You mean gas coalesces into balls in a vacuum? No,
Not
I
in a
want you to
vacuum,
prove the
so yeah,
curvature,
slow down,
kid.
but okay.
So wait, you're retreating to the atmosphere because you can't measure Earth curvature? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm saying that apparent radius. Yes, I'm explaining an apparent radius.
What's apparent about the atmosphere being a ball?
The fact that it's going to change the physical size of the Earth, physical radius.
What? How do you know it's going to change your radius? We're asking about the radius in the first case. You keep coming back to that. Your brain is stuck in a fucking do loop.
Yeah, I guess, sir. I mean, if
Yeah, that's called cognitive dissonance, sir. You have cognitive dissonance right now. The whole world is watching it.
Okay, yeah.
And if you can't break out of that, we might have to move on to somebody else. So you're gone, Talon's gone, who else?
I mean, you haven't really been able to explain how I'm wrong or anything. It was just.
Well,
you
you
know,
also
you're failing to provide evidence.
Radius measurement. All you've done, it says you have a radius measurement, but you haven't gotten the measurement. You have the value. You don't have the method of measurement. You haven't presented the method of measurement.
And we've been saying as a community for 10 years, nobody has done this. And you're demonstrating exactly what we've been saying for the past 10 years. Nobody's done what we're asking to do. Nobody's got a measured curvature value. It's all based off of assumptions. It's 2024 and nobody measured the Earth.
just go all the way around the Earth, or go to Antarctica, go to the ice.
I don't know how they do it, but they didn't even do it. Like they didn't do any. They don't have a claim to present.
Circumnavigate the world.
How?
Linear distances don't prove curvature. Once again, God.
See, because what is it that you're circumnavigating? What is the method that you're using to make your navigation?
Flat Earth angles.
Flat Earth angles. That is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. So
because
you're using
you're gonna
flat Earth
say-
angles.
I know it's triggering. It is triggering. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it.
No,
Hang on.
can I use flat Earth angles, a baseline and an angle, to know the distance to Polaris?
You can't
or
use
height
a
to Polaris?
curved angle. You can't use a curved baseline.
Spherical trigonometry.
How do you know it's a sphere in the first instance? You need an R value to use spherical trig, right?
Yeah.
Because that's your unit circle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, you don't have a sphere.
Only if you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
All right, so here's how it's going to work. If you're on land, right, and you're going to actually use the old tradition of actually using a map and a compass, right, you're going to use the map to let you know what the terrain ahead of you might look like, right? It's going to tell you using different circles and other lines to tell you elevation changes. And then it's going to vary in the arrangement of lines to tell you if it's a long slope or if it's a cliffside. And then you're going to use your compass to tell you azimuthal direction. Okay, so your map is telling you your up and down elevation change. Your compass is telling you left and right azimuthal change while you travel across the land, right? And all of your reference is going to be horizontal. You're going to be traveling in a straight line straight ahead of you, unless you take your elevation change, which is already marked on the map.
Right.
Which
And
the
what's funny,
elevation angle-
Kiko, contour maps are based off of a flat baseline. Every contour of elevation showing elevation of peaks and depressions of valleys doesn't depict spherical excess.
Right.
And that means they're either wrong, like way wrong for search and rescue, artillery, whatever, like nap of the earth helicopter flights. It means they're all going to be wrong, but they all use them for that shit.
But even if I wasn't a globe, I wouldn't need to account for the curvature in my baseline to get accurate distances to things.
We don't account for curvature either.
Yeah, so
You would
it's
also-
inconclusive of both. No one claims that they need,
no globe.
Okay,
You
so
on a boat,
but there's no
on a boat,
reason for me
out
to
on the
need.
water, you're sitting on a level surface, right? The boat stays on top of the water. And every experience you've had of water, it has a level surface, right?
Yeah,
You have
level
waves,
just
you have
means
tides,
down.
okay, so it's a little bumpy. However, whenever you have water higher on one side and lower on the other, it flows until it's level again, right? So again, your circumnavigation on a boat is based on a level horizontal plane. And if you're going to travel using compasses and the stars, you're still using horizontal baseline and you're identifying an elevation angle from the stars and your position, right? And then if you're using a plane to travel, the plane will have to fly level again, horizontal. and make corrections in altitude based on the terrain below it, or the wind that's projected ahead of it, or the wind that's happening with it right now in its moment in time. And then there's a sensor on it that measures the angle of attack while the plane is flying through the air, right? And what it's doing is telling the plane, hey, you're not getting enough airflow underneath the wing to keep you aloft, or there's too much, right? So it's going to tell the plane whether it's nose up or nose down. And how you calibrate this item is by making it level and horizontal, right? And then you
Those are
have
not
to
the
use a
same thing.
protractor.
Those are not the same.
You have to use a protractor to identify up until the sensor says, hey, you're going to stall, right? And then nose down. And then it's going to, it's calibrated off of its level. There's a process to calibrate it.
Are you saying that the AOA would have to change in order if you're on a globe?
What do you mean?
Are you saying the AOA would have to change if you're on a globe, if you're on a plane?
Constantly.
Really? Why is that?
Yes.
Yeah, because you're thinking it's
airspeed-
curved.
Your
So I'd
airspeed-
have to be nose down all the time, really?
No, it's nose up 3 degrees. It's similar to how a boat is nose up while it floats on the water and travels forward. If the nose is down, it's going to start submerging itself.
Yeah.
Same
What
with the
happens,
plane.
Pico, if you're to lock the gimbal on the gyroscope?
I've got a question. At sunset, you have planes going overhead, and you have a reflection from underneath the plane down at the surface, and you can actually see the reflection of the light off of these planes from the sun. How do you explain that? Because you claim that the sun doesn't actually ever set, it just goes out of range.
Yeah, we see in angles,
I'll answer
right?
it. You can't answer.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Team Globe. You can answer his question.
Oh, on a flat Earth, you can't answer it. That's my answer. You can't. We can make up some stuff though if you.
So the question becomes, why would you ask a question that you don't think there's an answer to? What's the mindset, the mentality of somebody who go into a VC about a topic and start bombarding questions without answers and think that's some kind of gotcha? When some really good people in the globe, apparently, like Feynman had said, I would rather have questions without answers than answers that cannot be questioned.
That was a lot of words to say flat earthers don't have answers for anything.
Why would you ask? Inside your worldview, if you think flat earthers can't answer or don't answer, or there is no answer, the next step is for you to explain why you would ask at all. Even more so if you've asked the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th time in consecutive days, weeks, months, and years.
I don't know.
I've been
maybe
actually at this for a bit under 6 months now, so there's that in the universe. But
well, yeah, if the
I'm
shoe
trying to
doesn't
use
fit.
it. I'm trying to ask you this so you can question what you might believe to be true, which is that the Earth is actually flat when it is not.
So present proof though of curve rotation.
I just gave you proof.
No, it was a
What?
question.
No, you
You
didn't.
offered a question that you won't take any answer to, because to maintain your illusionary world, you can't get an answer. Because if you get an answer, that means the Earth is flat, and you refuse to accept that. So it doesn't matter what answer someone gives. Even if they just make random chicken sounds. That's why I was told on the Globe side anyway. When I used to go to Glober servers, I'd be like, hey, how many stars is Polaris? You know, just see if the people knew the model that they tout so brazen. And some person would say, oh, it's 1 star. Anyone who thinks otherwise is a complete abject, mongoloid. Then you drop a link where it's 2 stars, 3 stars, maybe 5 stars, 6 stars. Then they're like, it doesn't matter. And then other people would just make random bird sounds or chicken sounds, and all these are supposed. So when you ask a question, that's a very dangerous position to be in if your claim is you won't get any answer at all. Because as soon as you get any feedback at all, that completely destroys your claim that there wasn't an answer.
I presented a scenario in which you cannot explain it. Do you have an explanation that
Guardian, can you show us an example?
I said the example is you have near sunset
Yes, can you
reflections
show
from
us?
underneath planes.
Can
How
you
do you
show us
get
an
light?
example of it?
Okay, I can, but it is a link to a video, so
Okay, just show the example.
All right, just give me a moment. I'm sorry.
Right.
Have
And
you
is
been
it
drinking
over?
a little bit?
Wait, is it over water
No,
or is
I
it?
actually just had I'm midway through an energy drink, actually.
Should stop drinking then. Is it over water? Is the plane over water, or what's it doing?
I believe it's over land that you can see the reflections from underneath that he's taking pictures of.
Have you watched the video?
Yeah, I've watched the video and
Or
its
did you just
completion.
read the? Did you just
And
read the YouTube title?
No, I've read it and I've watched it all.
Go ahead then. Post the example.
If you give me a moment, I'm still pulling it up, so just give me a moment. It's your favorite
I think I
friend,
have an
by the way,
example for you. I
Dave
think I also have an example
McKagan.
of what he's talking about. This might be it. You can tell me if it's what you're talking about or not. Let's post in the chat. Maybe that is what you're talking about. Maybe maybe it isn't.
Well, it's an example of what I'm talking about. It's not planes, it's the clouds actually reflecting light up.
Sounds like the
Yeah,
answer.
because on the flat, I'm pretty sure on the flat Earth claim would be that obviously a sunset is an optical effect. Same thing on a globe, basically. But the sun is never going down; it's just going away. So it's going away from you up, actually going down. It's not like burning people, right? So if the
It's
sun is
converging
going
to your
up and
vanishing
away,
line in the center of your field of vision, though.
yeah. So if the sun is going up and away, how is it illuminating the bottom of clouds? I think is a good question.
Is it actually, and where does this happen? Does this happen over water, or is it illuminating the back of the cloud? Like, when you have clouds, you have clouds that have less density, where the light will shine through the cloud and look like it's illuminating the bottom of the cloud. Yeah, would you agree to that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
If
that
it's over
image,
water,
it's
yes,
not
it could be the reflection from the water.
Of course.
Yeah, that image
But
is
not
not
only,
over water.
not only.
It's over land. I need to find a better image though.
I didn't
so I can
say
explain it better.
only water, did I? Did you listen to what I said or not?
No, I said
I
that's
only
a
heard half of that.
possibility
I'm
that
sorry.
Supposedly, Earth shine reflects off the moon during an eclipse, right? So you got to wonder how reflective the surface of Earth is, globe or flat. Just saying. Because we've had Globers in here saying that they've captured Earth shine during a solar eclipse, which shouldn't be possible on flat Earth. So it's like, okay, well, if you can capture Earth shine, it really shows how reflective Earth's surface is.
And obviously, there are
So
going to be
Earth
some
has a reflective
areas of the
surface.
Earth's
Yeah.
surface that are more reflective than others. That's interesting. I thought about that because that's another factor you'd have to take into account for images, right? Because obviously,
Right.
there
The
are
difference
some
between
things that would be more
Lambertian and
reflective.
specular surfaces.
If no one's throwing anything in the bucket this split second, I just want to say sorry for dropping out earlier. I was in the woods and my phone died. I felt like it could have come off very rude, and I wanted to apologize for coming in kind of so hot in the beginning. I don't usually come up to the bigger rooms. I usually just open my VC downstairs. Could I try and toss something in the conversation if nobody else has got anything?
Okay. Let's go watch your debunk video.
No, not at all. It's just a thought. Very much like throwing mental spaghetti at the wall. Because, like I said, I was out in the woods, and I was I'm collecting a bunch of data on like a bunch of different like temperature readings and dew points and frost points and things like that. And it got me thinking, like when we talk about like the scientific method, we talk about making observations, and it kind of got me thinking that observations, I think sometimes people tend to think of them in terms of like they have a singular observation or even just like a couple, and there's this kind of like eureka moment of like, oh, I made an observation, now I have this idea or I have this, you know, prediction or this thought or this like explanatory power. But in actuality, to me it feels more like we talk about observations. The idea is that you collect data, right? You just collect a body of data, you gather as much as you can, and then you reflect on it to try and see the patterns and then come up with, you know, explanatory factors to help you, you know, can project them into the future accurately and build productive models. Yeah, I don't know. I just, it was like a weird moment. I hadn't really like thought about the potential difference there and like how that could kind of have an impact on the way people think about it. Yeah.
What?
Fair enough.
What can did anyone else get that, or was it just me stupid being stupid?
The debunk video is almost 2 hours long, so I'm
Hey,
probably gonna have to watch that some other time.
Guardian, hey, I posted an image from your video in the live chat. Is that what you're talking about?
The one from what's the name, by the way? I'm looking for what time?
Timbo, 24 past the hour.
Oh, okay, Timbo, I see. Believe that's from his video. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I just took a screenshot of it.
Yep. Yeah, it's not reflection in that case because it's coming off his trail. The reflection in that case.
Hello, friends.
Hi.
I'm just curious. What's the percentage of people in the U.S. who still believe the Earth is flat? Do you guys have any idea?
I thought the
How
last
would
time
you-
they checked, it was like
how would you know that?
7% as of last year, about July. That was the last update I had. I'm a layman, so I don't know.
That was my guess
my
too.
God!
How would you know
Wow, that's incredible. Huh? It's fascinating.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how that, like, the
maybe,
methodology for getting that number.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
self-disclosure.
Yeah, and
gentleman.
again, most of the stuff in this realm is like hearsay, sort of like, you know, all sorts of cosmology ideas. So I'm not like pushing one or the other. I'm just saying, like last July it was 7%, but that was just what somebody said in a different server that is focused on this topic. So
What
It would
they
really
do
be
is they
interesting to
ask
know.
people. They ask people
Hang
like a
on.
question: "Are you a flat earther?" And then they use like statistics to parse it out for the whole population. So there is error. There's errors
It's a
there.
sample size too.
Yeah, plus
Yeah.
the sample size.
Yeah, and
Oh,
self-report is tricky because with something like this, like obviously, I'm sure some people might feel that since it's such a, you know, contrarian belief in popular opinion, you know, people
Wait,
might be deterred
contrarian?
from. No, I'm saying that like
Wait a
it's I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm saying that it's outside of the norm. So some people might be hesitant to like self-report that they do hold
And
those beliefs. I'm saying
I should have just
you might
said
end up
I have no
underreporting.
effing idea, because if it's anything like a health survey,
Yeah,
most people don't report if they have any body image issues. You know, like all I know is my history with eating disorders. Let's use that for example. You know, 19% are unreported by males when it should be higher than females that have body conscious issues. So I should have just
That's a
said
really
I
good
don't
point.
know. Yeah.
If you're really interested in finding out an answer at least close to what you just asked, you need to go and find David Weiss's little app that you can pay for. And everybody has like a friend. You can access the little portion of it that says Friend Finder, and then everybody who has the app and has turned on their little Friend Finder thing, you can see the blimp on where that person lives, and then you can go and count all the blimps in the United States if you choose to.
Oh,
But then keep in mind that not every flat
Yeah.
earther has downloaded his fucking
right.
thing, and not
Yeah.
everyone who's downloaded the thing is going to be a fucking flat earther. It'll be a glober or whoever else
I can
decided to
tell
do it.
you, I can tell
Yeah. I
you
was
in
gonna
a
say
mountain
I've got
town
the
of
app. I've got the app, but
yeah,
I
we've
don't
all
have
had
the
history
friend
with it.
But
finder.
this is
So
perfect though. It's
if
exactly
you
what you
let
should do,
me,
right? You
you let me
acknowledge that, like,
finish, I'll finish my sentence.
Yeah, one at a time, guys.
Yeah. So I have the app, but I don't have the friend finder. So it's not really a good representation. I know a lot of people that have the app that don't have the friend finder.
And I
sure,
know
sure, but
and
that's
I know a bunch of people that are in the U.S. and southern eastern states that are the opposite of Timbo. My
right.
apologies, Timbo, for interrupting. That did the
No,
friend
that's all right.
finder and didn't, it was all, they were all kind of shit and it was all disorganized anyway. So
But the reason I feel like this is actually what we should look at, right? We're acknowledging that no individual metric, no survey, no data point is going to accurately and perfectly, give us a description of the situation. So I feel like the best thing to do is going to be to look at like a variety of metrics, like a variety of different ways of kind of trying to calculate the number, and then using
You'll
that
never
to
get it.
triangulate. Well, yeah, you're never going to get it, right? But the idea is to like try and get as close, as accurate as possible.
Wasn't there a YouGov poll recently, like a survey, maybe end of last year or something, that was saying that it was something like between the 18 and 25-year-olds and the 25 to 30 something year olds, like 25% between them both, either were questioning the globe or outright didn't believe in it. And now you could look at that and say, well, it's a YouGov poll, these people are just answering to troll or whatever. Or you could look at, like it's saying, a very significant number of the young population are questioning this globe story.
So what do you guys think drives this? Do you think it's like
I was
conspiracy
like,
theory or
is it
religious belief
Fox
or
Day? Fox
What
Day?
drives?
I think it's no. I think it's.
What
I think
drives
it's. I think
drives it
it's
is the
the lack
measurement.
of curvature. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
lack
was
of
just trying to ask
curvature,
her what
lack
her
of
name meant
rotation.
because it was a
Oh yeah, no,
interesting
everybody
name.
just calls me Fox. Yeah.
Lack of
I'm looking up.
curvature,
I'm like,
lack
what
of
is that?
rotation, lack of evidence of any of their claims. So
Well,
that's
you'd be a
why.
great data
That's what
analytics
drives
person,
it.
but I just listened to Cyclone and Timbo. My bad.
No, you're all right. Have I got a lag or something?
You're a little bit robot-y
A
today.
little quiet, a little.
I'll mute.
I can hear you all right, Timbo.
Yeah,
I
you're
can hear
good.
you. You're a little robot-y. That's all.
Yeah, you're good. You're just a little not as good as normal, but yeah, you're still clear. You're definitely can hear what you're saying. Just a little tinny and a little quiet.
All right, cool. That explains it. I'll stay on mute for a bit.
So, was it Fox who was talking there about the statistics?
No, I think that was Reality Man. He's
No,
curious as to why flat
Fox was
earthers
talking
have
about-
outpaced atheism. Because
right.
really all the flat earthers should also be atheists in his worldview.
Really?
Yeah,
well,
reality.
there's a
Man,
lot of
you're a bit
Christians who
pricked.
believe the
You're a
world
bit
is a
pricked,
globe
though.
too. So
Yeah, that's what I'm
Because
saying.
remember,
So
a few
a
weeks
lot.
ago,
Because Reality Man's big goal here is to recruit more atheists because he's seen the destruction of his worldview.
no, I'm not recruiting anyone. I don't have time for that.
Well, a lot, but to Crit's point, a lot of people have very targeted time to spend in here. So I'm just going to back up whatever Crit says. Yeah.
well, what I like the most about Reality Man's arc is that he came in and spoke to us for a few days or a few weeks or whatever, and he was called Reality Man. But then after discussing this for a while and going
Is this
away
rated?
and
Finally, I get to hear him.
deciding to plant his flag on the globe belief.
I know what you're saying, Cyclone.
Changed his name from Reality Man.
I've never
Yes,
heard.
I know. I know exactly what you're saying, Cyclone. So
I've never heard.
again,
Of it
it's just it's kind of like it comes with the territory, and it's kind of just per use. So I would love to like fit our Discord experience for this home server base. Even though we have differing opinions, Cyclone, Crit, myself, I would love to fit that in some sort of user interface, data analytical You just can't do it really, because there's a lot of the spiritual
Does
shit
anyone?
that you just can't put into a little bar chart. What was that, Reality Man?
Well, the real reason why I changed my
And I know
username,
you
it
as
had
well,
nothing to
so
do with.
I agree with what Cyclone said. What's up?
Oh, okay. I think he's a little. Reason why I changed my username, it had nothing to do with flat Earth or anything like that. It's just easier
Clearly.
to enunciate, less consonants.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
overlap
that's
in
all
all
it
these
was.
places. You're good, man. We're not talking shit. You're good.
That's all right. That's all
No,
right.
I know.
Raiden, I'll accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this is the
believe it.
first time I've
Yeah,
seen
that's the
Claus.
real reason, though.
Does he
Yeah.
not normally talk in here?
No.
It's
We
like,
don't even need a reason. We were just pointing out it happens on Discord. Discord's a weird place.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely
Well,
is.
someone
It's all
had
right.
asked me that in another VC, and I explained it, and that's the reason why I changed. It's just easier to say.
But yeah, there's a lot
No,
of people who are
you're good,
flat
man.
earthers that wouldn't necessarily admit to being flat earthers for a number of reasons.
See, it works really well about Raiden. He says, I am someone who believes that globes do not exist. In other words, I think all globes were invented by humans.
Yeah.
Globes.
I can see that too.
Yeah, there's been
Yeah.
like some 3,000 globes presented since Copernicus. Copernicus himself had like 13 or I can't remember. It's somewhere in the teens, either low or high teens. Globes himself.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that way,
it became an idol of worship, so I can totally get that. I totally get that. I do.
So in a way, Raiden, we're like
The
just
one
one
thing-
globe apart. Like I've rejected some 3,000 man-made invented globes. You've
Sure.
rejected 3,000. I've rejected 3,001.
Sure.
Love you, Crit.
You
Yeah.
know, the one
Crit's
thing
my
that would
dog.
do for me is if someone could show me a satellite image of the Earth that showed that would do it for me.
Yeah,
I wouldn't need
doubt
to
it.
discuss anything else.
You say that, but I really don't believe that you mean that. Based on experience.
Well, I do.
Because a few weeks ago, I had a conversation with you, Raiden,
Yeah.
and we were speaking about the measurements and the drop over distance over a lake. And when I explained to you the principles of the test, and you said, well, if I'd seen that, yeah, that would have to make me rethink my position with regards to the globe. And I sent you a load of links to these things, and then
I was
you
there
just
that day. I
disappeared,
remember this.
never addressed them, and then came back, no longer reality man, but globe man. So did you ever look at the measurements? Did you ever find any measurements of the curvature that we're supposed to be
Who's
living on?
Globe Man? You said Globe Man? Who's Globe Man?
Yeah, I said you went from reality man to I believe in the globe man.
It's a belief system that you
No,
have.
my username is Raiden.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm just messing about.
Okay, I
But
got you.
I sent you those
Okay.
observations.
Oh, I got
time
you.
distance observations, laser tests.
Correct.
So did you look at any of those?
Sure. Not yet,
Right.
but I am going to look at them.
You still
I'm not
haven't
going to
looked at
ignore it or
them.
anything.
You have ignored it because I sent you
Well,
it like
I'm not
a
like
week ago.
retired or anything.
Yeah, but you're in
So I
here
do have to
saying
go
what
to
would
work and do
convince
Oh, you're
everything.
turning to robot again too.
What you're saying is you're in here being like, well, what would convince me is a satellite image, but when we
Satellite
spoke
image.
about it, you
Sure, that
understood
would be
the
compelling.
evidence being provided that we were speaking about, and you were sent them weeks ago, and you haven't even
No,
looked
what
at
I'm
them.
saying is I wouldn't be able to argue with that.
Yeah, of
That's
course
just
you
something
wouldn't.
I
You
wouldn't be able
can't
to argue
measure.
with.
You can't. Yeah, you can't argue with a lake. Correct. But that just makes your whole thing a bit redundant.
You can't
To be
argue with a
like,
satellite image either. I mean, of the entire planet.
I just
well,
put
that's
one of
would be
just
really
a
good
little
evidence.
small space of the planet, but that's just one. I don't know. Still not a
well, this is what I
convex
mean.
space.
I can see why you're no longer reality man. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I got a question.
I like talking to you guys, though. It's just fascinating.
Which satellite image are you talking about? Because the one I've seen, they used to stitch together a bunch of them and make it, made a flat Earth map, and then Photoshop the shit out of it to make it a ball. So are you
And
just
so they
buying
wrapped
the
it around.
Photoshop? Are you
Yeah,
buying the
what-
Photoshop stuff, or are you on the original data before they manipulated it?
No, I'm not buying the photo. Are you talking about the blue marble?
Yeah, there you go.
Is that what you were referring to, or?
Yeah, the 2.0, Blue Marble 2.0. Obama said it was one snapshot by a photo, but it turned out that he lied.
Why would he lie?
Wow, politicians lying?
I don't think he lied. He just probably wasn't as informed about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, why would the president be
Well, if
involved?
anyone can show me a politician who doesn't lie, I'll believe the Earth
Hey,
is flat.
the question is, right? So you talk about. The question is,
That was
right? You
actually
talk
funny.
about.
That was actually funny, to
The
his credit.
question is, right? You talk about like a satellite image. Like, what reference do you have to say that that satellite image is like a representation of reality? What reference point do you have for that?
By going and checking reality and seeing if it matches satellite imagery. I mean, what else?
Okay, go ahead.
Satellite imagery is not just used for capturing just photos on Earth to just for
That wasn't my
geographical
question, and it
things.
wasn't to you,
It's
Matt,
also used
either.
to spy on militaries like North Korea, for example. We spy on them all
Okay,
the
now
time by
you're
using satellite imagery.
going. All right, see you later, dude. Raiden.
Yes.
Yeah, if you see a satellite image, what reference do you have to know that that is what you should see?
You know, I would worry about that after I got to that bridge, but that would be a really good starting point. If you could show me a satellite image of the entire Earth and it showed it was flat,
No, I mean for the
then we can go
globe,
from there.
though.
We can worry
I mean,
about authenticating it and all that, you know.
yeah, but for the globe, I'm talking about
Let's
for the
start there,
globe.
though.
Like, what reference point do you have to know that that is what you would see from up there for the globe?
What reference point?
Yeah, like what are you referring it to? Like, you go, okay, well that looks real.
So
In
basically, you're
reference to
asking me
what?
how would I know that that's actually the Earth?
How would you know that that's anything based in reality? Because you've got nothing to reference it to.
Well, you could say that about anything. Well, at some point, you have to trust someone. You can't.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
No one
saying.
is
So what I'm
omniscient.
getting at
So
is you just go in blind faith that those satellite images are correct. Yeah.
No, it's not
well, it's not just me. I
blind
mean,
faith, right?
Why
There's
is
some
it
where you're
not?
thinking
Why is it not
there's
blind
some
faith?
image
Because you've
that
got
is
no
presented
reference
or
point.
that you believe to be
Yeah, so they
Blind
trust it,
faith.
so it is fake.
Hey, Fox, you're roboting a bit.
No, but Timbo's right. He's saying, well, you have to trust someone at a certain point. So he is saying he just trusts that the image is correct. That is fake. That's exactly what that is.
well, I'm not going to assume that something is fake until I have a reason to.
That's a very smart way to go about life. I'm sure you'll never be taken in or fooled by anyone.
Yeah, there's a lot of snake
No, I'm
salesmen
not.
who are
Well,
like special potions and all kinds of crap.
well, at some point, well, I'm skeptical, but at what point does skepticism become ridiculous? I mean,
You
do
are
you
not
not trust just anything
skeptical,
or
Raiden.
anyone, or?
Raiden,
Like,
you're
so
not
you're saying you buy
skeptical.
like an
I mean,
invisibility
when you
potion?
buy food from the grocery store, do you eat it or do you send it to a lab first?
You just told us you would willingly trust unverifiable images from the government. You are not skeptical. Please do not lie.
Okay, I'm more like Ronald Reagan. How about trust but verify? That's more like
Yeah,
my
but you're not
position.
verified. No, it's not, though, because you haven't verified any of them.
That's what I'm
no,
saying. Though
no,
you guys can't get
it's not
past
your
point
trust,
A.
right? It's
Show
not
me a
trust.
satellite image, and then we can worry about whether or not it's authentic or real and all that
But
other stuff.
it's not just
Let's
show
do
me
that first.
what you're actually saying is show me an image that I believe you can provide enough justifiable reasoning that I'm going to believe that it's actually a satellite image. Because if somebody walks up and hands you something and says, here, this is a satellite image of the Earth, you're going to that's not going to be enough for you, right? So it's not just giving what you're
That'd be
really
on them
saying
to
is
prove.
give me
That would
something
be
I
on.
believe to be a satellite image of the Earth.
No. See, the way this works is if you claim we have images of a ball Earth from a satellite, then it is on you to provide that image, and then on you to tell us how you verified that image was true.
That's what I'm saying. That's
There's
what I'm
no
saying.
onus on us.
Somebody's going to have to somebody's going to have to take an image and they're going to have to be able to provide enough meaningful like evidence to you that you are going to believe that it's
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
what they say.
So in this case,
Sure.
So in this case, Raiden would have to provide us with the image he's saying he believes, and then he would have to talk us through what verification he's done on this image.
If that's his
Otherwise,
worldview,
it's
to trust
point
but
is,
verify. If you're using a trust but verify worldview, what was your verification?
Well, I'll give you an example. Let's say the U.S. National Geodetic Survey provided me with a satellite image of Earth, and it turns out that it's completely flat. Correct? We can
So
go
you would
from there at
trust
that
but
point.
verify what? How would you verify it?
Oh, God. We probably need 2 or 3 days to talk about that.
Well, what did you
didn't
do for
know.
the globe?
It wouldn't
Then?
just be me saying, oh, okay, this is real, you know.
Which photo
Yeah, that
did
is
you use
exactly
for
what
globe?
you've done. Raiden, that's exactly what you've done. You've been presented
What's
images,
that?
and that's exactly what you have done. You've been presented images, and you've said, I believe these are real. You've done no
Well,
verification
that's what
on it. You
satellites do.
can't.
They record images.
Yes, this is, according to the
I
story
understand what you're saying.
that they're giving you.
Sure.
They're telling you this image is a real image of the globe, and you have no way of knowing that. That's the whole point.
Well, I guess technically we don't have any way of knowing anything. Do you know who your father is? Probably not, right? You don't know. You just know what someone told you who you saw in the house, right? I mean,
No,
you
we
can
didn't
go
know.
on and on. Like
You've been convinced. You've been
This
provided
is
with an explanation or evidence that has convinced you that that's the case. Of course, like you just said, right? We don't. You're not going to
right.
100% know.
no. You don't get to just say, well, I can't 100% know anything, so I'm just going to believe these unverifiable images that the Earth is a spinning ball.
We all have to do that all the time.
No, you don't. You're under no obligation to accept and believe unverifiable claims made to you.
They're not unverifiable. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
No, they
accept
are, though. This
anything.
is the
I'm saying
point.
accept things
I'll be
with
right
evidence
back.
that convinces you. I'm just describing what happens. I'm
No,
agreeing with
but the
you. I'm saying
problem
that
is,
in order for you to believe something, it has to be justified to your reasonable
right.
expectation.
Well, this is it. You cannot verify, you cannot confirm that those images that you're presented with of a globe are real, because you can't go to the place that they're claiming to go to take these images. So they are unverifiable.
Right. It's just a semantic issue. It's just a semantic issue. I think the only thing that people were trying to say, the only thing people were trying to say is, even if you have if you take the images, right? There's always going to be unless you're literally the one doing it. As soon as it's secondhand to any degree, you always have to.
No, it's not this. It's not like saying, well, then we can't say that the Eiffel Tower exists because there's a degree of reasonability. Right, so it's not. So we're talking very specifically about these images, which this guy has claimed. I base my belief on these images. The point is, he cannot verify those images. They're not good evidence. They could be made in literally any way. So it's not evidence. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything really about these specific images, right? Because all it is that the explanation given by whoever is delivering the images as evidence was convincing to him and not you, and you're pushing back and saying, here are the reasons why you shouldn't be convinced, why their arguments shouldn't persuade you.
No, but he didn't present an argument as to why he believes them with any process of believability. He just said he believes them.
Right. So
But
the
anyway,
question
if
that
you agree,
he has to answer is, why is it that you believe? What are the
no, we already know. We already know why he believes it. We already know why he believes it, because he's been given a story that he's comfortable with and he's trying to cling on to it. But to move this along, if you agree that the images, videos that were shown that we can't verify of the globe are not good evidence, what evidence do we have that we can rely on and verify for ourselves that the Earth is a ball that's spinning in a vacuum? Do you know about it? What would you say?
Well, the question is, what evidence would be satisfactory to you? What evidence would convince you? What's your standard?
I just said something that we could all reasonably go and do as members of the public.
That's the loop of it, right? Is you're not going to know, saying okay, it's just tautological, right? The evidence that convinces me will be the evidence that convinces me. Now give me the evidence that convinces me, right? So
no,
instead,
but you said the images and the videos you can't verify. So I'm asking, is there any evidence that we can verify in the reality that would tell us that we live on a spinning ball?
Right, and I'm asking, what would that evidence look like?
That's what I'm asking you, because you believe it, don't you?
No. I'm just talking in the abstract here. My only point here is that to my mind, I think it makes more sense to start from the point of, okay, if this was, if I actually had, like the other guy said, if I had a real satellite image, like if I knew 100% I had a magic ball, I knew that it was 100% real, that would be convincing evidence, right? So then the question is, does that exist? If that doesn't exist, then you run on to the next thing, right? What else would be? Is there anything else that would be legitimate convincing evidence? And then you like see if that exists, right? Because that's going to
Okay,
be, I
so
think, more
that's in the
productive than
abstract,
just
but what
saying
about
give me
you?
balls.
Because you presumably believe that you live on a ball, so what evidence, if not the images, would you rely on?
So I feel like that's tricky. I don't know if that's gonna like. I'm genuinely trying to like engage with the question. I'm not trying to dodge. I'm just trying to think through my answer. Because the difficult thing is, right. So because I've been raised, because my belief set was formed, like throughout my lifetime experience. I didn't have a moment where I was presented with evidence that persuaded me that I remember it just kind of through osmosis and like cultural indoctrination, right? So that's going to be a very, very different thing. Right. So
So
I
this is
don't
the
know.
point.
I don't know what
Yeah,
would have
this is the
convinced
point.
me if I didn't believe, right? One way or
Well,
the
see,
other.
this is what the exercise is, right? So you realize that the reason you believe you live on a spinning ball is because it's essentially what you were told as a child through media, education, and throughout your entire life.
Right. So then
But
you start running
that
through and
obviously doesn't mean that
I
it's
agree.
true. That
Sure,
obviously
sure,
doesn't
but
mean that it's
the
true.
reason my
So
whole
then,
point is then
have you got?
that puts me in your camp though, where I don't know what evidence will convince you, right? If I'm starting from scratch and saying, okay, I have to question my beliefs, I have to start from ground zero. I need to
Yep.
find evidence that's going to
Yep.
satisfactorily convince me, right? So that's why we
And that's what I'm
run through this
asking:
process.
is that kind of the stage that you're at, or have you went on to find some evidence?
Oh, no. I mean, so honestly, like I said before, I don't usually come up to the upstairs rooms, but like everybody was talking about you guys today, and like 4 people sent me the same, like, I don't know, you were just kind of in everybody's mouths. And I came in, the conversation was so interesting. I just, yeah, I don't know. I really haven't that's why I'm trying to kind of answer things in the abstract, because I don't feel like I'm equipped. I haven't like pushed myself to
Yeah,
kind of
that's fine. I was just wondering how much you've looked into the topic, but it sounds like you understand that simply relying on images and videos that we can't verify isn't good evidence. So we need to do something more than that. So this is why we're here, right? This is the process that we went through. We decided, okay, we need to actually find some verifiable evidence. And it turns out there isn't any. Like, you talk about your lived experience, but your lived experience in reality hasn't told you that you live on a spinning ball. That's only come from school, media, a screen. In reality, you've only experienced a level, motionless Earth like the rest of us.
No, so the difficulty there is that like I've been presented with an explanatory framework for like making models and predicting reality, right?
A model based on a ball, which you've never seen.
Correct. Right. I've been convinced by a model, and the model has sufficiently to my standards helped me make accurate predictions to my right. So like that's what's difficult about it. That's why I said I couldn't answer your question earlier.
Yeah, well, what I would say is that when you actually test the model for its predictions, it doesn't accurately align with reality through things like curvature, the geometric horizon, right? They give us a size of the ball that they say we're on. So it's supposed to give us a limit to how far we can see and where things should be obstructed by this curvature. You can go out and test that in reality, and that doesn't match the model. So that's a problem. But either way, yeah, they've got you in this framework where you're thinking about reality in terms of a model, where what you should do is what you were saying earlier, which is starting at ground zero, which is no models. I'm just experiencing what I'm experiencing. What am I experiencing? And really think critically about that with no preconceived notions based on a model you were told about. Does that make sense? And if you want more information, you should join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server and check out the additional info sections. Did I drop out there?
Wait, Sydney, are you a concave earther?
What?
Are you a concave earther?
Yes.
Okay.
It's still my home server, and I don't like people talking shit in it. But yeah, absolutely.
No, I was just asking a question just because I saw your son in chat. That's all.
Yeah.
Who was talking shit?
All sorts of people, Cyclone, but definitely not a globe as they tell us. You weren't. No. It's definitely
Okay.
cellular, definitely geostationary, definitely not spinning fucking globe in the vacuum of darkness of space.
The person did. I guess so.
It's because I complimented her about her data analytic and user interface server question or survey questions, and it was supposed to be a compliment, but I guess I scared her away.
Yeah, we'll say you scared her, not me. That's better.
I'll take it all day.
You got any other new people in? Globe Earth people? Keith Stone? A UFO in his profile picture. What's going on there? It's the aliens.
Aliens? The Alamaus?
Yeah, I think so. Just above the tree line there.
Yeah, I don't think Alamaus exist.
But the government came out and said that they exist.
But the government.
The government came out and said so. Even the
Okay,
Mexicans, they've got the little ET bodies.
Oh wait, you're okay. You're right. Yeah.
Disclosure is here.
Hold on, I have a perfect gift for you. It's in the side chat.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Those were too funny. Oh man. The amount of people who were going crazy with that. Keith Stone.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous how many people fall for the government Alamau thing.
Hey, Lamau.
What else we got? Turtwig. What's up, Turtwig? WK. Don't recognize your name either. Oh, well.
I personally fucking love aliens.
Yeah, I've heard that about you.
They're my favourite thing to believe in.
Well, there's plenty of them here. I suspect Bitch Evans and Scotch Mackie.
I know Rich Evans got banned for racism earlier, so it would just be Scott Mackie.
Did he? Oh, he's so triggered.
Yeah, he actually got banned for racism. Like, not even like.
That'll be our fault, I suppose. Goddamn flat earthers. Getting me banned for racism.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he's gone. Aw, that's unfortunate. Talon, are you here?
Of course.
So, can you concede that I'm the real King Glober?
That's off topic. We're all Globers.
It's a globe.
Globe. Nobody owns
No,
the globe.
trigonometry
We
man.
all share it. We are the
I
world.
can confirm.
Make
I
it
can
a
confirm
better
that
place.
trigonometry man is indeed the king glove.
It's Peter. It's Peter. By the way, it's Peter.
It's Peter.
Peter is the king, and no one else. He was our God. He is our Lord and Savior, the Great One.
But I thought you said it's shared. There's no king. Why are you contradicting?
No, I just said it. No, we're just like level 9. We're just there's like different levels of Glober. We're like seasoned, high level Globers, but as far as like
Gamma,
God,
don't take contradictions away from Talon. It's all he has.
Yeah, Peter is our God Emperor.
God Emperor.
Yeah, he's the God Emperor of Globers.
He will make an argument that there is no God Emperor, and also that Peter is the God Emperor at the same time, and then deny that there's a contradiction.
You talking about the first pope?
So, well, it's like knowing about the globe and being able to prove the globe. So, like, I'm one of the best people that proves the globe, but I don't really know that much math or all that wonky shit. But I can prove the globe very well, even though I don't have that specific information. Whereas, like, most of you guys, like Peter and them, are all like 3,000.
How did you prove the globe?
I'm so smart
with my math and science.
I'd rather everybody understand.
Could you go ahead and do that then, please?
What's that? Proving like.
Yeah, the proof. Yeah, we're waiting for that.
How we use satellites to measure the gravity of specific spots on the Earth to measure its globusness.
Satellite to measure.
Yeah, so we've got an unfalsifiable non-measurement of something that's in contention, and that proves the globe.
Oh no, that's not what I said. You can take a satellite and prove go ahead and take your gravitometers and put it in a satellite and do it yourself, man. No one's stopping you.
Have you?
Take and show us your calculations and see what you get, and I bet you $11 billion that you'll get the same measurements that I do.
Have you done
if I were to do it? Anybody does it.
Have you done this?
No, I haven't specifically done it. No.
Didn't think so. Brilliant.
I thought you were the guy. I thought you were the guy who proved it. That was your whole thing. The differentiation.
I mean, it was already invented. It was like already done by the time.
You're the guy. You're the guy. You're not the proof guy.
I'm just a caregiver. I don't like sit around and measure things with satellites.
No, you're another one of the storytellers.
I can still talk about it. I like to talk about all the stuff that the nerds provide us.
See,
like they're still right, just because I'm not a nerd myself.
See, Talon's another one of the globe fluffers, so he's kind of in for the between the scenes, keeping the energy up.
No, it's just it's like teaching. It's like teaching math versus like being a mathematician, right? Teachers can teach math, but they're not necessarily mathematicians. You know, can you tell the difference, Cyclone? I know you have. Right, I have the proof. Doesn't mean that I went out there and physically got it. I would just be able to explain the proof. It's called explaining it. Right. It's like it's not even.
This is what a level 9,000 looks like.
This is what I have to explain. Right. I have to I'm really good at explaining each little baby step because Cyclone doesn't fucking know anything. Like he can't explain he can't even understand what teaching something is. Like so you have to explain teaching. You have.
Yeah. See, this is the difference between This is the difference between like a king glurf, like trigonometry man, and like a. I don't know, let's just say like a lower level glurf like Talon. Like he's trying too hard. He's just trying too hard, you know? And he just never shuts up either, which is why he has to be shut up. Whereas other people know when they've talked too long and so they shut themselves up.
Wow.
Can I just add something, Crypto? What Talon needs to do is he don't have to prove the globe or curvature or anything. You just prove movement or something. Just throw them proofs out because then the flat Earth would have to move also, right? I mean, like that's one aspect you could go out. You don't have to prove no curvature.
How's that going to help anything?
Well, because if the Earth's moving, that does provide some problems for the flat Earth, right? Of course. Because if we're making the claim that the sky is moving and that explains the sidereal movement, then which is measured, then we have issues with our explanations, right? So I do see what you're saying, but of course, if that proof was present, then we wouldn't be.
Can I get to my main point was they're not linked together, are they? The shape and the movement, they're definitely not. They don't have to be linked. And by him like sticking on the. Sorry, Cyclone, go on.
Well, I was just going to say quickly, whether it was proof of curvature or proof of motion that he was going to present, his whole premise was, I'm the King Glober because I'm the guy who provides the proof or who has the proof or who does the proof. And then he immediately turned around and said, well, this is just a story I've heard. That's the problem.
Well, yeah.
Right, it was a
So
bit.
Talon was pretty much saying like, I'm the king glober because I don't really know any of the facts, but like I think I do a pretty good job at debating them. Like that's not a really good look for you, man. You just said that you
Yeah.
don't know the facts or how to do the math or anything, and you just say, "Yeah, I'm not even the king. I'm the level 9,000 guy." I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and
need
then,
to like.
and then he started talking shit about someone else. It's like, well,
Well,
what
that's it. That's
psychology
why.
your globe proof? Like,
Yeah, that's why he starts spiraling, because he realizes like he's too dumb not to say these things and have himself dig his own grave. But he's smart enough to realize when he's just done it. So then he starts spazzing out and having to just like repeatedly talk and insult people.
I think
That's one of
I
those
think
ones.
I understand. I agree with them what they're trying to say. Yeah, that was just a
Yeah,
spiral.
you accept the cool stories. That's cool.
See, it's
No,
about
I never did that.
tribalistic.
Stories.
It's tribalistic mindset. It's this idea that he's on the winning side because he's a winner. He views himself as this really tough guy, internet guy who's like he thinks all day long he slays right wingers, just beats them with their just wins. He just constantly wins. So then he comes in this forum thinking he's going to constantly win too. And the only thing it's done for me is maybe question why I say I'm a liberal. If there's more people like him on the left, holy shit, I have some bad takes about liberal thinkers. Holy but I keep telling myself that he's functionally abnormal. He's not your basic baseline liberal thinker. He's just some freak online who doesn't really know why he thinks anything at all. He just picks sides he's against instead of what he's for.
That's like what I always say about how the Globers are like the thing that debunks the globe the best, usually. Just listen to them. Don't listen to a flat earther argue against it. Listen to one of those guys like him try to prove it, and you'll defect. Well, I did.
Then they go into this TMZ BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. You tell them don't do that. That's a disqualification. Going off topic is a disqualification. And then being kind of rude and insulting towards people is a disqualification also. And he doesn't even get that. And even better, the Globe people told him to do exactly the same thing, and he still doesn't get it.
cool.
Yeah, he pushes people away from the position.
Yeah, just quickly, can we move on? Because Zimfo and Trigonometry Man, and I don't know if someone else wants to talk, but I feel like we can get back onto the topic, even though I agree that Talon is a low brain. We should probably move back to the topic.
Yeah, Zimfo's proof was Earth glob, deal with it. So here's Zimfo. Look at my status. There you go. Earth glob, deal with it.
I'm eating a donut right now. It's very tasty. How's everyone doing? What's the topic?
Well, it's the flat Earth. So, yeah. What are your thoughts?
Thank you for asking me. Yeah, it's awesome to get a platform sometimes. So my first thoughts are that flat earthing is like a mismatch between simplicity and kind of reductionism, right?
Okay, what does that mean?
Yeah, good. Thanks for asking. So I think what that means is if I can describe this well, it's like there's there's every reason why we can theorize about the Earth being flat. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I feel happens is people take some data that's been proved and they use that to define the flat Earth when it can quite easily define a spherical Earth as well.
No. Okay. So maybe you're not appreciating the chronology of the argument, right? So we came out and said, well, we think the Earth appears flat, and then the rebuttal to that from Globers was saying boats over the curve, right? And so, sorry, boats disappear bottom up because of the curve. No one denies that that is a viable explanation on a globe Earth, But what we do deny is that it's an exclusive phenomena to a globe. Now, do you understand the difference between those two statements?
Yes.
Okay, so when a glober says this observation proves a globe, when there is an alternative explanation on a planar surface, you shouldn't interpret that as us saying, therefore, that observation proves a flat Earth, because they're not the same statement.
Exactly right. I think the theory that you should put forward as in a hypothetical or a null hypothesis should always have a traction, right? It should always have a goal. So I see exactly why you would phrase it like that and say that.
Lovely. So then I don't know where we go from there, because we are told by the globers that observations that can clearly work on a flat Earth prove a globe, and so we spend probably 90% of our time saying, actually, no, this is how they'd work on a flat Earth. So where'd you go from there? And so you say stuff like, I don't know, for instance, if you say, well, the Earth doesn't look like it's curving, and then they'll say, well, it's the Earth's too big, which would be true if the Earth was a globe, but it's already assuming the truth of the conclusion to make that argument, which is begging the question.
I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, truth has got to have some resolve. It's got to have some traction. It's got to have some experimentation with a theory, and it's got to have some thought experimentation working with it as well. Yes, but you've got to have the finite numbers there, or at least the picture at the end, right? Like with the electron and the positron, like when they had that graph and they're like, it's going the wrong way. It's like, did we just discover something new? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's basically. So I just wanted to address that because it sounded like you were going in the direction of, if a flat earther makes an argument, then they're trying to make that sound like it's exclusive proof for a flat Earth, when 90% of the time all we're doing is rebutting a globe claim of exclusivity.
Okay, so what would be your kind of like Pandora's box? Like what would be your in terms of I'm just gonna overwrite that question quickly.
Sure.
When exclusivity of a spherical globe, or if exclusivity of a spherical globe proof comes about, would that be a Pandora's box for you?
Sorry, can you say that again? I wasn't.
No worries. It's just when we're discussing like theories and ideas and proofs.
Of what?
It's about being open to the ideas, right? So you have to expand your, not mind, but you have to expand your like net of filtering and accept some tangible axioms, and then work from there to kind of like resolve a conclusion, right?
Right.
That's just how filtering and brain chemistry works.
Essentially, you're describing inductive versus deductive logic, right?
I don't know those words. I know deductive, but inductive logic. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so inductive is more expansive. So you're kind of a little bit less, let's just say, critical, whereas deductive is much more critical.
Right. Yeah, I just gave them both a Google as well.
Yeah.
So inductive is like going outwards, like theoretical physics. It would go outwards and assume there would be alternative ideas that are possible. Whereas deductive is like, okay, we found this fact, and this number. This means that like you can draw a valid inference from those facts and numbers to create a new description of a phenomenon. Let's say, right?
Right, but a lot of it's quite fluffy. And so you're kind of accepting premises that aren't necessarily proven, or maybe you think that they're likely rather than valid, these kinds of things. So, and as it gets more and more theoretical and there's less, let me give an example, right? So the scientific method says that you have to physically manipulate the independent variable in order to observe a change in the dependent variable. But then when you're talking about phenomena in the sky, you can't actually do that. So they'll just say, well, I watched the moon go from that point to that point, and then pretended that was my IV, and then the DV was affected in this way, right? So the issue with that, of course, is that then you're essentially making a correlation equals causation argument and not realizing it.
Could you explain that a bit, like on 5? I got the independent variable and dependent variable idea, but could you explain it like on 5 really quickly? Sorry.
So do you understand the term correlation doesn't equal causation? You understand that, right?
100%. Yeah. I love that.
Do you know why that's the case?
Yes, because pattern recognition can either happen in a I want to use a clever word, so like in a corpuscle of itinerary, like it can happen once, and you can assume that that's like truth, but the way that I think the scientific method kind of expands on is the reliability of that result,
Sure.
And that's the whole causation correlation thing.
Right, but there's something more fundamental and less corpuscular. I love that word, by the way. I haven't heard it in years.
Thanks.
But yeah, so for instance, if I was to say to you that as shark attacks increase, then ice cream sales also increase, and then ask you the question, do shark attacks cause ice cream sales or ice cream sales cause shark attacks? You would understand that that's a silly question, right?
I see what you mean. Yeah, I see exactly what you mean.
So when someone says, I've made a bunch of assumptions and then I look in the sky and now I'm drawing a correlation and then assigning it a cause, that's the same logic?
It is the same logic. Unfortunately, when we're dealing with large, vast topics that are very hard to prove in a laboratory or experimental kind of environment, we have to do that, and that's how theories grow. Like I hate science for this one reason, right? I hate science because it's all just building blocks that have been forced together in some elegant way, yes, and it's very natural and it's very human. But these building blocks have been forced together such that you now can't sway from the building blocks that are there.
That's all absolutely fine. However, you need to be prepared to accept that criticism when it is made. So you say you're making a correlation equals causation argument. You can't just assign the cause based on the correlation. And when I say that to Globers about sky phenomena, I get crying, I get obfuscation, I get called stupid. They should just accept that that's true and move on.
Yeah, it needs more rigorous kind of like definition, I suppose.
No, the problem is
not you, but I'm saying,
not me.
and not the point to them. What I'm saying is like the topic, the point they're making requires more definition to be culpable and valid. For the sake of like.
It's not even that, dude. It's like you can even just say, yeah, I think that is the cause, but I don't know that that's the cause. And if they were to say that, then that is a much more honest position than to say, I know it's the cause because of the correlation, which is the statement you actually hear from people.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and I think it kind of tiptoes on the idea of inductive phenomenon, like the sun will rise because it rised yesterday and the day before, right?
Right.
Yeah. So like it's very loose, but it is a mathematical concept, which is kind of crazy. I couldn't get my head over it when I first heard that inductive mathematics was like a thing. I almost think it's broken, right? Because it's like it doesn't seem to make sense on a physical phenomenon kind of basis, but on a mathematical basis, it makes perfect sense. And it's amazing. It's like a limitation factor that we've applied, like just like an algebra is a limitation factor, where like this letter now means a number, blah. But like in proof by induction, it's like you're restricting the sequence to be like a sequence, I guess. So you're restricting the expression and the sum of the terms or whatever to be a sequence, and it has to be a sequence.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the eclipses are a great example of said sequence, right? So you can just observe them for 20 odd years, and now you have a cycle. Then you watch them for another 20 years. Oh, the same shit happened again. It's a cycle, right? So that's basically what's
Right.
happened. And then a bunch of globers have gone and said, well, that cycle can only happen on a globe because I've already asserted it's a globe. Therefore, it's proof of a globe. When it's not. It's just proof that there's a cycle that happens, right? So do you see how all of this becomes embedded because they've already decided at the root of it, all of the things that we see are based on a globe, therefore. But
I'm
that's
going to help you out.
not the case.
I'm going to help you out in a big way.
Very
I'm going
generous.
to say what we're talking about now is the study of debate. So debatography, I think is the term you got to use.
Debatology, right?
Debatology. No, it's actually like historiography. So it's debatography. Where you're studying not the history, but you're studying like in historiography. And that's where I got the pattern from. That's where I got the term from. It could be debatology or whatever. But yeah, so this debatology and debatography, it's probably going to be best to get some philosophical axioms in place, like as a write them down and just have them like bullet printed on some post-it note and put it on your laptop or computer or monitor or whatever. And I remember when I was like choosing between like the modules that I was going to pick at college level, and like philosophy was one of them that I could have picked, and I would have loved to do it. I just didn't feel it was grounded in my choices at the time. But basically, the philosophical axioms of which are philosophical. I'm just going to type it. But there's a lot of them, but there's a few of them that are going to actually lead to this debatology being grounded in like a Wikipedia source or something that the Globers are going to love. You know what I mean? So yeah.
You know what? Fair play. If you can make the debate more fun by calling it debatology, and go ahead.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. Like
Oh, yeah.
we're discussing debatology, which is great. It's like it shows you how disjointed the agreements are, and it shows you how intense the conversation, the debates get. Because if you're talking about debatology, it shows that the debate isn't settled and it's very ungrounded.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, right? You sound like, often like you get these really shit trolls come in and they're just boring. You're like a funny troll. You're like coming in and going, right, guys, let's talk about debatology and is a Wikipedia source. I can get on board with that.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, same here. All three sides then, and for the love of the fair debate and maybe what it once was and should be. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all for it.
Sure.
Just like choir and artwork in public schools for kids. But on that note, you guys have a wonderful night, and I'll be back again soon. Thank you.
Thanks for affirmation, Sydney. See you.
No, Sydney.
No, I meant to. Absolutely. Take care.
So Memos, I would like to give you the title of Palindrome Earther.
I love it. I love it already. That's awesome. Oh, please let me just sit in the middle of all these debates. I'm gonna love it.
The problem is, though, is if you're a palindrome earther, every time you say a sentence, you then have to say it backwards straight afterwards.
I will Yoda the shit out of that. That of out the Yoda will I. Fuck that, hurt my brain. It's like saying the alphabet backwards. Fuck. I gotta start with smaller sentences.
You gotta say that backwards now.
One do one, right? Jeez. But yeah, no. These axioms are awesome. So there's logical axioms in maths, non-logical axioms. Don't know what the fuck they are, but they sound like fucking crazy. Mathematical logic. The first principle is a basic proposition. Or something. Sorry, I'm reading out loud like an idiot. So yeah, please. I'm gonna return to my hovel and mute myself. Anyone else who wants to talk, please feel free.
Sure, yeah, I'm actually going to bugger off for a little while as well. But I thought that was actually quite a fun conversation. So thank you for unmuting, and
Hey,
yeah,
Crypto,
maybe
look your DMs real quick before you go.
let's have a quick look.
Big and Nominate, I love your name
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. And it's really nice talking to you as well.
Yeah, Crit, why? What's up with that?
There wasn't a note. I just didn't know what was going on.
Oh yeah, no, that happened. What? Hold on, what? Oh yeah, I banned him. Yeah, because he was being racist, so I banned him.
Okay.
I
I'll
can
post a
explain.
note in the admin chat then.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good convo. Crypto, I like that guy. Who was that?
Somemos. SOMEMOS.
All right, cool.
Okay, guys, I think I found exactly what that trigonometrical guy was talking about. I've forgotten his name. Fuck.
Hello.
But basically,
Me?
you're still here. Awesome.
Yeah.
So like the thing that you were hung up on, I think, and I'm just being a bit human here, but it's the idea that to not be able to deduce a proposition from any other proposition or assumption is the requisite for a first principle in philosophy.
Okay, and how do you apply that to what we were talking about earlier?
Because the causation and correlation thing, it's like the proposition or assumption, rather than go backwards and forwards, and sorry, not backwards and forwards, rather than it being like one way or the other way. It's what I'm trying to say is that it holds the globers accountable if they don't know the core and
the philosophy behind it.
The core and unequivocal, like unequivocal being the main word, the unequivocal implications or the unequivocal postulate that they are proposing. So it's got to be pure and it's got to be original, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I think at a more fundamental level, though, you overestimate the honesty of the Globers that come here. A lot of them won't give a shit if they violate any philosophical rules at all. They're just here to try and clown us.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, and like I think you've, if anything, like from this kind of like resolved theory that you've got, you've probably learned how to debate skills in a kind of awesome kind of way. It's not easy going against the grain, so hats off for that.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. I mean, there's loads of people in here who doesn't have that same praise, but it's funny because like what you're saying is true, but because you're in the minority, because I meant us, we're in the minority, and you guys are in the majority. That praise isn't often given because people in your position don't have to. So there's like there's a social.
Oh, that's
element.
horrible. But yeah.
Yeah, of course. There's a social element to that. And what's funny is that people respect, say, like ethnic minorities should be given some sort of respect, but they don't think about that in terms of intellectual minorities.
Yeah, I think
it's okay to be violent and to be just very, very disrespectful to, say, intellectual minorities.
I found that one way that we can encourage at least the positivity of multiculturalism, or rather anti-racism, is not by being an anti-anything. It's just by giving it a word that's like positive, right? And multiculturalism isn't the same thing, I know, but like there's no word for like I'm a non-racist. Like you can't just say I'm a blah, 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 and you would understand that that's like I accept races of all ethnicities and stuff. There's none of that. Why do we have a word for that?
I didn't really want to go into a chat like that because it really isn't the topic. But when you're talking about minorities and majorities, we're talking about the idea that we have a set of ideas that just aren't even listened to most of the time. And so maybe you've only just come in, so I don't know how much you've heard or how much you know. But it sounds to me like even if you disagree, you're still prepared to listen to the arguments. That isn't true for most people that come in here, and that's actually really sad.
Yeah, I've had a really good bit of exercise, so I'm on a positive side of my brain, which is great. I've hydrated lots, so I think that I'm just in a good state of mind at the moment to be able to. And to be fair, I got to give it credit to my personality because I love the ability to have humanitarian open-mindedness, where you're open-minded to hearing other people's points, opinions, beliefs, and you can just walk away. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Discord. I could just walk away, and you guys will believe one thing, and I'll believe another thing, and it doesn't hurt me for that to happen.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But what you have to understand as well, there's something interesting about this topic where a lot of these guys, they have the globe as a fundamental part of their identity. So it's not just about a set of ideas that are kind of discardable. Because I would say that the more intelligent people, on average, are more able to discard bad ideas, whereas less intelligent people, they form that as part of their identity, and then they become very spurgy when you challenge that, even though that idea hasn't really got anything to do with them. So you'll have people come in and they'll say, I'm a glober, I know the Earth's a globe, but it's actually their ego and their identity is a person on a globe. So when you attack that idea, they think you're attacking them, which is where the emotion comes from.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't thought of that since I was young, and I was like, okay, I don't want to be spurgy. A great word, by the way. But yeah, I literally thought to myself, I don't want to be spurgy. It's not Asperger's, obviously, but it's like a outburst, and it's kind of very emotionally driven. And I had to decide not to be like that a long time ago. I don't think it's important per se, because I think it should be a given. If you can't control your emotions when having a argument or a debate, let's just say debate, because argument is a bit emotional. If you can't control your emotions when you're having a debate, then you've got the whole idea wrong of what it is to be human and your perspective against other humans, or rather your perspective doesn't include other people's like ability to have worldviews, right? So
Yeah, fair enough, dude. Well, you enjoy the rest of your evening, but next time you're on, we can have another chin wag.
yeah, for sure, man. I got no idea. I'm just reading up this first principle thing. It's very interesting, actually.
Fair enough. Well, I do, but I might be back later.
Cool. Well, if I see you around, I see you around. If I don't, I don't. If you stay here, I don't. You do you. Oh, I just posted that on my Facebook. What did I say? I said, you do you, man. I mean, that's the way it works. you know?
Yeah, I love the you do you. Because that shows like really basic levels of science, cause and effect. A lot of times you get globalists in here saying it's flat earthers' fault for why they're so toxic, or for why they're so rude. Not Professor Dave uses this. He's so vulgar. He's so insulting because flat earthers have a point of view that's an insult to all of humanity. See, he's an NPC in his own story. He's no longer the causal agent of himself. Other people do something, and then he does something. They're the causal agent in his world.
Yeah, I love that. Like, in order to be like into science, you have to be sensitive to the fact that like there are theories, and you have to be sensitive to the fact that there's this idea that nothing in science is grounded 100% per se, apart from the framework, right? So what I'm trying to say is basically that if people don't seem to like understand that I can have a theory that I believe in, and you have a theory that you believe in, and we could just work in this world together, like on the things that we agree upon, and maybe have debates about things we don't agree upon, then I don't see that as a problem, but they do for some reason. And I think it's coming back to like the trigonometry guys' idea of how the ego kind of comes to play, the psychological factors, and it's just horrible. I think you guys have been. I think you guys have been treated like a bit rough on that kind of like spectrum.
Yeah, it was like the whole thing with Spurg, right? Like, some people talk about this is related to like Ash burgers, but I'm like, well, why do they do the Spurg and not Bergs? Because when I heard it first, it had to do with this really over the top, like Southern evangelical preacher who would just like go, just completely bananas, and then act like he was getting shocked by lightning, and then like would fall over or something. His preaching was so powerful, it like directly invoked, the spirit or the ghost, the Holy Ghost.
Falwell.
What's that?
It sounds like Jerry Falwell. Put your hand on the TV screen and feel the power of the Lord.
Yeah, that's exactly like one of those characters, and his last name was Spurg, but I can't seem to find it right now. I don't. So that's where I thought it came from, where someone like that who comes in here and they do a Spurg. They basically like Flat Earth invoked some sort of demon in them, and they went all crazy. But now I can't find any content to that. Basically, if you type it in, it says related to Asperger's. I'm like how? Like how that's like a stretch.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Who are you asking?
Oh, like any flat earther in here, really? Because I just want to know. Like, what's the general consensus on like space and like the solar system in general?
Space doesn't exist.
Okay.
Outer space, yeah, that's a fairy tale.
How are they faking it?
All right, I wanna ask Talon why he's so confident that he knows what massa is. If we can.
Well, did Tarna Enjoyer get the answers they were seeking?
Okay, yeah.
Are you not heretic? Do you have the same picture?
Yeah, it's
Who's
me.
heretic?
Okay.
Today I'm Trigonomocalypse.
Oh,
I love it.
Yeah, Taryn, so are you good or not?
Huh?
Are you good?
Oh, I was just asking, how are they faking space in the solar system then?
Yeah, go to like any Hollywood movie and just ask how they fake that.
It's pretty easy because you don't know what it's supposed to look like.
You know what's a good experiment we did the other day, the colloquial experiment, was asked AI to draw the solar system. So pick your preferred AI program. Say, hey, give me a depiction of the solar system from like a God's eye view or whatever. Try to get it to actually draw that sort of heliocentric model cartoon that you see in like your astronomy 101 textbook. See if it will never do it. It's pretty hilarious. Like Radwin went through it, and he showed us like on live going through the prompts. Okay, the solar system only has 9 planets. Came back with 30 planets. You're like, okay, 9. Try again, 9 planets in order. It's pretty funny, and it did after we just gave up because it wouldn't draw the solar system at all. So how about just draw the Earth from the moon? What would it look like? And then it's even better, man. It was completely hilarious. So you can't even get this AI to just draw a conceptual idea of what it would look like given a large language model. But yeah, you could tell it to demonstrate flat water for all the flat Earth stuff. It could draw it no problem. Here, I got a good example for it.
Oh shit, my headphones disconnected. I'll check it out though, yeah, for sure. I tend to use Dolly, so I'll try Dolly then and see how it goes.
Yeah, that's the one that Radwin used too, Dolly.
Free Palestine Phantom Tax.
So here's one that I did. Now I've had globalists tell me that that's a curved line.
Yeah, that's curved.
Uh-huh.
Can't you see the curve, man?
You know what you could do? You can give AI the true definition of the true horizon by the Department of Defense, which is a horizon plane, and then have it try to draw a curved horizon based off of that.
If the Earth is truly flat, I think I'm a brain in a jar.
I just wanted to remind you all that the word splat exists, and it's a great word.
What is splat?
It's like imagine you have a handful of baked beans for some reason, and then you throw it on the ground. It goes the way it hits the ground is described as the word splat.
And it's flat.
Maybe. I don't know. How's everyone doing though? Everyone's financially doing all right. And not just financially, but how's everyone doing?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude. Oh, good. Thank you very
Very
much.
good,
How are
man.
you?
Awesome. Awesome.
How are you,
Yeah. No, I'm better than ever. I just got I woke up this morning to a text saying I got a job interview for a job that I really, really want to get. So
Congratulations,
Man.
Best of luck with it.
I'm pumped, and I'm channeling that energy and just like.
I hope you're gonna have a lot of fun, man. It's always important to have a job you love to do.
That's true. Yeah, I'm just so stoked because I live in a small town where it's very touristy and it's by the sea, and you can either be a fishmonger or you can be a tourist person. And I'm just like, I don't want to do any of those things because I studied a physics degree and I want to apply it, but like I kind of gave up on the idea of finding anything close to home. But I have no money to move, so I'm stuck in that catch-22. So I just thought I'll get something that's close to home. That's like a small town job. You know what I mean? But then then I just kept on searching and found this job in the town over that I can commute to, and it's like science. It's like NHS, it's like caring, it's kindness, it's everything I want to do in a job. So yeah, I'm really chuffed.
Yeah, man.
Way to go, dude. I'm happy for you. You don't need to be Mr. Mannering, the bank manager, or Mr. Jones, the butcher, then. Good on you.
Thanks, dude. Yeah. Don't get me wrong; those are very noble professions. Like tourist is still noble in its own way. You're providing a service that people value. I've always like when you're at school, you're forced to be an academic thinker, right? Oh god, and you're forced to kind of follow the traditional routes, or you're forced to do this, that, and the other. So I got it in my head when I was 16. I'm 31 now. Got it in my head when I was 16. I'm going to be a big physics guy. So that's like my go-to.
Wait,
kinda,
you're
like, career
31?
choice. Yeah.
Man, you don't sound like 31.
That's because I got energy for days, my boy. Energy
What
for
work
days.
is like have you finished studying and now it's your first job or?
I got kicked out of my first university. So that's fun. And then I tried to just scrape my degree with remote working with the Open University. So I did that, but then I had to cancel halfway through my last 2 years before I'd get my honorary degree. I cancelled my program because I just needed to work to get some money, and I saw some opportunities come up. I had to travel, and they're full time, etc., etc. So I ended up just cashing in what I had already with the university, and I was expecting like a diploma or something like lower down the spectrum, but because I basically completed 2.5 years of university study, they were able to grant me an ordinary degree. So I was really chuffed with that.
Well, I definitely wish you all the best for your future and your job, man. That you're gonna have a lot of fun.
Likewise to you too, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. I have
Everyone should get the
blessed.
best of their future. It's amazing, how we can within a few rule systems, you can't kick a metal ball really fast or something like that. With some logical restraints, we can all still live a life where we can follow a path to getting to, or at least close to, or past, or exceed, or at least just have dreams and achieve things that we want to do. The world, the universe, or the kind of existence that we have is quite amazing when you think about it like that.
Yeah. Well, I have a job where I don't even feel like I go to work when I go there. It feels just like a second home.
That's beautiful, dude. Oh man, that sounds beautiful.
It is, and when your boss is on the same level as you, and you don't feel like you have any boss because your boss is kind of the same way as you, so
Mhm.
you become your own boss. That feels even greater. So there's never someone above you at all. It's always everything on eye level, just like the earth.
Yeah, it's
It's a
lovely.
real
That's
blessing.
absolutely lovely. And without distracting from topics too much, or the main topic too much, I'm going to talk a minor segment about economics, whereby you have that kind of common ground in socialism, and I think I'm not trying to convert anyone to socialism. I'm just saying it is like the whole sharing ownership socialism, but that implies common ground between the employees and the employer, right? And that's just it's a nice kind of like cultural framework, I'll say.
But I just want to say all praise to the Most High who created me, because through a weird coincidence I got that job. And I know it's not a coincidence.
Wow.
So yeah, God is good. Very good
Nice
indeed.
to hear.
And he's happy when we are happy. Just like a father is happy when his children are playing outside and laughing and smiling or doing whatever, as long as they're happy. But he's also there for you if you're very, very sad, which is nice. Because Abba wants you to be happy.
Anyone got that refraction-free flat Earth evidence yet?
You mean like infrared?
Possibly is infrared not refracted.
Sounds like you have a lot of homework to do.
You guys check this video. I came across it on YouTube. I thought it was pretty funny. Like a or just a a fun sort of league, baseball, just like kids in the park. He hits a home run and he tosses the bat up in the air, and then he tries to determine how high, using math and stuff, how high the bat went up.
So infrared light is affected by refraction.
Like some of the comments are pretty funny. It's like they thought like he's Thor. It's pretty short. It's only like 2-minute video.
So, what's the observation using infrared? Is it the military one? Because I've read through those.
How about one more question, dogs, and you're done for the day? So pick wisely.
I mean, if you just want to boot me now, you may as well go ahead, Crit. Like, I'm used to it. You and Heretic and Amish, you just boot at the drop of a hat because you can't have a discussion. And I'm sorry for you that you're like that.
I feel bad you didn't mention Jamsey on that group. You didn't mention Jamsey, bro. Like, damn. I should mute you just for that.
So it's you.
Well, you
it's
mute
either
me
all
when I'm
these
talking
people
to you, but
or it's you. Which one is more likely?
well, it is
And then
me
you
because I
across
can
multiple
argue these
servers
points.
too.
So it's me because I can really argue my points and I'm really good at this. So there's all these people on Discord who can't have these discussions. They have to win. They're compulsive winners. So they'll just boot you if they feel like they're losing. Whereas I'll keep going even if I feel like I'm losing to try to understand what I'm losing or how I'm losing. So it is me.
That sounds more like lying because
Also
you
you.
lose every day and then you come back like, I won yesterday, but no, you lost. And then you come back again to lose again. And then you come back like with short-term memory about everything that happened yesterday or a couple hours before. And then you, hey, guys, I'm here. I'm going to prove the globe again. And you don't even do that.
That sounds like just a generic statement you'd make towards any glober that comes in here instead of something specific to me. Do you have something specific to me, like an example?
Yes, all the nonsense that you spew about proving the globe, all that nonsense, all of it.
Well, you haven't dealt with the sun going past our eye line or the fact that it's a linear progression for the angle to Polaris. Like 60 miles instead of 60, and then 59, and then 58, and then 56. Both of which are geometric proofs for the globe Earth. Can you guys also just stop presenting any arguments for the flat Earth? Besides, we see too far. And you guys all know the reason why we see too far, so I don't know why you're still presenting that as an argument.
Well, see, talking to you is like really pointless. It took, I'm counting 8 times for me just to get you to understand you got DC'd by Jedi.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, wake up, 11 new message from Crit after Crit kicking me again. Still won't jump in VC and discuss it. You're a little loser. So I post the image of the DC command typed by Jedi. He says, be a man, discuss it, you little bitch. I'm like, what's there to discuss? I've shown you it wasn't me who DC'd you, but no matter what, just that alone, you just let people know how many times do you have to be shown information that breaks your worldview before you accept it.
Did I ever disagree that Jedi was the one that booted me? Did I ever disagree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, look right
When?
there on the 10th of April.
Yep.
Full
show me the
meltdown and
screenshot.
triggering over something I didn't even do. And when
Show me
shown
the screenshot.
otherwise, yeah, because it's like going through your history of the DMs. It's just this
Show me the
glorious
screenshot.
one meltdown after another. It's in the DMs.
Show me the screenshot.
I pinned it for you. Just go to DMs, click on pinned messages. It's right there.
So
this is how, like, when you have these problems where you don't understand content presented to you, it's really at some point they have to either move on to a different speaker, because it shouldn't take any at all. What it should take is you presenting your proof as why you think I DC'd you, and then being able to dive into that instead of you just waving a magic wand and whoever you want to blame for the day, which I said was okay. Remember, I said shake your stinky leg. So just shake
Hey,
it. Just shake that stinky leg. You want to?
I never
You
disagreed.
came in here and insulted and wanted to
Hey,
insult flat earthers. Just throw it. Get all the insults out, and then go have fun with the rest of your day.
Hey, Crit. I asked for an argument actually. So I never disagreed that Jedi banned me or muted me or anything like that. I never disagreed in the DM. So you can check yourself, and if you find it, you can screenshot it or pin it. But the thing you've pinned is just me saying before you gave evidence that yes, I thought you had booted or muted me. Afterwards, I never disagreed with that, did I?
Yeah, you did.
Where? Show me.
Took over and over again.
Where? Show me. Show the message of me disagreeing that it was
Yeah, it's
Jedi that
pinned
had
right there.
booted me after you showed the logs. This is a problem I have with you, Trit. You never do anything. You just go on these big spiels without ever actually engaging in what someone says. Show me where I disagreed that Jedi had booted me. I thought so, Crit.
Yeah, right here.
So,
It's right there in the pin.
Yeah, I've looked at the pin, and all it says is before you put the logs in, that you were the one that booted me. And then after you put the log in,
right there.
I never disagreed.
633 Jedi DC deal.
Yes, and then
653, you go to a different server and you post, I know you can see this, I know you can talk right now, and you're DMing me right now after booting me 24/7 from 24/7 about the subject. Come talk to me or prove you're scared, full capital letters.
yeah, you have booted me while on 24/7 a few times now, which you've admitted to. So you're confusing a very specific claim that one instance of booting was Jedi, or you, with the broad claim that you like to boot me when I try to talk about the subject. So would you like to talk about the subject of
No, I said you only get a few questions. I said you get to come in here with a couple questions per day, and then you're done.
Yeah, I understand.
So choose
that you
your
need
questions
to say
wisely.
like that so you can justify not talking to me. I understand that.
No,
Crit,
you have to justify why you're talking here, because I know you don't know anything. I know you can't.
Do you want me to justify it?
I know
I'll
that your
justify it right
worldview
now.
is deeply contradictory, and you're in a deep level of freak out. I know you won't understand anything presented to you. So you know what I do? I don't. I don't ask you anything. I don't present you anything. It'd be a waste of breath. Meanwhile, in your worldview, you say roughly about the same things about me, but day in, day out, nothing new under the sun, you keep coming back over and over and over and over, just nonstop. See, your worldview is contradictory. It's deeply contradictory and deeply illogical. You can't even follow one. You say one sentence, and the next sentence you contradict. Then you contradict again. Then you contradict over and over and over, and just trying to peel that onion to get you to figure out why you do what you do, knowing what you said you know. That's a part that's almost completely painful. So as a compromise, I offer you this. Come in here, ask a few questions, highlight your contradictions, and then after you've asked a few questions, it's time to move on, because that's what your worldview dictates. Not mine. Yours. And the best part is you go on to the next topic. Just click whatever topic in the server, whatever atheism challenge this or whatever, get muted there too. You go different servers, get muted there too. It's like at some point you should take responsibility for the interactions that you are part of. It can't always be other people's fault. Not always. So now shake your stinky leg. Okay, this is what you're down to. You got to ask a few questions. Now just keep shaking that stinky leg in text chat. But as soon as you insult another moderator or another channel member, then you'll be gone for sure. You can do whatever, say whatever you want about me. Free reign. Just post all the complete nonsense that you want. Fill the text chat. But as soon as you step off the reservation and start insulting other people, that's when you're end up brushing against the moderator. Which is why I've had the same feedback for you for a very long time. Just shake your stinky leg. Yeah, you're too scared to join a server where you don't have mods. Invites me to mass media. I'm a moderator there. See, this is a broken worldview. It's contradictory. It's because you were too dumb to see that was server newsbot was my name on that server. You couldn't even do a little bit of research or looking into it. Here, last year, 29th, it's impossible to have a debate with you because you have a victim status. You have a deeply contradictory worldview and want to blame flat earthers for everything. You said so as much that flat earthers are a harmful conspiracy theory. That's anytime someone talks to you, that's what is being filtered.
Right. When did you become a flat earther? When did you realize that you
7 December 2017.
And what made you start to believe this?
The solar eclipse.
What about it?
It isn't. There's nothing there that I could use to attach to a heliocentric model or a curved or rotating Earth. So I was debating flat. Yeah, I was debating flat earthers and said, "How are you guys going to explain the eclipse?" It has more to it than that. But they basically said, "Okay, wait for the event, and when it happens, write down everything you see, hear, all of it. Write it all down, and then come back and we'll discuss it." And after I wrote down all the information, I was like, "Yeah, I can't connect anything here. I'm not even sure that was the moon." In my mind, I had, this is how bad people are with the heliocentric model. They think they see the moon move across the sky, intersect with the sun, and then move away. That's what they think they saw. And then you ask them, "Are you sure that's what you saw?" They're like, yeah. You show a video of it, and you're like, "Where's the moon? Where did the moon leave? Where did the moon come?" And then the sun and the moon are supposedly the same size? Yeah,
well,
these
they're not
sky
totally
observations
the
are
same
just
size,
not
are they?
matched.
What?
These sky observations just don't match what people said.
And then what happened?
And then Earth is flat.
But what led you to say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, because my concept of what it would be like if globe doesn't match what it would be like, what they said it was. I had expected to see, when I looked up at the solar eclipse, I expected to see solid proof, undeniable proof that the Earth is a globe. I didn't. And I finally thought about it. Because they teach you the globe model when you're young, before you have a chance to rationalize and realize, to question it. The same thing they do with skycloth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation
Hey,
under God.
before you move on from that point from the moon, I wouldn't argue it's not the moon because we can't tell either or. But the claim that it is what the phenomena that we observe, right, of the solar eclipse. The claim that it is the cartoon that they showed us before the phenomena happened, right? The moon getting between the sun and the earth in the globe earth, the globe moon, the globe sun, right? That's what you're saying, that people are they're saying this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the globe moon getting between the globe earth and the globe sun, right? And this is what's happening right now because I saw it in the cartoon version of it.
That's what they said they found.
I wouldn't say it is definitely not the moon that is actually occulting the sun, because it's a possibility that that is what it is. I think that is part of the timing of the phenomena that is happening during the new moon cycle, whatever. But it's not as simple as what they're saying. Yeah, I'm looking at the moon going in front of the sun, coming towards it, and then away from it. You can't see that with your eyes. So people saying they see that, that's what you're saying. That's not observe. That's not what we observe.
Nope,
the
it's
cartoon
not.
version of it.
They told you that's what you observe, but when you actually look at it and write down what you observe, it's not that. It's quite the opposite of that.
So what is
That's
it that
why
you
the
think
best
you're
part is
observing?
that you ask globalists to explain it, and they can't. They won't, or they don't. Their whole shtick was to try to say they've got explanations for sky magic, and flat earthers need to have it also. But then when you ask them, well, sure, can I hear your explanation? It might still match my observation. They don't ever produce the goods. It's just they trust me, bro. Somebody else did it. Somebody else observed it. Someone else did the math. And I started seeing that as a problem because you're asking me to trust you, bro, with a claim on the table of a bunch of other crazy ass bullshit, too. Like flat earthers are somehow uneducated. They got exactly the same, here in America anyway, the same K through 12 education everyone else got.
Yeah, since we observed the day of the solar eclipse with my two eyes, I saw the sun being occulted by the moon. Therefore, the globe Earth is true, and everything that comes with it, all the baggage, is true as well. Has to be.
So then, what was like in 2017 when you started thinking the Earth was flat? Like, what did you like? Who were your sources to like start leading you to think that it's definitely flat and not? Since you thought
myself,
that you've been
yeah.
lied to.
Yeah, that's why flat Earth is a return to science, basic observations at the first person point of view. There's no we.
So you're just trying to figure it out yourself. You're not like
the whole we. Yeah, think about it. The whole we went to the moon. You hear people say that we went to the moon. You're like, well, who's we? Who's the we here? Because that, from my point of view, that was Richard Nixon. I think a particular scumbag character in American history. And his we was a very small group of people. It wasn't atheists or left-wingers. Sure wasn't communists or Vietnamese. So his giant leap forward for all mankind, a new renaissance, introductory to the space age, was marked by this like endless perpetual warfare, a ramping up of domestic surveillance, a crackdown on civil rights, dumping toxic waste on Native American reservations, then lying about it. Taking this off the gold standard and just putting backing the U.S. dollar on Middle Eastern oil and military might. Adding sugar to food, the high fructose corn syrup. He's the guy who did that. Pound as much crap. Basically, his order was pound as much of this high fructose corn syrup into as many products as you can get it into. See, all these things added up to a worldview where I had thought that a moon mission for peace was going to be a giant leap forward for humanity. That's when I heard it. I'm like, this is great. This is going to end war. We're going to become like Vulcans. Like the pathway to humanity is going to be a return to logic, reason, and science. It's like when everyone in the
That's
same
what
time
you thought
frame.
when you said I'm gonna start thinking the Earth is flat.
No, it tells you that the Earth is flat is why nothing changes around here. It doesn't matter how many rocket launches are done. It doesn't matter how many photographs you see from outer space. It doesn't matter how many astronauts tell you what a breathtaking view the Earth is from outer space and how it's an instant cognitive shift. They call it the overview effect. None of that matters at all. None of it. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, famously said, I want to grab these politicians by the scruff of their neck and violently, drag them into outer space and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. Because it didn't matter at all. No fucks given. He said, I view the Earth in space and I see peace. I see tranquility. I see an interconnected story. We're all here together. Basically, Jesus said the 10 Commandments means to treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. The Apollo astronauts, deeply theistic people, every single one of them, leveled it up. They said, treat your neighbor. The way you treat your neighbor is how you treat yourself. And it didn't matter at all. No fucks given. If anything, tribalistic, warlike mentality, they turned like Spinal Tap. They turned the dial up to 11. It's been endless perpetual warfare since the Apollo program, without pause. Maybe a few years in Clinton's era, other than firing a couple cruise missiles here and there. But for the most part, it's been endless, perpetual warfare.
You know that correlates to the ending of the connection of the dollar to the gold, because now when you disconnect it from the real asset, you can just print it and just print whatever the government wants to do. Oh, we want to go to the moon? All right, let's print it. We want to go to war? All right, we're going to print it. We want to expand the government? Let's print it. Print the money. Just print it. Yeah, right now, look at them. Print more. Keep printing.
But I'm still trying to grasp the situation where
back then, before they disconnected the dollar from the gold, there were still certain limitations to the economics. But now it's like Creed, you're saying, it's just perpetual war.
Yeah, but how does this okay, I get there's a war industry, but how does this connect you to believing that the Earth is flat? I still haven't
that would have ended that level of tribalistic mindset, flexing, so supposedly scientific advancements on third world countries because you disagree with their economic philosophy. That would have been a hard stop. It would have been an about face. It would have been a giant leap forward for all mankind. It would have been an instant cognitive shift. But yet it didn't happen. There's kind of Buzz Aldrin had said, why haven't people returned to the moon? He's like, well, it didn't happen. It effectively, even if it did happen, it didn't happen. Because nothing changed around here. There was just business as usual.
But
as Apollo, how about this? Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell believed that the government was taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Bro,
that was the only way he could listen. I'm trying to tell you. You have to be able to listen to words, okay? Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, said the only explanation he could think of for why things are so fucked up after the Apollo program, the only explanation, he wrote a book about it too. He said, I'm dumbfounded by how things are still fucked up after this giant leap forward for mankind. So he said his only explanation was that all the people in government at the executive branch have been taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
He said that, but he actually meant parasites, Squid. Remember parasites?
Yeah, like ganglions or whatever. My explanation is that nothing new under the sun. It was fake. It didn't happen. And even if it did happen, it didn't matter at all. So that right there throws out the biggest proof. Number one, people's proof. Why is the Earth a globe? I've seen a photograph from outer space. Really? You did? Are you sure about that? Because even people who think globe think those photos were fake. And number two, it's like people talk about their second proof of the globe is why would they lie about it? Well, you know they lie about everything. So really, it's a malformed question. Why would they tell you the truth?
Okay, maybe they lie to you, but what's making you think it's flat?
Okay. The explanations for why the world is the way it is.
Listen, no. He said maybe they lie. No.
Yeah.
This is not like an agree or disagree genre
The
that you
government lies
think.
about many things.
No.
The government lies about
They
anything.
actually.
That doesn't mean
lie
that they're
about
reptilians.
Yeah, the Edgar Mitchell said reptilians, not me. That was Apollo 14. The conspiracy theory that there's reptiles in the government, reptilians in government. They like to say that's a conspiracy theory, and conspiracy theories are only said by people
But
who
you
are
keep
stupid.
on diffusing the question that I'm asking you into this.
Yeah, I
other
can only
thing.
repeat it so many times before you're going to disqualify.
You can only do that. You
Yeah.
can't answer
So
my
you
question.
match
Why do you think
which
it's flat?
model
You don't
it
know why
matches.
you think it's flat.
You match which model, okay? A model where there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing changes around here. Day in, day out, the same set of variables persist today, tomorrow, and for perpetual time, all the way in the future. You can look up Greek people and read their journals. They complained about endless perpetual warfare. They complained about police. They complained about taxes. They complained about immigration. All the same things exist today in perpetuality. There hasn't been one movement, one change in thousands of years. And then they told you that's explainable, right? Because the earth is a small, sad space with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. But then they tell you, I got a plan. I'm going to blow up the
Who's
human
they?
consciousness.
The U.S.
NASA.
government?
NASA, yeah.
Okay,
The
NASA.
people who the one giant. Do you know who landed on the moon? Maybe that might be the problem here. Who said they landed on the moon for the betterment of humanity?
Well, NASA.
Okay, so you know who they are. Okay, good. You almost scared me for a second. I thought you're gonna say like you had watched some TV show and it was like a joint endeavor and you got Nicolas Cage on Mars or some shit, or Ben Affleck, whoever that actor was. So they said that now we've got something here. We've got a space age. It's gonna be completely revolutionize everything. This is gonna change the world. This space age is gonna set aside all human disagreements. Everybody will come together with one unifying goal to ever keep expanding human consciousness into space to answer the big questions. Why are we here? Now, what I want you to do is compare that to the protests going on on college campuses right now. It's virtually one for one. It's virtually one for one what happened
pause for a second.
in Kent State. All the protests happening.
You still won't tell me why you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I've told you like 10 different ways now. Like, how are you?
You just tell me that you don't trust the government.
Yeah, so would that be a reason or not a reason?
No. Tell me why you think the Earth is flat. And how do you think it's flat? What do you think the Earth is?
He's missing the whole thing he's been spoken about.
You keep on, don't try to save him.
Just to talk about a description. Flat is a window. It's a flat window, an introduction to the actual topic. You just
tell me why you think it's flat.
because it's not curving.
Don't
It doesn't
tell me
curve.
your world
You remember the globe.
Yeah.
You remember the globe NASA showed you in the picture. The thing
Bro,
he's talking
the
about.
fact that you're a flat earther,
Just
I
the-
already understand your
oh my.
worldview. But tell me why you think it's flat.
Okay,
No,
what did
I'm
I
not.
say so far?
I'm not. That's a stereotype fallacy. I'm an under the heavens earther. Okay, so relax.
Yeah, what
So,
did I say was the
it's
first
not
thing I
curving.
said? What was
Pretty
the
simple.
first? Let's see if you got it. The very first thing I said
About what?
about why the Earth is flat.
I don't know. What was it?
Holy shit! You're not even listening.
I am. I'm trying my best to follow you. I
Okay,
honestly,
was it the
genuinely am.
solar
It might be a
eclipse?
language
Hold on.
barrier, bro. It's
Oh,
okay.
you said
Yeah.
it was the eclipse. I'm sorry. You said it was
Oh,
the
okay.
eclipse. So you said it was the eclipse. That's what I'm trying to follow. Like, what started leading you to say after you saw that eclipse? Okay, you could say that. Okay, the government lies to me a lot. That's a fair thing to say. But
When you look at the
not
solar
because you
eclipse,
saw the eclipse. I'm just saying.
where okay,
It's
make
an
your
okay
observation of the
question.
solar
Let me
eclipse.
finish.
What do you see? Do you see a curved rotating Earth? Do you see a heliocentric model when you see the eclipse?
What do you what do I see? What exactly?
What do you see? What's the when you make an observation of the solar eclipse? What did you see?
The moon going in front of the sun.
And how would you know that? How would you know it was the moon?
Don't try to diffuse the question and ask me a question. I'm asking you.
Okay, because I'm trying.
Before the eclipse happened, he saw an explanation of how it works, right? That's how you know, because you saw an explanation. You saw a graphic that showed you what is going to happen and what you're going to be looking at when it happens, right?
Yeah,
You
see,
can
the
see it's
problem
right in the
here
same
is
track
that
the
it's
moon was
not
in the night
deflecting the
before.
conversation. It's trying to see if you're able to match some sort of lived experience. Because if you're not, that's probably what's going on here. You're expecting me to, like, when you say, oh, Crit, you're a flat earther, and then you've assigned a random variable to that doesn't match what you think you're asking. So the problem is, instead of listening, you've already got some answers there, which is I kind of explained earlier with people coming here and they ask questions. They've got, so you're basically, your question is, hey, Crit, how are you a flat earther? What's the reason? And inside your worldview, there's no reason to be a flat earther. So you'll never hear any answers. Because inside your worldview, you've already adjudicated there is no answer to your question, which is kind of highlighted because you've asked me the same thing like 8 times in a row. And I've tried to give different answers, attacking it at different points of view, like 8 different ways, and still you have yet to even hear. So I went here, the very first answer. You totally brain farted it. Because the first one, you just went into this NPC mode. It's not an answer. Okay, that's not an answer. That's not an answer. And I think in perpetuality, you will continue to say these are not answers every time I give you an answer. See, asking someone a question is a very dangerous position if you think they don't have an answer. Because if they just come up with random bird sounds or give any feedback whatsoever, it breaks your worldview because now your answer is they don't have an answer and they've given you an answer, which highlights a contradiction. See, if I know someone doesn't have an answer, I'm not going to ask them. I generally will. I hardly ever ask globalists anything to begin with because they don't know anything. As shown by just now, I asked you, what did you see for the solar eclipse? And you couldn't even answer. So I know right there, that is a full adjudication to never ask you a single thing again. Never. I know right off the bat that even asking, what did you see? You don't know. What did you hear? You don't know. What did you smell? You don't know. None of these things you know. Someone told you a story, which I told you the first answer. Someone told me a story, and when I went to go look for evidence to match that story, it wasn't there.
Yeah, but that's the point. Before the event happened, they already had a preconceived idea of what was going to happen, right? And the graph is presenting the cartoon globe, Earth, globe, moon, globe, sun graphic that you see before the event. That's preparing you, programming your mind, your mind. So when you look at the event with your eyes, you already see something in your mind. Oh, this is what's happening. The cartoon that I saw it, even though you're not actually seeing that cartoon happening. Right, Craig?
Yeah, they tried to match a cartoon with reality, and when it doesn't match, that's when they got a choice. They got a choice, a dilemma. Do they decide that the cartoon was real or reality was real?
And that's a dilemma for some people.
So they'll keep telling you inside their worldview, they believe in these cartoons. So they want to know why you don't believe in these cartoons. It's a malformed question because it's not about belief. Belief is
Listen,
not
Craig.
required.
The guy, you asked him about what he saw during the eclipse, and he said he saw the moon going in front of the sun.
And that's not what he saw. That's what they said, that they told him he would see that, and then he didn't see that.
But that he said that he saw that.
It's like that, when Watson was being tortured, and there are 5, 2 plus 2 equals 5. He's like, no, it's 4. Or the same thing when they did the Star Trek episode where the Kardashians were torturing Captain Picard, and there's 4 lights. There's 5 lights. No, there's 4. See, this is what the idea, to beat people down so badly that they can't even trust their own senses. And at the same time, they'll tell you that evolution perfected your senses. You're alive because people before you were the fittest group of people. Their senses kept them alive, and now they get this contradictory worldview. Don't trust your senses because someone in government told you when you looked up at the sky and saw a solar eclipse, what you really saw was this cartoon that they presented to you.
How does a compass work on a flat Earth? Why doesn't, when you move east to west, it doesn't rotate more to the right or the left? Why does it stay at dew point?
Oh, anyone want to field that one?
So when you hold in the compass and it's kind of like giving you a direction if there's no interference with it, because some electronics and some fields can mess with it, right? And when it's pointing to this place and you're looking at it with your God-given eyes, right? Is that telling you that you live on a globe that on a ground that is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? Is that what you're getting from that reading, magnetic reading?
What do you mean? What about explorers that use it
Because
to navigate the Earth before electronics existed?
Right now you're saying, I know that the compass works because when I was told in school that I live on a globe, the compass works on globes only. I live on a globe, compasses work on a globe. You already have that covered.
It's not because I learned it in school, it's because I never even got taught that in school. It's because I thought of it on my own because it...
So you don't know, do you know how they work?
Yes, it tracks the magnetic fields.
Okay,
and it points towards the magnet.
And what happens with the magnetic fields? They move around, don't they? The magnetic north changes positions, right? Anyways, yeah, it's not gonna show you a ball. So when you ask, how does compasses work in reality? Like, yeah, that's what they work. This is a phenomena, a reading that is being
Yes, but why on a flat Earth?
But it's not.
Since
it's not gonna give you a spinning water ball. It's not gonna give you that. Is it?
Yes, but on a flat Earth, it wouldn't work on that model because
you
it's
said
one
that
pole.
you said the compass give you a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space. You say yes to that.
No, the compass itself, but you can derive that conclusion from that because since the North Pole on a flat Earth, it wouldn't work, and the metal filings wouldn't work
of
either.
the North Poles? When you say the North Pole, you're talking about which one?
Not like it's right now. It's not like exactly at the North Pole, but it's
Because
around the north.
we have magnetic North Pole, geomagnetic. We have celestial north, and we have geographical north.
Yeah, I'm talking about the magnetic field north.
So no proof of a globe.
Why is that not proof? When on a flat Earth,
How is it? How is it that reading a magnetic phenomena that is moving in positions across the landscape or across the sea? This is reported, right? I haven't done these readings myself, but this is what they say, that when you're talking about the magnetic north, it's gonna move. It's not like a spot that you're gonna go, hey, this is magnetic north, and this is the position that you have to go always to reach magnetic north. It's not like that.
Because on flat Earth, if you move east to west, it would move accordingly, but it does not move accordingly if you move east to west. So it would not be able to work on a flat Earth model.
Wait, when you say on flat Earth, do you have like a picture in your mind? How does that look like when you say in a flat Earth the compass doesn't work? How does that look like? That flat Earth that you're talking
about? It's on a flat-ish plane. It might have some geometry to it, but it's on a flat plane and not a circular or any shape similar to a obscure sphere.
Okay. So on a flat plane that is not curving, it's not a sphere, horizontal frame of reference, right?
What do you mean?
You're saying that you're standing on that horizontal frame of reference, and the compass, which is also oriented towards that horizontal, is pointing towards a position across the horizontal, and then you walk towards that position, and then what? When does it prove that? How do you come to the conclusion that you reach this location that the compass is pointing to, and you say, "Yep, I'm on a water ball"?
Because if you go from multiple points on Earth and you go use a compass at those different points, they will all eventually lead you to the same point.
So not horizontal, not curving. We already covered this. And then you're saying I walk across this horizontal frame of reference. That's how I know it's curving, because it's horizontal. When a horizontal line has a slope of 0, and curvature will be the change rate of slope, non-zero.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, say you're on a point on the opposite sides on your model on equidistance on the flat Earth model.
I see the problem that you're having, though.
What is it?
You have like an incomplete set of Legos, and you're trying to build like some type of imaginary thing that is not the pieces of the Lego that you have, and it is incomplete at the same time. And you're trying to describe. You have the pieces. You don't know what it's gonna make, but you don't have the complete pieces. But in your mind, it's like a masterpiece that you're gonna end up with, but you're still missing a lot. You just don't know.
I know that on a flat Earth model, the plane is mostly flat and is not a shape that comes back into itself. And if it's anything that's not a shape that comes back into itself,
flat is not a shape. It's a description, right? A description.
Yes.
I mean,
but if it's not any shape that comes back into itself, then a compass would not be able to work on that model.
How do you know? Are you the cause of the effect of the phenomena that we observe the compass doing? Are you saying that you are the arbiter of what it's gonna do based on what your cosmology is in your mind or whatever you present it to be? That's not how that works.
No.
Exactly, that's not how that works. So you arguing for that is just nonsense.
Do you mean it's not nonsense?
You're saying, in a flatter of my imagination, this idea that I have in my mind.
No, I'm not saying flat Earth. I'm saying any other representation of a shape that does not come back into itself. A compass would not be able to work, no matter any model, not just flat Earth. Any model possible that is not a shape that comes back into itself.
Yeah, that stuff in your imagination, things in reality, the compass, work in reality, and now you're saying, now, in your mind, in this place, the compass is not going to work. You see the problem here? We're trying to keep you in reality, and you keep going back to fantasy to justify the globe tar religion, basically.
But that's not what I'm doing. You keep on saying that, I don't know what the flat Earth is. No, I know what a compass would not work on. It would not work on any model of a shape that does not come back into itself. And no flat Earth model is a shape. You're saying flat Earth is a model that is a shape that comes back into itself. That the land masses on each end come back into itself.
Can you post it? I want to be on the same page as you. Can you post that page in the text so I can know what you're talking about?
The page? What do you mean page?
Yeah, the thing that you're talking about, the flat Earth model, the compasses don't work in this flat Earth model.
I'm talking about any model that is not a shape that comes back into itself.
So it has to be a globe. It can only be
doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be a globe in this sense. It could be a square. It could a cube. Any three-dimensional shape that comes back into itself that's equidistant would be able to work in this model.
So
which is not any model of a flat Earth.
So you're saying that obviously there's no curvature, right? There's no curvature, right? That's what you're agreeing with.
No, I'm not saying
no,
that's
there's
not
no
a
curvature.
thing.
I agree with you. No, there's no curvature. We agree.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in this example,
there is curvature.
Any mod
is there curvature?
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying.
Is there curvature or is there?
Yes, there is curvature.
You're confused. Yes or no?
Yes, but that's not any part of this argument. The argument that I'm presenting
is curvature.
Any model is
evidence for that.
But you're just going to a different argument right now.
Like a measurement of curvature.
You're just going to a different argument right now, but you can get a measurement from curvature by putting two equidistance in height poles on different points on Earth and measure the shadow distance. And you could derive with pi, using pi, and it will equal to pi the height difference between those two.
And between those 2 points, there's going to be a height difference, a difference in altitude, but they're still going to be on a horizontal frame of reference. There's no curvature between those 2 points.
Then how come?
Maybe my house is higher than your house, and your house is in a valley lower than mine. But there is no.
But it's a height of the shadow. It's a height. I'm talking about the shadow. Talking about the shadow that a pole represents. The altitude is negligible. It doesn't change anything about this. I'm talking about the shadow that equal height poles put onto the ground. I'm talking about that. The difference in height between those 2 points can put into equation and derived from pi, and it will equal to pi.
So we split the pie into smaller pieces, and we got a little piece of the pie. Now we know the whole pie.
What? What am I hearing right now? You're like,
right? It's hilarious, right? It's funny.
Yes, it is funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
It's because you're like grasping for straws. You have to go to different random arguments now because you realize that it doesn't work. I don't even know if you believe in your
nonsense. Your nonsense doesn't work. We realized it. Yeah,
it does work.
You think that you're gonna measure shadows and that's gonna give you the shape of the Earth?
Yes, if you measure 2 poles on different points on Earth, why would not get you the shape of the Earth?
Nonsense.
Jesse, can I ask him about
Beat that stuff.
You know, let me give you your last point, right? Because you grew up all these. You said the shadows this, the shadows that, right? You pre-assume you were in a ball already, right? But if you pre-assume something else, you're gonna get something else at your conclusion. So your premise it's based on pre-assumptions, presuppositions, and ideas of your mind, and then your conclusion is erroneous because of that. You see the problem?
No, you're just saying random terms that have no correlation to what I'm saying. I'm saying,
yeah.
for my first example, if you have a compass, okay, compass would not work on any model that it is not a shape that comes back onto itself. And there is no model that a flat earther believes in that is a shape that comes back into itself.
The compass is curving the waters below it or the earth below it. The compass is doing that.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
So is the earth curving and the waters across it curving?
No, if you go into two different points.
Okay, you got it correct. It's not.
You go on two different points on Earth, and you get a compass, and it will drive you to the same point.
Yeah, you go to two different positions. You do a circle between those two positions. Yeah, you're gonna arrive to the same position. Yeah. You know a circle? You know what a circle is?
Yes, I know what a circle is.
Yeah. You do a circle. You go back to the same position. Yeah. No sphere necessary for that, bro.
It's not. Doesn't need to be a sphere. It just needs to be any shape that comes back onto itself.
Yeah,
because if you go on two opposite points,
then we can throw the sphere to the trash. Obviously, because it's not curving. It's pretty simple.
But that's not what I'm arguing.
We can discard the sphere right now. We agree.
Yes,
we're on the same page finally.
We can discard it in this argument.
Yeah, because it's not there. So the compass.
In this argument, it could be
going to two different positions utilizing the compass, or even you can go around one of the poles that you're talking about, one of the sticks around it. Still, you can do a circle around it. You're not gonna go around a sphere. That will be impossible. You know what happens when you walk around spheres? You know what happens, right? In reality, you fall from them, right? KO, XKO. Yeah, you fall from spheres. But when you're walking across the horizontal on top of a solid base under your feet, there is not water. You're gonna walk across it, right? But it's not.
So in this model,
then you get on the sphere, and the sphere starts spinning, and you add water to it. You can get on top of it. What's gonna happen to you? You're gonna fall from it, bro. Come on, it's pretty simple stuff.
What?
Yeah. You think it's funny?
Yes, I think it's funny.
You think it's funny, but now we bringing it back to reality, and you cannot find things that make sense funny, and you want to describe nonsense as serious business.
It's not nonsense. You've not proven to me how on any non-shape that comes back into itself, how a compass would work. Because it would not be able to.
Compasses work in reality. They don't need your help.
Okay, what would prove it? Is this is kind of like another one of those takes where you're asking a question you don't think there's an answer to?
Because there isn't. Because if you go into two opposite points on Earth, it points due north.
That's the problem we have to address.
Times.
Why are you asking questions you think there's no answer to?
Because it proves my point. You literally asked the question earlier, doing the exact same thing.
Where did I do that?
Probably like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, what was my question? Because I told you I don't ask globalists anything. It's very rare. And when I ask a globalist something, if I don't get an answer, I know not to ask them anything ever again. Because from my point of view, if I really want to know anything about the globe, I'll just Google it. Google will give a better answer. Because asking a globalist something, generally what they'll do is they'll type a very poor read of your question into a Google it, and then kind of skim through the pages and pick something they kind of think sounds good. So I'll just cut to the chase and just Google it myself. If I really want to know what a globalist is thinking, I might ask a targeted, direct question trying to troubleshoot what the problem is. Like right now when I said, why would you ask a question you think there's no answer to? Then when you're given an answer, you got completely nuh-uh.
Because I never got an answer.
What is your question?
How, on any non-shape that comes back into itself, how would a compass would not be